Heyo.
Good morning, Shetty House.
Good morning, everyone. Did David get the belt from Animal Kingdom? Wow, that's really impressive. Live from Disney's Animal Kingdom. Dr. David, everybody. What's up in my Coach Chris Tierra? Good morning, good morning. Warren, we are up in here. What's up, Russ Dog?
Good morning, Chatty House.
Who else is here? Joe's here.
It was really nice meeting a ton of you on Friday, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
I had an amazing time.
Yeah, it looked like a ton of fun. What's up, Nick V?
Wait, was that the...
What's up, Zabo?
Sky River.
Sky River.
Oh, Sky River thing.
Wheezy, good morning, good morning, good morning.
Oh, it's Miss Mac's birthday?
Oh, is it really?
She wants air horns.
All right, we can get air horns for Mrs. Max. Oh, here we go.
Kyle's breaking stuff.
No, it's fine. Here we go. Hotkeys, got to take those out. Let's see if this works. Did anyone hear that?
Nope.
Let me see if I can do something.
I heard that.
Is...
That probably played over the radio, but that's fine. Happy birthday, Mrs. Mac. What's up, Katrina?
No big deal.
What's up, Adamo? I hope it wasn't a bad commercial. What up, Eric? What's up, your potatoes? What's up, Casey Tucker? What's up, Bryce? Good morning, good morning, good morning. What up, Boogie? Hi, Map. Hi, Crown. Johnny G. Good morning. Wizzo, Cousin Pete, Johnny G. Did I say hi to Johnny G already? I don't know. Westsack.
What's happening, everybody?
Lance, Gregory, Marcus. Hello, hello.
Casey Tucker Band.
Good morning, Curtis. What's up, Ash? Hey, what up, Gino? Whew. Oh, hey, Leezy's here. Hi, Frank. Good morning. Ayo.
Leezy.
Oh, I'm not saying this. Your name out loud. Not saying that. Not saying that even a little bit.
I don't even
What's
know what
up,
that
Hotline?
means.
I'm just calling him Hotline Bling is a Drake song.
Oh.
It's not a good Drake song. What's up, Steven? What's up, TJ? What up, Chris? Man, there's a lot to unpack on a Monday. I almost called you and like, hey, we got to start the show at 8.
Yeah, it was a
We got a lot to do.
busy weekend.
Yeah.
Busy weekend.
Yeah, we got a lot to do. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's with us. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we've got a ton to unpack from the NBA Finals, Game 7 last night. The Oklahoma City Thunder, of course, if you're listening to this program, I'm sure you know that the Oklahoma City Thunder won the NBA Finals. Their first NBA championship since moving to Oklahoma City in 2008. Congratulations to them. Man, there's so many layers to this. Because I want to the Tyrese Halliburton injury obviously kind of casts a pall over the entire game when he went down 7 minutes in. But we have to separate that because I think the bottom line to all of this is I think we were robbed of a really, really incredible game. We still got a pretty good Game 7, but a really, I think, knockdown, drag out down to the final seconds type of Game 7. But I still feel like the right team won.
I agree.
Oklahoma City was the best team in the league all year. So while we were, I think the Pacers did not get to give their best shot at it without Tyrese Halliburton. And while I think we got a worse game because of it, I don't walk away feeling like, oh, the wrong team is hoisting the trophy this year.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think when we look at the road and home splits in this series, there were certain players that just could not function on the road.
That's it. on
and
both
they
sides.
were really, really good at home. But some players, again, like Chet Holmgren really struggled on the road.
Mhm.
At home, he was a monster. And if you had all three of your big guys going, there was no way that team was going to lose. At least I didn't think that they were going to lose. And to be honest with you, like, look, they proved that they were the best team in the league. They won 18 more regular season games than the Indiana Pacers, and
That's
the Pacers put up a fight, and it was a valiant fight. But when that injury hit, it just shook the entire game.
Yep.
Right. And it wasn't just that, you lost your best player, your playmaker. He was also firing away. You lost we all talk about this skill that Tyrese Halliburton has to talk, like his ability to walk in front of the media and just be honest and forthright and intelligent and articulate. He's the same behind the scenes. When you see that guy, the guy that you count on for so many things, not just to be, the head of the snake on the court, but to be one of your leaders and really the vocal leader of a team, a guy who goes out and represents you in every single situation. When you see him go down like that, and everybody in the building knows what happened, it was just so devastating.
Yeah.
Man, so devastating.
As soon as the way that went down, and I want to make sure we do talk about Oklahoma City, because they were unbelievable this year.
Yeah.
They because they're going to be shell shocked too. Like there's something, and they were pointing this out on the broadcast. There's something that they have to overcome mentally too, of not going, oh, Halliburton's out, we're going to win.
Yeah.
And not just kicking their feet up and getting punched in the mouth, and all of a sudden they're down 10, right? But you knew it was bad. So Tyrese Halliburton falls down and turns it over. And in the middle of calling the break, because the camera, obviously Halliburton's on the other side of the court, the camera's not on him. And in the middle of his call, Mike Breen said, and Halliburton's hurt. And when that is, like Mike Breen's one of the best play-by-play guys to ever do it.
Yeah.
He recognized what was happening, and knew the fact that he knew to let us know that Halliburton in mid-play, that Halliburton is hurt on that play.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have done that if he was just kind of still laying on the ground. He was doing that because he saw the reaction from Tyrese Halliburton. And I mean, it's just devastating. It hit this weird emotional note for me, where you see this guy who is in a game 7 who said, if I can walk, I want to play.
Yeah.
And he goes down, and didn't just go down. And you see sometimes a guy gets hurt and he turns over and they'll just point and they'll be like, all right. But like the release of emotion from him, and like you said, that's him. He's going to get out. He's going to put it all out there for everybody. And the fact that it was really, really hard to not feel that emotion coming out of the TV screen when you saw him on the ground, recognizing that his season is over, his team season is over, his next season might be over. He's not going to get a chance to contribute for the final 41 minutes of this game.
Yeah.
Just a brutal, brutal situation, man.
Well, that, and being in the building when a couple of these have happened, these Achilles tears, his reaction was absolutely identical to Rudy Gay's.
Yeah.
Like I was up on the NBC booth. It's where I used to sit and watch the game, and Rudy Gay came down, went to take a step, and collapses in the middle of the floor, and is right below me, and he's looking up towards me, and he's just hitting the floor with his fist. It was so reminiscent. And the play just keeps going, and somebody's career is like in the balance. Yeah. And it's such a horrible thing to see happen. And like everyone knew. It's not like there was a question.
Oh,
it's not like, he might have like hurt his calf a little worse. Nope, we all knew right away. And then
immediately.
And then ESPN made sure that we knew.
Jesus.
Like that was like, I don't even understand what was happening with their production crew. We did not need to see Tyrese Halliburton's Achilles rupture on camera at least 45 times.
It was excessive.
Yeah.
Like, you show it once, and you go, oh, man, okay. Like, yeah, we got it. We
Yeah.
saw it. And I understand they're trying to make sure that, not everybody's locked in for the first 7 minutes. There might be people who show up in the middle of the second quarter or in the second half, whatever it is. And they've got to, update people. Here's what happened to Tyrese Halliburton. But you don't have to show it. You don't have to show it every single time in super slow motion. And then we're going to get the zoom in on his crying face while he pounds it. No, we understand.
Yeah.
You can just let us know Tyrese Halliburton is out officially with a lower leg injury, and his dad told Lisa Salters it's an Achilles. We got it.
Yeah, we got it.
The slow motion replay was I don't understand. This is separate from the game, obviously, but they won't show a nasty knee injury or a nasty ankle injury. They won't show. I don't need to see an Achilles snap over and 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 over again, especially in the middle of an awesome basketball game.
Yeah. Man, there was a point where there was someone shooting free throws and they just ran the clip.
Yep.
Right in the middle of
and
then they cut it short. We're like, what exactly are you doing?
It was
really frustrating.
Like they lost their ever-loving minds.
Yeah.
And while we're doing the ESPN thing, I cannot believe this is not a Kyle Madsen original thought that ESPN's NBA coverage is sorely lacking. That they went to halftime. First of all, Stephen A. Smith got cut off by commercials in the middle of a rant. So they go to commercial after the half ends. They come back and Stephen A. Smith starts screaming about how, and I like Stephen A. Smith, by the way, typically. I'm sick of him. Starts screaming about how someone needs to step up. That's not analysis. That's first take. Jalen Williams needs to step up in this game right now or he's not Scottie Pippen. Like, okay, man, whatever. You had Bob Myers on your panel, okay?
Yep.
Look, I don't think Bob Myers is great on TV, but Bob Myers was the general manager of the Golden State Warriors or president of basketball operations for the Golden State Warriors when Kevin Durant had a calf strain, tried to come back during the finals, and blew his Achilles a few minutes into the game.
Yep.
Bob Myers got on television in front of the nation and cried about this. He cried real tears in a press conference about Kevin Durant doing the exact same thing that Tyrese Halliburton did. Don't you think it'd be really valuable to go, hey, Bob, you're on this panel. What do you do here? If you're the Pacers, what are the emotions in the locker room? What are the emotions for the players? What are you doing with Tyrese Halliburton? There are so many things you can find out from Bob Myers, who has firsthand experience with this. And instead, we've got Stephen A. Smith literally reading the box score and then saying that the players who don't have big numbers in the box score need to have bigger numbers in the box score. Like, thanks. Glad we got this.
Yeah, I don't
just horrible. It was brutal.
I don't understand why that's part of the NBA coverage for the finals. Why do we need someone yelling? They're yelling over the top of each other the entire break? It is so nerve-wracking, and you're just sitting there like this stress level, the tension that's coming through your TV. You're just like, what in the world are we doing here? Like, this is not, it's not entertaining at all. And it's just bad. It's just bad television.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like really, really difficult. The entirety of it, like whether it was like clip after clip after clip of Ty on the ground, or it was like going in and talking to some guys that just really have no respect for each other and are just like trying to show up the other people on the panel and like no way to control what's happening. Like, I really, really hope there's changes. And I think it's a good thing that the TNT crew is going to be, doing ESPN games, right? That's who's going to be
some of them.
the like out front and center. That's a good thing to me, because for what we saw yesterday was just like completely unacceptable. And I didn't even have the sound on. Like, we weren't even listening with the sound on. We were at a sports bar watching the game and just happening. But then we went home, watched halftime. It's like, oh my gosh, just
it's like a
turn
separate
it off.
It's like a separate thing from the game. You're taking away from the game at that point.
Oh, fully taken away.
The Pacers had a lead at halftime after Tyrese Halliburton got hurt. A minor miracle, right? And Shams Charania has confirmed it's a torn Achilles. for Tyrese Halliburton, just kind of confirming what we already know. So that's now official.
Yeah, it's official.
So it's taking away from the game, and that's the problem for me. The fact that the Pacers rallied the way they did after Tyrese Halliburton went down and didn't even do the thing where they went down like 10 because they were just so shell-shocked.
Mm-hmm.
They got right back in. They took a lead into halftime. The story there, to me, is holy crap, how did the Pacers do that? Not somebody from Oklahoma City has to step up.
Yeah.
Like, all right. It just doesn't it doesn't do it for me, man. And then they cut off Stephen A. Smith to go to more commercials. I think that had to be an accident. And then they still found a way to get him his rant in that he had queued up about players stepping up. I don't know, man. The point in the game where it couldn't quite feel over because it's still the Pacers, and they've just defied odds all season. But where the game really flipped was Miles Turner with 8.5 minutes to go in the third quarter hits a three. It ties the game at 56. And Miles Turner had not hit the broadside of a barn all playoffs.
He was not
or
good.
all series.
Yeah.
So he cashes this three finally. Ties the game. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander comes back down, answers with a three. TJ McConnell turnover. Chet Holmgren three. TJ McConnell turnover. Jalen Williams three. All of a sudden it goes from tie game to 9-point game in a minute and 7 seconds.
Yeah, that moment there where McConnell just couldn't, he just ran himself into trouble.
Yep.
Like multiple times. It was like, oh man, composure, dude.
Yep.
He just lost his composure and it was boom, boom, boom. And that is the true gift of the Oklahoma City Thunder.
That's it.
They have a way of hitting you so hard, so quickly, and just like lights out. Like they can knock anybody out like that quick. And watching them like find their footing in a really tense moment, right? You're still, everyone is trying to recover from the Halliburton injury, but to sit there and like just hit a team and then put them away, that is what we saw all season long from that team. They had their home crowd behind them. I think if it was in Indiana, it probably would have been a little different because that's what we saw throughout this series, that the home team really had an advantage. But like it was tough to watch. But that, again, that is why the Thunder are the best team in basketball. That they are the best team in basketball. There's no question about it. I hate that their championship, their game 7 is taken away by such a bad injury. It's sort of what happens in these situations. But my goodness, like what an incredible team, what an incredible franchise. And you know, they're building something. This is going to be a team that we're going to see again and again and again over the next 5 to 7 years.
Yep, it sure feels that way. So we've got to talk about the Tyrese Halliburton injury in the context of the other 2 Achilles tears in the NBA playoffs.
Yeah.
And whether the NBA is going to finally take their schedule as a player safety issue. We'll dive into that. Kevin Durant got traded yesterday. FYI, in case the NBA needed more news, the draft is on Wednesday, by the way. So Kevin Durant got traded. We'll talk about that and what it means for the Kings, what it means for Houston. You talk about Oklahoma City being dominant. Is Houston now on that level? We'll talk about the Kings' place in the NBA hierarchy. And of course, the NBA draft is Wednesday. ESPN dropped a new mock draft. And at least Joe and I don't know where you land, James, are obsessed with the guy that they have going to the Kings. We'll talk about that as well. All that coming up in the next couple hours. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's behind the glass. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320. It's Sacramento Sports Leader. Yeah, we are. Yeah, it felt like he tried to do too much. Like he felt like the world was on his shoulders, and he just tried to. He did have, was it 8 consecutive points at one point?
McConnell?
Yeah.
Yeah. He was so good early.
Yeah, after Turner hit a 3, TJ McConnell scored their next 12 points.
Scooter, shout out to you. It was very nice meeting you as well on Friday. A lot of great people in the chatty house.
That's facts. Those events are always so fun.
Yeah. Russ Dog, I would not do that trade.
Oof.
No.
If Jalen Green had not been such a disaster in the playoffs, but man. Yeah, look, here's my Chet Holmgren thing on trading him. It's less like I don't think Chet Holmgren is good, and it's more this. If it's the James Harden situation again where they just kind of can't afford to keep all these dudes, I think Chet Holmgren is the James Harden here.
Oh, of course.
My question or my thing was, thanks, Charlie. My thing was, if Chet's going to keep getting hurt and that's just going to be a thing every year, his trade value is going to drop pretty significantly. So do you do that now? You know, you just want a title, or you just keep running it and cross your fingers?
I think
now that you want a title, you have to hang on to him.
Well, that and having a
Just for another
30
year.
point per game scorer, and what Jalen Williams is looking more and more like a 25 point per game scorer, that will limit Chet Holmgren's overall value, because in order to get paid at the NBA level, you got to score. So I don't know that. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there will be a point where he's a maybe he's a 20-something point per game scorer, and then he just gets like full max money. But I just don't know. I don't think he's going to be all NBA. He'll be close to all NBA, but man, he's a great defensive player, and I think that they'll keep that group together.
I hope so, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he was so freaking good yesterday. Where's that? There it is. I think they'll get more than this. They'll get a player or two, I bet, but is it under? They're not going to make a move that quick. God. I wish there was a lock on the scroll here when I'm trying to click stuff.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll go to like click on a chat and then it'll scroll and I'll click the wrong one.
Gotcha. If you scroll up just a hair, it will stop this chat from scrolling.
Look at that.
You guys want to hear me unfiltered? Just Kings Beat off the record with the Kings Beat virtual happy hours. I'm always unfiltered.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
He's James, I'm Kyle. Joe's over there. Nice series win for the Giants this weekend, Joe. Rafael Devers got his first home run.
Now we're talking.
Love to see it. Love to see it for your guys.
I don't think he's gonna have too much trouble out there. I like the way he can hit to any part of the field, and
a lefty going out Oppo Taco at Oracle Park is crazy.
You never see it.
That's banana.
You never see it,
bro. That's just ridiculous.
But I think we're gonna start seeing a little more.
Yeah, I think so too. Just ridiculous power from Rafi Devers. All right, let's talk about this Tyrese Halliburton injury stuff because he joined Damian Lillard and Jason Tatum as players with Achilles tears this postseason, and we're reaching a point, and I think that there's more to this discussion than. Well, back in the 70s and 80s, they played all the games, because it's a larger discussion than 82 games now versus 82 games then. And players are soft now and they didn't used to be. What we run into now is players are coming into the leagues. ESPN did a whole thing about this. I think it was 2017. About how players are coming into the league now because of the AAU circuit and because of all the basketball that kids are playing growing up now to stay in recruiting circles and to to uh to play basketball, to advance their careers.
Yep.
Guys are entering the league now at 18, 19, 20 years old with the tendons and ligaments of 30, 31, 32-year-olds. It's a scientific thing.
Yeah.
And a scientific thing I am not qualified to or am going to explain. It is, you can find this article. It's on ESPN.
Yep.
It's not currently on ESPN. I forget. Russell Baxter, I believe, wrote it. So on top of all that, you're getting this 82 game schedule, and then you're getting a 4-7 game playoff rounds where the games very quickly start going every other day. On top of a style of play that is faster, more spread out, more up and down. Lately, it's been very physical to boot. It is not tenable, I don't think. Like what the NBA is looking at is a player safety problem right now. You have 8 Achilles tears this year around the NBA.
Oh, that's crazy.
That's too many. And now you have stars. You have Jason Tatum, one of the faces of your league, ideally over the next 5 or 6 years. Had his career altered by this. Tyrese Halliburton, same deal. You got robbed of an awesome Game 7 because you still got a pretty good game. You got robbed of an awesome Game 7 because of this injury to Tyrese Halliburton. Damian Lillard isn't going to get to ride off into the sunset because, hey, you know what? His career might just kind of be over now.
Yeah. And a team owes him $55 million in each of and then I think 60 next year.
Man.
55 next year, 60, 59 the year after that.
So I think at some point people always go, well, the NBA is not going to cut their season short. Are players going to take less money? Like, man, they might.
Okay, so
they might if it means not tearing their Achilles.
There's a couple of problems that I think that need to be worked out. Number one, having kids play one sport is not the right way to do things.
That's correct.
Right. So that's number one. Like when I was a kid, I played baseball, I played football, I played basketball, I played volleyball. Like you play all kinds of sports all the time. That is not at all what happens now.
Nope.
Like my oldest played so much soccer, competitive soccer, that he overdeveloped his quads so bad that we thought he pulled a groin, but it wasn't that. It's that his quads were so overdeveloped that it grabbed the top of his hip muscle and pulled it into the hip socket.
Gross.
So we had to go do PT and figure out a way to get his glutes to fire and his hamstrings to engage. And these are the things that happen. Like you go out to, again, because I help.
Sports specialization. You mean.
Yeah, with sports specialization. So I go out and I try to work with the kids on the soccer team. You go, okay, who wants to be the goalkeeper? And everyone just kind of looks around like, I don't want to be the goalkeeper. And then you get one kid to raise your hand. It's like, okay, what other sports do you play? Well, I don't really play any other sports. Like, what do you mean? They don't know how to field a ground ball like a shortstop. They don't know how to go up high for a
rebound.
For a rebound, or like a football player knows how to go over the middle and reach up and catch a ball above his head. Don't know how to do it. They don't know how to make a triangle with their hands. You're sitting here like, what in the world is happening? But with the basketball kids, they are playing nonstop, and it's the same repetitive motion again and again and again. So they're putting all this strain on very specific body parts that are going to be the body parts that break down when they're in their 20s and 30s. And that's part of the problem. The other problem I'm going to point out is that NBA teams do not share information with each other about injury risk and about injury maintenance. They don't. It's proprietary technology. So when I tell you guys about how the players come in before they go out on the court, they jump on these metal plates, right? They're these big, like rubber, like mats with these metal plates that are inserted that like count deceleration, acceleration, like force, all that stuff. And the teams are like monitoring. They go out, they warm up, they come back, they do it one more time before they go into the locker room and get ready for the game. It's a team's way of just monitoring a player's like physical like readiness, right? So if you're wearing like a aura ring,
Mhm.
an aura ring tells you what your readiness score is. And if you're like, oh man, my readiness score says I'm like a 65, and you go out and you walk and you're like, I literally feel like a 65 today. That's not good.
Yeah.
And then other days you're like, oh, my readiness says I'm like a 92. You get out there, you're like, holy cow, I'm like springing. Like
Mhm.
there is technology that's out there that does help with these things, but the teams aren't sharing it with each other. And
Mhm.
so there isn't some massive database that's telling everybody, hey, this is what our predictions are for this type of injury. You can see a player his performance start to
Mhm.
lag, and you say, okay, we need to cut back on practice time, or we need to shave some minutes off in a
Mhm.
game, or maybe he needs to take 2 games off, right?
Mhm.
And you see if their body recovers. Those are things that are happening behind the scenes. But when you get to game 7, when you get to even a game 6 in the NBA finals, like all bets are off. Half of these players are out there with injuries that shouldn't be playing,
Mhm.
but that's the game.
Mhm.
And so I don't blame Ty. I don't
Mm.
blame the medical. I don't blame it. Bad things happen. He
Yeah.
took a risk. The team took a risk. They knew the risk 100%. He knew the risk. And he said, okay, I'm going to put my career on the line and go out there try and win game 7.
Yeah, man. Like that the need for everything to become a take
Yeah.
is just like it's not anyone's fault.
Yeah.
Like if this was November, Tyrese Halliburton would not have been playing. Facts.
Mhm.
The minute he strained his calf, he would have been out 2-3 weeks, however long necessary. Remember Trey Lyles before the 23-24 season
Mhm.
dealt with the calf injury and
Yep.
was out like weeks.
Well, same thing this season. He sat for a huge stretch of time
Was
this
that
season.
this year?
No, it was both.
Oh, okay.
He right coming into last season,
Mhm.
he strained his calf, and they sat him for like first 4 weeks of the
It
season.
was a long time.
And then this season again, he had a moment where he had a calf strain.
Yeah.
Again, like you can predict, like the calf is like the easiest one of all
Yes.
of them.
Yeah.
It's the easiest one to predict a catastrophic injury.
Yep.
And that's why I said it last week. Like you could easily like watch him go out there and everything's fine, and then it's not, and it's
Yep.
over.
That's literally what happened. Game 6, like, oh, okay, yeah, not 100%, but looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Cooking in game 7 yesterday, and then one step didn't even like not just a step forward to go to
Yeah.
dribble and just
And I did not want to be right at all.
no.
At all. But like this is the sport.
Well, it's the risk that's inherent here. It's why this wasn't a oh man, he's got a shoulder issue that might affect his bicep.
Yeah.
Like this wasn't no, everybody knows, hey, the risk with a calf, the reason this is such a monumental deal on should he play, should he not?
Mm-hmm.
It's not, man, he's gonna play on a sprained ankle and he might turn that ankle again.
Yeah.
It's hey, he's gonna play on this calf and he might pop his Achilles.
It's just like
And-
if he has a partially torn ACL, bad idea.
Right.
Bad idea. Like
But if he had that and was able to walk, he was going to play. Like
Yeah.
that's the thing. Is nobody lied to Tyrese Halliburton here.
Nope.
Tyrese Halliburton was not forced to play. He said, "This is game 7. I've waited my whole life for this. I'm 48 minutes away from an NBA championship. I can walk. I
Mhm.
can conceive. I can go out there and I can give effort. I'm going to play." And the worst possible outcome happened. It's awful. But I bet if Tyrese Halliburton was sitting here right now, we say, "Hey, do you regret it?" He would say no.
Yeah.
He would tell you no. Do you know what he would regret? If I imagine, I know this is how I would feel. Again, I don't want to prescribe my feelings to Tyrese Halliburton, but if this is me, I would regret not playing.
Mhm.
I'd regret if I went, hey, you know what? Now I got this calf. I might hurt my Achilles. You guys get it. I'm going to sit on the bench. I'll cheer you on. Go get him, guys, in game 7 of the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
And then you lose and you're like, hey, man, I could have probably helped.
Yeah.
So it's a horrible, awful, the most unfortunate outcome that nobody wanted.
Yep.
But I saw the immediate reaction yesterday was fire the Pacers medical staff. Like, they didn't tell him they weren't lying to him. They knew. Everybody knew the risk here.
Yep.
It's not Tyrese Halliburton's an idiot. No, man. Tyrese Halliburton's a damn competitor. That's why you play this game, is to play for an NBA championship. One game away from an NBA championship. All those AAU games you played, all the college games, all the early mornings, all the practices for that moment. And the worst outcome came. And that sucks.
Yeah. I'd even, Secure Bagley in the chat says, I do think this is the last calf strain that players will try to play with.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not. The same situation happens next year. There's a very good chance a player does the exact same thing.
Do you know why we know this? Because it happened to Kevin Durant 6 years ago.
Yeah.
And Tyrese Halliburton said, I don't care. So,
you know why we also know this? Because there are football players who go out there with 10 concussions and still play. They still play.
A level of competitive psychopathness. Now, if this is game 1 of the first round and he's dealing with a calf strain, maybe they handle it differently. But you're 48 minutes away from the final, from hoisting the Larry O'Brien trophy.
Yeah.
I don't blame anyone in this situation. Like, it's just a brutal, awful thing that happened.
Bad things happen.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So I do wonder, our guy, Dr. Nirav Pandya, friend of the program, who is the professor of UCSF orthopedic surgery and the director of sports medicine at Benioff Children's Hospital, said this yesterday. Soft tissue injuries defined these NBA playoffs, which I kind of agree with. 3 Achilles tears in the playoffs is not normal. Warriors losing due to Curry due to a hamstring, and Denver being impacted by Aaron Gordon's hamstring as well. The NBA has to look at making some changes. So somebody said, what changes would you make? And he said, space out the games in the regular season and/or decrease the number of regular season games, no back-to-backs, and increasing the duration of time between playoff games. None of that seems, I'm sure there's a technical business thing that matters here that I'm missing. And I will put my hand up and understand that. If you're the NBA, why are you not like, yeah, you know what? Good idea. We're not going to limit the number of games, because I genuinely don't think there's anything that could happen that the league would cut the number of games from their schedule. But why not just say, okay, hey, we're going to space these games out. We're going to super limit back-to-back. Every team has 2 back-to-backs a year, whatever it is. And we're going to take this thing into mid-July. What's stopping them from doing that?
It's a great question, because I got to be honest, over the last couple of years, they're shortening the days in the season, and they're doing things like adding the in-season tournament in. Just that adds more stress. They elongated the NBA All-Star Weekend. It's no longer NBA All-Star Weekend. It's a week.
Right.
But they also shortened when the date of the season starts. So it used to be like 5 days earlier we'd start. We used to start training camp the last week of September. Now training camp starts the first week of October. And so they took away another week at the beginning of the season. And so they keep compressing the schedule. They eliminated 4 games in 5 nights, but they didn't eliminate 5 games in 7 nights. So you can play 2, have a day off, play 1, have a day off, play 2 again. And then you can have a day off, play another 2, and you can perpetually be stuck in 5 games in 7 nights.
Yeah.
That happens all the time. Then there's the air travel. And I know they're staying in 5-star hotels and they're
sure.
But that doesn't matter. You're still, your body clock is all messed up. Everything is all messed up.
And and I get the travel thing. That's great for hey, the Kings have to fly to Boston, and they're going to stay in Boston. They're going to play against New York, and they're going to play against the Nets. They're going to fly. Okay, like that's fine. But when it doesn't matter what type of travel you're taking, when you're going to Texas and then Oklahoma City and then Minnesota, and then you got a game down in Atlanta, and then on the way back you got to stop in Utah. Like, there's no amount of travel that makes that okay.
Nope.
No type of travel that makes that normal. So yeah, man, I'm sure they're trying to, by shortening everything, they're trying to like create urgency, right? We're not going to limit the number of games because that's the thing the NFL has, right? There's 17 games. It's just every game matters so much. And so it's like the NBA is trying to manufacture this by taking the 82 game season, just kind of truncating it.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're just gonna shorten it just a little bit. And it doesn't. All it does is put additional strain on their players.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's a coincidence that you're seeing these wear and tear injuries on players. You know, with older players, Dame, who's played so many freaking games, so many minutes, like it sucks, but it feels like, man, it's a little bit preventable. Steph Curry hurting his hamstring. Hey, you know what? 37-year-old had a grade 1 hamstring injury. All right, you know, stuff happens. But when you've got 3 separate dudes with Achilles tears, 3 stars,
Yeah.
to boot, and I don't say that because stars matter more, but if you're the league, that puts your red flags up.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Hey, like 2 years ago, the Kings won 46 games, right?
Uh-huh.
But from on March 20th, they started a road trip: Raptors, Wizards, Magic. So they fly to the East Coast, and that's not even
Toronto, DC, Orlando.
Yeah, that's not even like. So then they come home, and they play 5 games.
Okay.
And then they go back on the road for Knicks, Boston, Nets, Thunder. So between March 20th and April 9th, they had 7 games on the road, 2 trips to the East Coast. And then in the middle of that, they had 6 games at home. In like a 19-day stretch, you had 13 games. And of those 13 games, 2 sets of them are on the East Coast. And you know what happened? Malik Monk got hurt, and Kevin Huerter got hurt, and the Kings didn't make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
That's like these schedule anomalies that can't happen anymore. Late in the season, you're making a team fly to the East Coast twice. It just doesn't make any sense, man.
No.
So they've got to rework some of that stuff and just be more conscious of what's happening.
Yeah.
But you know, maybe this forces a hand. Like you just lost a lot of money.
There's
Some great players just got hurt.
There is so much more to this than injuries happen.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing that bothers me so much. And I would love to see the NBA take this seriously as a player safety problem. Will they? TBD.
Yeah.
But if this postseason and the fact that injuries kind of defined the entire thing, I don't know whatever will do it. We'll keep talking about what went on yesterday, not only in the NBA Finals, but the Kevin Durant trade.
Yeah.
What does it mean for the West? What does it mean for the Kings? We'll talk about that next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's with us. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. Agreed. Yep.
They're red flag, you know, in the same way that the rash of ACL tears became like a huge red flag for the NFL, and they started addressing the field problems.
Mm-hmm.
You know, started looking at the technology for the fields, and you know, getting rid of AstroTurf and trying new forms of turf.
Yep.
Stuff.
Oy, all right. Yeah, this is the other thing. You get to do whatever you want in the playoffs, apparently.
Yeah.
Defensively.
Yeah, but if you go back to the 80s and 90s, like, man, it was brutal. But I also think the spacing is so open now that, like, it used to be like hand-to-hand combat, right? It used to be like 2 guys with swords, basically like broadswords, like dueling. And that's not the way it is now, because there is this, having to keep your hands off people, no hand checks. There's a lot more freedom of movement,
Mhm.
and that could be a part of it too.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good point. Yeah, I don't think they're going to decrease games, but I genuinely don't know, like, what's the rule that the NBA has to end on June 22nd?
Oh, I don't know.
There's
It's
nothing
because
going on.
their draft followed by their whatchamacallit, the free agency window opens, and then they've got
Draft can happen during the playoffs.
well, that, and even like summer league. I don't know why they jam summer league so close to everything. Summer league could easily be like the third week of July.
Mhm.
Start it then and have it go into August,
Mhm.
and that would be fine. Yeah. Nick V, you just keep putting this trade Keegan, his time is over here thing again and again. I don't. Okay.
All right.
Of all the
F-
people,
F&A, Cotton.
of all the people that
Hey,
just
if somebody
keep
wants to,
reviewing-
if somebody wants to give me a gang of stuff for Keegan, sure.
Yeah.
Hey, this is frustrating as hell.
Oh yeah, his flopping.
Oh my god.
He should have got a flopping tech in like game 1.
Oh, he should have gotten one yesterday.
Yeah.
Seeks out Matherin, runs into him, and then falls down.
Yeah.
Like, brother, please. You're a 6'5" block of granite. You're not falling down because Benedict Matherin brushed against you. Yeah, this is true too. I do kind of wonder if they're gonna make this go away, and then it's just gonna be like a quiet thing among media people.
Yeah.
Like, to me, I don't know. The 65 game thing isn't all created equal. I get, like, they're trying to.
Yeah.
Teams aren't. I don't know.
I mean, watching Domas go out there and trying to get to the 65 game mark was
Just
crazy.
Dragging his leg around. Yeah, I just.
Yeah.
Like, all right.
I mean, he was trying to get his team to the playoffs.
No, understood. But I just. 64 games. But I don't know. If you've played all 64 out of 64 games, and then in your 64th game in the 32nd minute of the night, roll your ankle and you're out for the year. Like that. I don't know. He's an All-NBA guy for 64 games and then turned his ankle.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. He's James. Joe's over there. Jiffy Lube, omnipresent. Real quick, before we get to the Kevin Durant trade, I do want to talk about one more thing from the game last night.
No.
Because this has been such a Halliburton injury focused conversation. What Oklahoma City's defense did yesterday, and you alluded to this earlier, 17 assists and 23 turnovers for Indiana, including 8 assists to 13 turnovers in the second half.
Yeah.
And that run we talked about earlier where Miles Turner hit the 3 to tie to 56, but then Shea 3, steal, Chet 3, steal, Jalen Williams 3 to go up 9. It was like from that point forward, it was like watching a pass rush in a 10-point game with 3 minutes left, where they don't have to worry about the run. They don't have to worry about, reading what the offensive line is doing. Like, no, it's meet at the quarterback.
Yep.
That's when you hear pin their ears back, and that's when you start seeing a quarterback go down 2-3 plays in a row because the defense doesn't have to worry about anything other than just getting to the quarterback. That's what that felt like after that run, that little 9-0 spurt. It just, from that point on, it was like OKC's defense was.
Well, they're one of the great defensive teams that we've seen in the last 25 years.
Yes.
They just are.
Yep.
And they have waves of players to send at you. And not all of them are great offensive players, but I think we saw this balance the whole time between the great offense and the great defense.
Yep.
And then when you lose the great orchestrator of the great offensive team, it really did sort of take the wind out of their sails. And you look though, Benedict Mathurin was incredible.
It was
Like,
awesome.
yeah, had just an incredible impact on the game.
24 and 13, I think.
But then other guys faded. Like Neesmith was totally ineffective.
Mhm.
You know, Miles Turner totally ineffective.
Obi Toppin.
Yeah, Obi Toppin just completely no-showed in the.
Obi Toppin was not a bad man yesterday.
No, he was not a bad man yesterday.
Yeah, and that's where the loss of Tyrese Halliburton matters, because he's one of those guys that just makes the players around him better.
Mhm.
And when it's, hey, Obi, just kind of go drift from the wing to the corner, based on where this defender goes, and then catch and shoot when the ball comes to you, is way different than, hey, Obi, you're gonna have to handle a little bit above the wing. Can you create your own shot? No, okay, get it over to Neesmith, and now you're gonna kind of drift over there. Okay, hey, can you shoot it? It's a little contested. Very, very different sport.
Yeah, and like shout out to Mark Dagnall. His team was so locked in.
It dialed.
Like absolutely. I think both teams were. I just think, you know, losing your best player is rough, but I thought both teams were just so dialed in. And the defensive effort, the first, second, third effort by OKC on the defensive end was just wild.
Yeah, Chet, for as not effective as he was in Game 6, was outstanding. I think he had 5 blocks.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, it's the home and road.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at his home and road splits during the playoffs. You can see a total line in the sand of where he's a great player and where he's just like an average player.
Still growing as a player.
Yeah, still trying to figure it out. And that's what the scary thing is about the Thunder. They're just figuring it out. Jalen Williams became a star in the playoffs.
Yeah.
He coming into those playoffs, I think everybody in the league is like, why is he all NBA? And why is he all NBA first team defensive? He's a good player, but why are we jumping steps? And then he showed you why in the playoffs, and you're like, okay, that's who you are now. We're good.
Yeah, we got it. All right. Speaking of home and road splits, there's a new NBA star who has a new home. Kevin Durant got traded to the Houston Rockets yesterday, a few hours before the game. Houston gets Kevin Durant. Phoenix gets Jalen Green, Dillon Brooks, the number 10 pick, and 5 second-round picks. I need to know real quick before we dive into this. I will talk about, is Phoenix better? Is Houston better? Is there a way the Kings can kind of draft off of this? Anyways, how do they land on 5 second-round picks? Do they go, all right, does Phoenix go, we want Jalen Green, Dillon Brooks, the number 10 pick, or Houston says, we'll give you this, and Phoenix goes, no, we need more? And does Houston start going, a second, like more? 2 seconds. No, it's not gonna. 4 seconds. Not really comfortable with that deal just yet. How about 5 second round? All right, fine, you got us. Yeah, we'll take it.
I think it probably happens something like that. Like again, to get 1 first round pick and then 5 seconds makes a lot of sense because Durant is 37.
Not under contract beyond next year,
and he will sign an extension with Houston. I mean, I think that's what everyone is expecting.
Yeah.
So there wasn't that threat. The problem that they had is that if a team isn't going to give up multiple firsts, then collecting second round picks is actually a really, really sneaky way to improve your roster greatly. Yeah. Because you can use second round picks in a couple of different ways. Number 1, you can draft a second round pick. Number 2, you can trade second round picks for serviceable rotational players like Jonas Valanciunas and Jake LaRavia, like in a stretch run. So that's another way. The other thing you can do is if you've got a player and you want to dump his contract because you're way over the luxury tax, maybe even over the second apron, you might be able to find a team that's willing to take on a $10-12 million player if you throw him a couple of second round picks.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's realistic. That's how Oklahoma has built their dynasty. It's by taking on other teams' bad contracts and their first and second round picks.
Yep.
And then turning those second round picks. Sometimes it's like, hey, will you take this $10 million player? We'll give you 2 seconds. It's like, no, we want a first. They're like, we're not going to give you a first. Well, okay, how about this? We'll give you one of our seconds, but we get a first. And the team's like, all right, fine, we'll do that. Like, and that's how OKC amassed this war chest of picks. It wasn't just the Paul George for Shea 5 first round picks, right? That helped. But on top of that, They had all of these other transactions that they had accumulated over the last decade that has led them to some great young players.
Mm-hmm. And they still have like 31 picks over the next 6 drafts or
Yeah,
whatever insane thing it is.
Something stupid.
Just so silly. So I think the way that probably goes is Phoenix said, how about Green, Brooks, the number 10, and another first? And then they determined what the value of a first round pick was in second round picks.
Yeah.
And they went 5. That's how I think it probably went. All right.
They might have even said, hey, we want 2 more first. And they said, how about we'll give you 5 seconds?
Sure. There's something along those lines.
Yeah.
So let's start with Houston here. You mentioned earlier that OKC looks like they're going to be around for a long time, in part because of all their young talent, in part because it's really hard to not just trust that Sam Presti, as they go along here, is going to continue figuring out how to build quality rosters around his stars. Is Houston now in that conversation? Are they further into that conversation than they were prior to the KD trade?
They are, because when we got to the playoffs, Jalen Green really fell apart.
Yep.
And he just showed his age.
Yep.
And the problem is, on a team like that, when you have so many young players, like, you can't have one of them just kind of check out. And that's what happened. And we can look at the Jalen Green transaction, right? So they signed him to a 3-year, I think $105 million deal. Is very specifically so they had a $30 million player to trade.
Yep.
Because they weren't enamored with him, and a lot of teams around the league aren't enamored with him because of the same exact thing. I mean, he's electric, and he's a super athlete, and he can really, really shoot the 3. And we've seen him like walk into Sacramento and just torch the Kings. But at the same time, there's a maturity level that he just, when you have so many of these young players and you're trying to move along, I think this does move Houston to the number 2 team. They were the number 2 seed in the Western Conferences last year. They feel more like a true number 2 seed now.
Yeah, Jalen Green, as a rookie, averaged 17 points a night, then 22, 19.6, and then 21 this year. So you see the talent. Like you said, he jumps out of the gym. He can score it at all 3 levels. But I think this version of the Houston Rockets, the one that doesn't have Jalen Green and doesn't have Dillon Brooks and does have Kevin Durant, I think they beat Golden State in that 7-game series.
Oh yeah.
They just that is the offensive punch they need. And Kevin Durant, for despite the fact he's 37 and coming off, or not coming off, but and had that Achilles injury in 2019, still a really good player. Still a highly, highly effective scorer. If that's the only thing he needs to do for them, he makes them better.
Oh, he's going to draw a crowd.
There aren't that many, and he's going to do the right thing. He's not going to draw a crowd and then say, I'm going to shoot over 3 players. He's going to draw a crowd and say, there's Amen Thompson on a back cut. Or there's Alperen Şengün alone at the nail. Or whatever it is. Houston got dramatically better here.
Yeah, I think so.
And I think if you're looking at teams that, okay, hey, how do they kind of match up? Could they give OKC a series? If Houston's healthy and Kevin Durant doesn't fall off a cliff, which I don't anticipate him doing, Houston is a team that I think defensively could give OKC a very, very real run.
No, I think so too.
They're not in that first tier. OKC is still alone in a tier in the West, but the Rockets very firmly in tier 2 now.
Well,
if they weren't already,
probably very firmly the best team in tier 2.
Ooh, interesting. I'm gonna have to look at that. I don't think I disagree.
Okay,
because there's, I mean, Minnesota, Denver, probably taking Houston over both of them.
Yeah, I mean, talent-wise.
No, I think you're probably right.
Yep.
All right, we'll talk about Phoenix next. Talk about Phoenix because I think there's a way the Kings might be able to get involved now.
Okay.
Depending on how Phoenix is feeling about their roster and what they kind of want to do. So we'll talk about how the Kings may get involved there, and then we'll talk. ESPN has a bunch of post-finals stuff, including a mock draft of the player that me and Joe absolutely adore. We'll talk about that coming up in the second hour. We're the Insiders. He's James. I'm Kyle. That's Joe. Jiffy Lube sponsors us. Joe, get us out of here. Thanks.
there are rules about this, but I do believe that
This is not nom. This is bowling.
Be
right back.
Brian, I think that when the calendar year shifts, it changes things. But also, it's more complicated than you just can't. You do have to wait a certain amount of time if you trade them with if you're aggregating salaries. If you're trading them with another person, with another player, then you have to wait. If you're trading them by themselves, you don't have to wait. So it's a little bit more complicated than that. And Scooter, I have your question starred. We're going to get into that here in a few minutes. The one that you repeatedly put out there. I'm just messing with you. Lizzie, I don't know. Udoka and KD, sure, that could go wrong, but Durant doesn't usually yell and scream at his coach. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, technically this trade isn't done yet. The trade can be opened back up too, because I don't think it is official, but it can be opened back up and multiple teams can be added, which I think is something that Phoenix might be looking to get into, which we'll discuss here in a few minutes. Let's see, Adrian Moreno, James, who is my favorite Kings player ever that didn't work out? Oh, I don't know. Like, that just didn't live up to what you thought they might? There's so many players that didn't live up to what you thought they might become. I'm not sure.
Are we still talking about Keegan?
This one. No. Oh. No.
Well, they're basketball players. They all probably work out a little.
Oh, we sucked. We sucked, Bryce. We sucked. It was our first game. No one had played in 6 months.
Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Mads, and Joe Brazil is with us. We're hanging out with you till noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC. Right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader. Okay, so Kevin Durant got traded ahead of Game 7 of the NBA Finals yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Houston, very clearly a contender in the West, at least for me, going into next year.
Yep.
Phoenix now has Devin Booker, Bradley Beal, Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, and Grayson Allen. Did they not all roughly... I know they don't do the same stuff.
Grayson Allen can play the 3.
Get a little, and Dylan Brooks typically is a forward.
Yeah. Well, that, and on top of that, I think they're probably going to try to use Booker at the 1, which I don't think is a great idea. But it's something that they've done in the past. Also, I think they try to use Bradley Beal as a 1 in some situations. They have a glut of players. So unless they're going to do like a 3-guard set the entire game, but they don't have the big man to do that.
Right.
Then I don't.
They get him with the number 10 pick.
Yeah, they'll draft Jalen Smith again. They're yeah, sorry.
Dragan Bender, anyone?
Dragan Bender. Their roster makeup right now is very, very, very suspect, and it feels like a team that did a move and that will do another move or two down the road.
I agree.
Yeah.
The problem is I was trying to figure out, okay, could the Kings get involved with this?
Mhm.
Like, would you? And I asked, would you tack a couple of picks to Zach LaVine and swap him for Jalen Green? And then you said Green with Grayson Allen works.
Yeah, well, I think it does. Same thing with Dylan Brooks, and that might actually save them some money.
Right. Which would be the goal, right? At least you would assume, because their salary cap situation's a mess.
Yeah.
And their roster's a mess.
Yeah.
So could you potentially get maybe a younger version of Zach LaVine and Jalen Green, who maybe his ceiling's a little higher at this point? You tack on a couple of picks to do it. Maybe you get Dylan Brooks. I don't personally want to have to watch the guy, but it is what it is. You know, he's going to play defense, and he's going to do so in a way that I'm sure Doug Christie and Scott Perry would be big fans of. Is that something you'd even be remotely interested in, or is Jalen Green just kind of too redundant?
Okay, so I like Jalen Green as a player. I look at Jalen Green realistically as a young Zach LaVine.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And if you look at Zach LaVine's first season, he shot 42.2% from the field and 34.1% from three. Again, you look at Jalen Green's first season, he shot 42.6 from the field and 34.3% from three. Year 4 looks very similar between these two players. But there was a light bulb that went on with Zach LaVine where he realized that he could become a more efficient player, and Jalen Green isn't there yet.
Mm-mm.
And part of the reason why Jalen Green isn't there, in my opinion, is because, again, when you have an entire roster filled with young top-tier picks, whether it's Ausar Thompson or it's Jabari Smith Jr.
Ahmed Thompson.
Ahmed. Yeah. Or, Cam Whitmore, or, again, you got Jalen Green there, you got Shepard there.
She said Jabari Smith?
Yeah, Jabari Smith, Alperen Şengün. You just, add all of these players.
Crazy.
It's super, super difficult to bring each of them along. You can bring them along as a group, but sometimes when you're bringing a group along, the finer nuances of the game are lost on specific players.
Sure.
And I think that Jalen Green has the potential to be an outstanding player.
You've seen the flashes.
Yeah, and even the flashes, think back to the flashes of Jalen Green pulling up from 28 feet and hitting 1-3 after another against the Kings. And then look at Zach LaVine and how many times he did that late in games. It's the same exact thing. There's a talent level, a skill set level that is just off the charts there, but you're kind of lost in the shuffle. Even I'd say Jabari Smith Jr. has totally been lost in the shuffle there. He has not been able to take the logical steps that he should have been able to take. And it's because they have too much youth. And that's so difficult to do. A guy like Cam Whitmore just getting left out in the cold. Tari Eason, another guy who's in the first 3 or 4 years of his career. So I think he's a player that I would gamble on, but it's got to be the right situation. And you've got to be taking a lateral step. And again, if the Kings could do something like Zach LaVine straight across for him and Dylan Brooks or him and Grayson Allen, I'm in, because you're getting a player who's 7 years younger, and then you're getting an additional player that is a rotational player that helps your team right now. And again, the Kings need shooting. Grayson Allen is a great shooter, outstanding shooter. They need toughness. Again, Dylan Brooks is outstanding toughness dude. Now, does he get annoying? Sure. Do you want him on your team taking bad mid-range jump shots? No, you don't.
Sure.
But that's okay. You need more talent on this team. And if you could break up one player into two, and that one of those players that you're bringing in is 23 years old with an unlimited ceiling still, that's something that I would consider if I were the Kings.
Yeah. I think again, this is not something that's been reported as even on the table, but when you see a trade like that, and then you see what you observed with the Suns roster, where we always talk about the Kings roster just needs to make more sense. The Suns roster super doesn't make sense, and their cap situation sucks, and they're trying to figure it out. I don't know if Devin Booker doesn't sound like he's going to ask out. Okay, so you have prime Devin Booker right now.
Yeah,
you got to build around him. But are they looking to save money, which is what that deal would do? Plus, if you're also attaching a pick or two, I think that's still worth it for the Kings, because you have a good war chest of picks to deal with now.
Yeah.
And two, for Phoenix, they have no assets. accumulating assets has to be one of their top priorities this
Mhm.
offseason if you're Phoenix. And man, I know that Zach LaVine doesn't necessarily quote unquote fit in that way, but if you're saving money and getting some picks back, you got to at least think about it if you're Phoenix.
Yeah, no, I think that's possible. There are rumors right now too that Bradley Beal will either be traded or bought out, and the buyout on Bradley Beal is wild.
What is it?
wild. So he's owed 53.7 and then 57.1 on a player option.
So 110.
So 110 million. So because it's a 2-year deal, you get to double the years and then add one. So they could break it out over 5 years. Would you take a $21 million a year tax hit? Cap hit on him for 5 years? 20. That's what it would be. Like if you stretch provision him, we $21 million for 5 consecutive seasons.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah, actually, it's closer to
Because-
it's 110. So it's
22.
It's $22 million.
Yeah, because from everything I understand is Brad Beal is not a culture guy.
No,
and I think Phoenix just has to start over as best they can. And if you can get rid of that Bradley Beal albatross,
yeah,
however you can do it, even okay, it's going to cost $22 million a year for the next 5, and we're going to basically have money tied up, that much money tied up in a guy who's not playing for our team. I don't care.
well, that and
I'd way rather that than he's starting, he's not starting, he's available, he's not available. Oh, he doesn't want to be here, but he's going to stay here out of spite. Nah. Peace.
well that, but in
Wow.
year 1, you save $31 million off the cap.
Yeah,
and that $31 million would drop them from a second apron team all the way below, like even the luxury tax. And
Oh,
so
man.
that would save them $100 million
mm-hmm.
by like spreading his salary out over 5
Yeah.
years. I'd consider it, and I'd also go to Bradley Beal and say, hey, look, this is what we want to do. Will you take 80 cents on the dollar? Can we get you to take a 20% cut off of that?
Mm-hmm.
So then that way the 5 years, we're looking more like 17 million or 16 million. Will you take some money off of that? And then you can go sign somewhere else and go have a good life and just not
Mhm.
here. I could see them trying to pull that off.
What a disaster.
Yeah.
What a freaking disaster. Plus, if you stretch provision, geez, easy for me to say.
Uh-huh.
If you stretch provision Bradley Beal, it opens a roster spot for Zach LaVine.
There it is.
There you go.
Plus, the other, so people understand this, the stretch provision, you can't trade it. You can't do any. Once you use the stretch provision, it's straight up $22 million would come
Yep.
off your books for 5 straight years, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yep. You're
Yeah.
basically working with a $22 million cap hold for somebody who's not on the team.
Yeah, the NBA used to allow an amnesty, a one-time amnesty when they did their
It was
new
right after the
CBAs.
lockout, right?
Yeah, anytime they do CBA, a new CBA, they would allow you to buy out one contract, and they stopped doing that. They did not have that in the last one, but I remember Michael Finley got bought out. Like, I think they owed him $59 million, and
Yeah.
they just like wrote him a check and said, "All right, see ya." And it wasn't because he was a bad player; it's just he wasn't.
Yeah, he's
player.
expensive.
He was expensive, and
Yeah.
he wasn't living up to that contract.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Okay, we can bail on that contract."
So the 49ers did this entire offseason.
Yeah, just
Like, you're
bail
not
on everybody.
bad, but you're just not living up to the contract.
Yeah.
So goodbye. Obviously not on an amnesty. They got to pay against the cap and whatnot. But
Mhm.
here's the other aspect of the KD thing now that he's been traded to Houston unofficially. You said on this program that the Miami Heat would look into DeMar DeRozan as a possible option if they miss out on the KD sweepstakes.
Mhm.
They have missed out on the KD sweepstakes. So where
We're gonna have to
are we
wait
at?
and
When
see.
does DeMar DeRozan get traded to Miami?
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see if they figure out a deal with the Heat at this point. Everything I heard like a week and a half ago, there were tons of murmurs, tons of like sources saying, "Hey, like watch DeMar to Miami," and the framework of a deal that could possibly come to fruition. There's been a little kickback on that over the last couple of days, but at the same time, let's wait and see what happens. Let's wait and see what happens because what I was hearing sounded pretty logical.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to wait and see if they actually do finish a deal. And like, look, I don't expect it's possible DeMar DeRozan's on this roster next season, but I don't think anyone truly expects that.
Is there? Have you heard? I don't even want to say have you heard anything. Are there rumblings? Do we know? Has this come out? It would be logical to me if DeMar DeRozan very quietly, because he's a pro and Sacramento didn't do anything wrong to him.
Mhm.
If he just very quietly met with Scott Perry and said, "Hey, can we? I got a couple of years left.
Yeah, I
I
don't know.
want to try. I want to go somewhere else."
I don't know if that happened, but I wouldn't be shocked at all if he didn't make his wishes known
Yeah.
during exit interviews. It's not even like exit interviews; it's exit interviews and then like entrance interviews.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's
right.
like
Well, he said on was it Lou Williams podcast
maybe.
last year when the De'Aaron Fox drama was going down? He basically said if Fox gets traded, I got to kind of rethink what I'm doing here in Sacramento.
Well, yeah, of course. And, again, players don't actually get to just decide what they're
No
going
doubt.
to do.
No doubt.
Unless, again, he wants to go and take a whole lot less money to opt out.
But
he's not going to because of his age and because of where he's at in his career. He's not going to give the Kings a discount if they're just to buy him out.
Mhm.
And, like, look, Houston, when they signed Jalen Green to that contract, it literally was a $30 million placeholder so they could trade a young, athletic guy that they weren't enamored with as part of their long-term future, but you need these types of $30 million contracts. It's the same reason why the Kings signed Harrison Barnes, that 3-year deal was like 17, 18, 19 million. It's so they had one season, a $17 million player, and then the next an $18 million player that they could package for a trade.
Sure.
So I would not be surprised if, again, that's what the Kings are using as their leverage to go on the market. And, the DeMar DeRozan $24.5 million contract that drops to $10 million the next year.
If in capital letters, DeMar DeRozan did say to Scott Perry, Doug Christie, whoever he interviewed with, and said, "Hey, I don't want to be here anymore. I would like to play somewhere where I have a chance to really compete for a championship over the next couple of years, and I don't think it's here."
Yeah.
You have to do that. I know he doesn't get to decide and get to dictate that, but if you're Scott Perry and you're Doug Christie and you're trying to establish a culture and you're trying to head down a new path, get this team going the right direction, I think having a disgruntled DeMar DeRozan on your roster for an entire season or half of a season is antithetical to that.
Well,
that is moving you the wrong way.
And as harsh as this sounds, like, he didn't fit anyways.
Right.
Like, you should be looking to move him anyways, not because, he's a bad player, but because of exactly what you said. He goes out there and he does what he does. He doesn't care if no one wants him to do what he does. He's going to do what he does.
Made a Hall of Fame career out of doing it.
He has. And so you're kind of stuck with a player that is a square peg in a round hole. But then, as every minute he's on the court, he's about, getting 22 points a game.
If Scott Perry and Doug Christie in their intro presser, or I guess it was technically, is it Doug's intro presser? That it was him with Scott Perry? Yes, that was when Doug officially got hired. That's right. So if they had sat down and said, yeah, the type of team we want, we're going to play all isolation ball. We're going to load up on one-on-one scores and we're going to be awesome at that. Then yeah, sure. DeMar DeRozan stays.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a type. He plays the type of game that Doug Christie and Scott Perry are going to want to play.
I would agree.
So to me, it's just logical. It'd be logical for him to want out. It'd be logical for the Kings to want to move him. But nothing on that front just yet, it sounds like. All right. ESPN posted a bunch of stuff post-finals, including some NBA tiers. They're borrowing my idea. Where do the Kings fit in to the NBA hierarchy? We'll talk about that. And then a mock draft with perhaps the best shooter in college basketball heading to the Sacramento Kings. We'll tell you who that is next. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's with us. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader. Oh, shoot. I forgot to log into the call screener. Oops.
Oh.
Mitch still there? God, he is.
You're a grinder, Mitch. You're a grinder.
Yeah, correct. Tiers, Tiers, not Tears.
We saved the other one for Toy Story, right? No, not funny. All right,
Why you got to bring up old stuff?
I'll
huh?
see myself out. I'll see myself out.
Toy Story 3. Okay, see, so my wife and I were having this conversation last night. What was the first movie you ever saw in theaters?
Nemo.
I think, God, that's crazy. I think for me, it was The Lion King. I feel like my babysitter took me to see The Lion King, which came out in June of 94. But then I also was like, Toy Story? Toy Story was right around then, too. That was November of 95, I think, is when Toy Story came out.
I think mine was Star Wars.
That's so cool. The OG?
Yeah.
Nice. That's sick.
I was little.
That's a cool experience.
I remember my uncle took me to go see First Blood too. That was a little later though.
A little different.
Yeah.
Pocahontas a good one. Oh, Little Rascals crazy. Oh, Aldrin's a youngin'. Holy smokes.
Mm-hmm.
I remember me and my buddy went to go see The Incredibles. We had just had dinner with our folks. He's my neighbor across the street. The homie, still the homie to this day. We've known each other since we were like 3 or 4. And we had just had dinner at this Mexican spot right across the street from the movie theater in Brentwood. Shout out to La Fuente. And we went, oh, The Incredibles playing. We want to go watch The Incredibles. Can we go see The Incredibles? And our folks are like, yeah, bet. Here, we're going to drop you off. We'll come pick you up after the movie. Nobody in the movie theater. We sat by, like the big hand, like the it's like not a handrail, but it's that wall that goes up.
Yeah.
With
Stairs,
little lights
half
on
wall
it.
with
Yeah.
the little lights, but then it's got the wide top on it. We were like sitting on that while watching the movie,
Okay.
just sitting in all these different seats. At one point, I think my friend laid on the ground, which now as an adult, disgusting. Don't do that.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, had the theater to ourselves. And
I
acted like it.
remember waiting in line for Indiana Jones.
Wow.
I remember we waited in line for a matinee when it first came out. And I remember,
That's sick.
yeah, I remember seeing E.T. in the theater.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Just iconic films.
This is an interesting question. How the injury changed the perception of the Kings trade. I don't think it's going to change anything. What would change the perception is Domas runs the team deep into the playoffs.
That's it. That's the right call.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Mitch, our guy in New Jersey, is on hold. Mitch, we'll get to you in a bit. Full disclosure, forgot that we had a caller because I did a bad job today. That's on me. I'm going to wear that. Foul on me. I got fouls to give. It's all good. Okay, so ESPN released a post-NBA Finals mock draft.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah. You know we love a mock draft here.
Yes.
The NBA draft is Wednesday, by the way.
I know, it's just wild. This is so crazy that the finals end on a Sunday and we have the draft a couple of days later.
Insane.
Like,
Just a
hey, Sam
ridiculous-
Presti, like,
Just a ridiculous calendar.
dry your tears and go draft somebody.
You're picking 15th, by the way.
And how many picks do they have? Like,
3 or 4.
yeah, way
ridiculous.
too many picks.
Ridiculous stuff. So the Kings at number 42. So again, we're not at the point of mock drafts or we're not at the point of Kings trading up into the 20s talk where they're getting placed there in mocks, even in mock trades.
Uh-huh.
So we're picking 42nd here. Number 42 overall. Second round pick they acquired from Chicago. And they took, with that selection, Kentucky guard, formerly of Dayton, Kobe Brea. Kobybrea. 6'5" 3/4" barefoot, 65 1/4 inch wingspan, shot 49.8% from 3 on 6.1 attempts per game in 2023.
Okay.
Then went to Kentucky and shot 43% last year. And for his career, shot 43.4% from beyond the arc. Also had his free throw percentage tick up above 90 last year. He guards a little.
A little.
He is not super athletic. He is not. He has the requisite size to play the wing. He's not like abnormally big in any way.
He's a 2, not a 3. That's how I would describe him.
Oh,
I don't think he can play up.
I think he would have to,
Okay.
because I don't know that he can guard 1s or 2s. He does not move very quickly, which is the big takeaway from watching. There are 2 takeaways from watching Kobe Brea. One, never gets anywhere with any particular rapid pace.
No.
B, shoots the hell out of it.
Oh, yeah.
Holy smokes, dog. And it's the variety of 3-point shots. He's not just like standing in the corner and then when it gets kicked to him, he has some of those. He has some catch and shoot, but he has a nice little step back game. He's very, very effective with a ball fake where he gets so many flybys, little sidestep, wide open look. He shoots off the dribble a little. Why can I not think of the thing the Kings do? Dribble handoffs.
Oh, DHO.
A lot of DHO game. I am a big fan of adding a player like Kobe Brea, who, all right, you don't really know defensively, doesn't handle it a ton. He does a little bit, doesn't turn it over though when he does have to handle it, but shoots the bloody lights out. Give me that at 42, and we can figure out what else he can do.
Okay, so talking to NBA like development guys and assistant coaches, when they go through the draft process, they're hoping that a player has, especially in the second round, at least one true NBA skill.
Yes.
So whether they are an incredible like dribbler, right, or they're a shot blocker, or they're just a terror on defense, whatever it is, if you can get a guy who shoots, 43.4% from 3 for his career, and then you watch him and everything he does, it's just so balanced. Like he's always on balance, and it's just a smooth shot. So, like this deep in the draft, what are the Kings, 42? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Like you're getting a guy that you at least know that you can hide in the corner and can get shots off.
Yep.
My only concern is that a lot of it is super slow, and that works for Kyle Anderson, but Kyle Anderson's also like 6'9".
Right.
With long arms. This is a guy with very short arms and not a lot of athleticism. So you might, like, I don't know, I would worry he's more like Brady Hayslip than he is like, you said Bryn Forbes?
Yeah, that was the NBA Draft Net. That was their comp for him. Bryn Forbes and Jason Capono.
Yeah, he doesn't even move a lot like I mentioned Seth Curry, right? Because of just the knockdown ability.
Yeah.
But it's a little slow. So I don't know if it does work at the NBA level, or if he's like a 4A prospect, a guy who's going to have a difficult time, taking the next step.
He played 5 years in college, but he's not 23 until November.
Okay.
The other thing that really jumped out was when he uses his gravity really effectively in terms of creating like back cuts. And creating driving lanes with pump fakes. Like it was very rare that you see him just put the ball on the deck and go by somebody. But if he catches and a little ball fake, guy jumps, he's very good at putting the ball on the deck. Saw him finish through contact a few times. I think there's enough there that if they take Kobe Brea, it wouldn't be like, wow, what are they doing?
Yeah.
They're taking a guy who shot 43.4%. 49.8% from 3 for a season on 6.1 attempts a night is insane. You're going to make 3 threes every game. That's ridiculous.
No, I'm with you. But you got to be able to defend somebody.
That's it. If you can't move, you're toast.
Yeah.
But the bet here is that, okay, we know he can shoot the hell out of it. Can we get him in an NBA training program and get him to just like a requisite level of athleticism where he can give us 15 minutes a night?
Yeah. I mean, that's always going to be the question. Can you
And-
take that step with him?
It's interesting. Would you rather see the Kings bet on a guy who like Kobe Bryant, who shoots the hell out of it, but man, I don't know if he can really move, or a super athlete who you don't know if he can shoot it?
I would probably choose the super athlete just because they don't have those.
Yeah, good point.
But then again, like the guy's got to be able to step on the court and play.
That's it.
And that's always going to be the question. Like, can he be, can he actually function in NBA rotation?
Man, it didn't look like it. There's some really slow movements happening.
I really enjoyed like the 3-point shooting. It's just super clean.
It is crazy. Every shot he takes, he is perfectly vertical.
Yeah.
It is unbelievable shooting display if you want to go watch some Kobe Bryant tape.
Yeah.
Not a ton else going on though. Wonder if Mitch has Kobe Bryant thoughts. Let's get to Mitch in New Jersey on the Elk Grove Kid Talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Mitch, you're on the Elk Grove Kid Talk line. What's up?
How you doing, Kyle? James? I think I better stay with the program because good show. Can always bring up a lot of things.
You're the best.
And you know how I try to get everything done in 10 seconds.
Yeah.
I think it was Halliburton's fault. It's guaranteed money. The ink's dried up. You can't bet. You're not going to bet on yourself that you'd be back in the same position. It's not like Dan Marino. I know we had Dan Marino, so he was betting on himself too. But it's more like your fault. I mean, God bless. They kept me. They brought me back in my job at FedEx. 2 hernias. I broke my leg, and I also got a hip replacement. Thank you. I guess they like me more than that. But anyway, it wasn't roast like I'm here. And I know I'm trying to say. And with the scheduling, I brought this up to Joe. Hope I don't forget what I said. They shouldn't play the other conference, just one division, like they used to do in baseball. Football's different, but it is getting a little hectic with their scheduling too. How about just play more games within your conference? I think most of the teams are kind of like west of the Mississippi, and maybe I'm cheating a few games, so that will cut down on traveling.
All right, thanks for the call, Mitch. You kind of lost me when you said it's Tyrese Halliburton's fault that he blew his Achilles, and that he shouldn't have played because he has guaranteed money.
Mitch, we love you, but
That's
the
a
phone,
wild take.
I said, Mitch, I like your second part about the schedule, how maybe we could play within the conference a little more. I said, don't say that first part. I said, don't say that. And he said, okay.
I tried to warn him.
He said, I won't. I said, that's going to make people upset. Don't
That's
say
a
that.
bad take.
I told him. I literally told him that.
Not anybody's fault. Goodness gracious.
That's funny.
Shout out to but yeah, man, maybe that's it. Maybe it's like very little interconference play, or you play one division from the other conference a year or something like that.
Yeah.
Try and cut down on some of the trouble. I don't know. We're talking about trying to limit NBA injuries earlier and what the NBA could do with their schedule that is not taking games off the 82 game slate, because that doesn't seem realistic.
Yeah.
All right. The other thing I wanted to get to here on the Insiders, we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. He's James. I'm Kyle. That's Joe. Appreciate everybody listening on 1320 AM and 98.5 FM HD2. That's the radio stations. If you're watching on YouTube, hello. If you're watching on Twitch, hello. YouTube.com/ESPN1320. Please subscribe, like our videos. We would appreciate the heck out of that. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320 as well. The James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show. That's our podcast. And you can listen to us live anywhere in the world on the free Odyssey app. Just search ESPN 1320. Make sure to favorite that station, so when you open the app, our station is right there for you. The other ESPN thing I thought was interesting was they did a tier of contenders.
Okay.
In the NBA. There is a tier right above the Kings called Will the Real Team Please Stand Up? And that's Dallas, Memphis, and Philly. Then there's a tier below that called Stuck in Purgatory. And that's where the Kings have been placed. And, over the years of been 10 years in this market, over the course of my life, finding people saying mean things about the Kings and then roasting them is typically the move. And that was my knee-jerk reaction, was like, okay, yeah, let's see what. But as of right now, on June 23rd, I have a really hard time coming up with arguments against putting the Kings in the Stuck in Purgatory tier of the NBA right now.
Yeah, the only way they change that is to change their roster in the next like 7 days as they get through the draft and the opening of free agency and they make trades and they do something different. As of right now, they are stuck in a very, very awkward and bad place
Mhm.
where
Purgatory.
yeah, you're a 40-win team, less than 500, and you just saw a reduction in wins in 2 straight seasons.
Mhm.
That's not a good place to be.
Mhm.
And you have players that may or may not want to be here because of that.
Mhm.
And you've got lots of decisions to make. You just hired a new head coach, you just hired a new GM, all of these things. But that doesn't mean that it has to be that way. You know, I think it brings me to like one of the questions that was asked earlier of us. And Scooter said, hey, James and Kyle, so much talk about how Levine talks might heat up. Do you think that Vivek will really let Perry trade him after he went through so much to finally get him on the team? And the answer is like, yeah.
If he doesn't, fire the GM and you just do it.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, look, Scott Perry's got free reign to do whatever he needs to do right now to make this team better. Like, all options are on the table, uncomfortable options. All kinds of options are on the table. Things that make people really go, ooh, I don't think that makes me extremely like upset that player X, Y, and Z might be on the way out the door. Get used to it because that's what I mean. Again, Scott Perry flipped the Knicks roster in a year. I'm not saying he's going to be able to do the same thing with the Kings, but when you look at the Kings roster and they already had like 8 guys or 7 guys, I think, that are not on contracts for the season, like this roster is going to flip. Like I don't think Doug McDermott or Jay Crowder or Markelle Fultz or any of that group of players will be back. Like there's going to be major changes here. And I think that especially early on, Vivek has shown that in the first year or two of a GM or a coach, he's all in. He allows that person to go do what they have to do. It's as things wear on and things go wrong that he becomes more and more of a voice in the room. And that's not to say he's not a voice in the room all the time, because he is. He is all the time.
Sure.
Like he's somebody who calls a GM, you know, at a minimum once a day, but probably more than that.
Can you imagine real quick? This is not disrespect to this person. This is just, let's take away names and faces and just go boss employee.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if Aaron Miller called you once a day? Aaron Miller is our boss.
Well, yeah, but I would also say my response to that would be, yeah, but you and I text like 8 times, 10 times a day, even on a Saturday and Sunday.
But we have a show to do.
No,
Can you imagine if your boss was just reaching out like, hey, was thinking about a segment idea. Like, every day at least?
Yeah.
No,
I
down to that.
I get that, but same time, it's like, hey, you know, what's happening? How are you building this? How are you developing your squad? All that stuff. And, you know, he wants to know. He wants to know what's next.
There's this clip of Sam Presti going around last night from 2021.
Oh, it's brilliant. Yeah.
Where he says in there, shortcuts cut long runs short.
Yep.
And guess what, man? There's not a shortcut available here. Or there shouldn't be.
The shortcut happened.
Yeah. That was the Zach LaVine trade. Or the De'Aaron Fox trade.
Well, and even for me, the DeMar DeRozan signing was an
another
attempted shortcut.
Yep.
It was a way of getting around the fact that you couldn't develop a player to play the small forward position.
Yep.
And that you couldn't bring somebody else along, that Harrison Barnes was your only option.
Yep.
So you tried to take a shortcut and it didn't pay off.
And when we talk about long run short and you had De'Aaron Fox with Domantas Sabonis and Keegan Murray and you're a couple pieces away and all this, the DeMar DeRozan thing derailed a lot of that to the point that you had to fire Mike Brown, which led to the trading of De'Aaron Fox. And now you're in purgatory. So my hope is that as they try and climb out of this purgatory, just to borrow ESPN's phrase, that there's not a shortcut in there. Like let this be what it is. Let Scott Perry do what he's going to do. And if he says, hey, you know what, we're going to kind of have to take a step back here. I think I got these couple of moves lined up. where our roster might not be as good. We might win 35 games this year, but it's going to get us in this direction. I got this idea. This is kind of the plan.
Mhm.
There has to be an allowance for that, and an understanding that this is as good as the individuals on the roster are. They're ostensibly at square one.
Yep.
So,
What I love about what we saw after OKC won
mhm.
is, they build a stage really fast. It's always crazy.
It's unbelievable.
It's really crazy.
Shout out to the ops team.
Yeah, it's wild. They all climb up on the stage, and there's one guy there that paid for all of it,
Mhm.
and it's Clay Bennett.
Mhm.
They hand the trophy to him. He holds it up. He hands it right to the team and walks away.
Mhm.
No speech, no fanfare, no nothing. He allowed the basketball people to do the basketball thing, and it wasn't always easy. And they almost got there a couple of times, but they kept taking steps back, and then they would build again, and then it didn't work out. I mean, we talked about this. What other team has 3 different MVPs over a 12-year period? I mean, that's wild.
And what other team has gone to the finals, done their falling short, been bad for a couple of years, and kept the GM?
Yeah.
Let the GM hang out and keep making decisions.
Yeah, so shout out to Clay Bennett. And
Like, he sucks. Thumbs down to Clay Bennett for moving the Sonics.
I totally
But
agree.
in a vacuum, as an owner, I think he kind of does it the way you'd want him to.
Well, that, and he doesn't suck in Oklahoma City.
Sure.
He
sure.
is a
Yeah, no doubt.
superstar,
Yep.
and there will be a statue of him out front, and rightly there should. And I know that's painful for people in Seattle, but
Mhm.
man, he took a gamble here.
Yeah, big time.
And he let people do the work. The
Mhm.
right people do the work and let them cook.
Mhm.
And you just won an NBA championship, and you have got a bunch of them lined up.
I hate that you can't say trust the process anymore in the NBA because it's a punchline.
Yep.
But man, that's what this was for Oklahoma City. And that's what I would like to see the Kings doing more of. Just say, trust that success is not going to be linear here. There's going to be some ups, there's going to be some downs, there's going to be some trial, there's going to be some error. But eventually, you've just got to trust your guys to get you to the right point.
Mhm.
And have a leash longer than 2 seasons.
Yeah.
But we'll see. The Thunder providing proof positive of patience paying off. All right. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's with us. The handoff is next. I believe it's Kenny Caraway today. Kenny Caraway going to be in for the handoff. We'll get his thoughts on Game 7 of the NBA Finals, the Tyrese Halliburton injury, the Kevin Durant trade. We'll try and squeeze all of that into the handoff leading up to D'Lo and Casey right here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Be right back.
Sweet. This show always goes by fast, Leezy. Hey, I would love nothing more than for Vivek to have his day. For the Kings to win an NBA title and for Vivek to be recognized for, again, he's made a ton of mistakes, but at the same time, go walk to the Doco and tell me that he hasn't had a positive impact on the city of Sacramento. Like, the building is amazing. The entire area around it, spectacular. It's getting better. If we didn't go through a global pandemic, we probably would have another 10 restaurants and maybe some nightclubs and stuff. There is a lot of positives that he's done and a lot of money that he's pumped into the Sacramento economy. And so there, as far as letting basketball people do basketball things, that doesn't always happen, but that doesn't take away from a lot of the things that he has had success with. David Lopez, I don't think that this is a spectacular draft class, but that doesn't mean that there aren't good players hiding. Again, keep this in mind. We're at the back end of the pandemic kids. So 22-year-olds right now, 21, 22, they are the kids that lost the last half of their junior year and their entire senior year in sports. So this is just a different group of players coming through. And there are some amazing ones, but there's also some that just didn't develop. And I also think that there's a lot of players who stopped playing basketball because AAU died for a year or a year and a half. So we're in a weird time. I mean, this isn't always the case. Like, I mean, when you're calling somebody every day, like, you know exactly what's happening, most likely. So I think there's enough blame to go around for everybody. And the fact that, again, you didn't make a trade for a guy like Pascal Siakam because you didn't want to pay him the right money. I mean, that's going to be something that's always, whose decision was that?
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Got the handoff coming up shortly. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil is with us. No cargo pants today. Pants, but no cargo pants.
Oh, I feel like we like forced him to move away from cargo pants.
Okay,
I didn't want to do that because cargo pants are for the young people.
I'm okay with
it's
cargo
fa-
pants.
It's fair.
Not anti-cargo
To be
pants.
fair, I was regardless. You could have said those were the coolest cargo pants you've ever seen in your
They're
whole
pretty
life.
sick.
They would not have been on today because it was too hot for cargo pants that day.
Mm.
And I saw a couple people pointing to that in the chat, and I was like, Psh, I'm inside anyways. No, dude, no. It's summertime now, and it's time to wear shorts.
Yeah, summertime in
So-
Sacramento, not a joke. Even the walk to your car.
Although it was
Yeah.
freezing this week, it was
It was-
cold this
It
weekend.
was a little
Windy.
chilly.
Had-
It was a
what
little
did-
chilly.
That was Wednesday, I think. I'm pretty sure it was
Sure.
Wednesday. And I had his softball game right after that. I did have some shorts in the car, but then and then after we went out again, and I threw the pants back on, and it was still way too hot for the cargo pants. So we're out on
So the
those
cargo
for a
pants,
while.
the cargo pants are out until at
For a
least
while.
fall. At
Yeah.
least fall.
Yeah.
Very good. It'll be hoodie season for most of us. Cargo pants season for Joe. Hey, what were we talking about at the break? I wanted to keep talking about it.
I don't know the complexities.
We were talking
of-
about deep drafts. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. There's nothing worse, and I was waiting for Kenny to come in here because he's standing at the door, not coming in, even though his segment started 60 seconds ago. There's nothing worse, and I say this because I saw Cody Rhodes. Is that a wrestler? Is that a wrestler guy?
I don't watch the
Joe, you're
wrestling.
not a wrestling guy?
Huge wrestling guy. I'm not aware of Cody Rhodes. And you know what? I was actually looking
Something
into this.
Rhodes?
I was looking into this earlier. It was Cody Rhodes, the video.
Okay, so Cody Rhodes, I think, is a wrestling guy. Is he a wrestling guy? Help me.
Get on that.
Oh, yes. According to the Chatty House, yes. And it's him, quote unquote, shooting a basketball. Never meet your heroes and never watch your heroes shoot a jump shot unless they're a basketball player. That's a life rule I live by.
Huh.
I don't want to see any who's a I like Stray Kids, right? The
Yep.
K-pop group. I don't want to ever see them shoot a basketball ever.
Oh,
It just changes my perception of somebody. For example, Kenny. I've always liked Kenny. I've always had a great deal of respect for Kenny. And then you watch Kenny shoot a jump shot, and you're like, oh, okay, like he's for real.
okay.
Like Kenny can shoot it. But watching this Cody Rhodes fella just assault a basketball while throwing it in the direction of a rim,
Oh, dude,
Was it like
it
Carl Lewis
is
throwing out
so
the
hard
first
to watch.
pitch?
Joe, do you have the video up there?
I can pull it up real quick for
Yeah.
you.
Do you know how to get it onto the stream?
Maybe.
Okay, click present and then click on that tab when it yeah. Oh no, that's Kenny. All right, Kenny Caraway's here. Kenny, have you seen Kenny Caraway, D'Lo KC wearing a Hawaiian shirt, letting everybody know that he's a dad? So
summertime vibes.
okay, now Joe, yeah, you're on the right thing. Now make that full screen, and once that's full screen, we'll get this video. Did you see this video of Cody Rhodes quote unquote shooting a basketball.
I haven't seen it.
It's one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. Okay, here we go. Joe, go ahead and run that video. First of all, he's in a three-piece
Yeah, he's
suit.
in a three-piece suit. So that might be a little
No.
tough.
It doesn't. It doesn't help. Nope.
It's
Now
European
watch
fit.
this. Watch this. What is this?
Oh, come on.
Come.
No, okay. All right.
No.
All right, hold on.
Wait, he's making
Hang
his
on.
way
Oh,
to
here we
the
go.
basket.
Here we go.
Can I stall him out just a little bit? Just a little bit. He's in the three-piece suit, perfectly tailored, European fit. He's buff.
Dog.
Does he make one though? I haven't even seen this whole video.
There's not a lot of movement I'd be trying to make if I were him.
I don't think he.
He's got a camera crew just
Well, then-
following him around. Oh, no.
Gotta be a little prepared. Like, come on, man.
Actually,
Wow.
you want to know?
That's
I'm
tough.
a zag just a little bit.
That's tough.
Actually, not that bad.
His release
not
point
that
is
bad.
way too
Shots
low.
Are almost
Well,
going.
once again, he can. I don't think he can jump. He's in hard bottoms. I don't think he can jump. He doesn't want to do too much. It's actually not that bad, all things considered. Now, if he was in like athletic attire and he
Sure.
shot like that, that would be embarrassing.
How do we feel about Domas's first pitch at the A's game?
That was bad.
That was tough.
Oh,
That was
It's a
bad.
tough look for my guy.
Yeah, that was bad. Did you see Dwayne Wade? He got at the Fanatics thing. He got in like a pitching cage
No.
and pitched, and it looked like Domas a little bit.
Oh,
It
man.
wasn't as slow and like lobby
Right, yeah,
as it was,
yeah.
but it wasn't fluid. I don't know. Basketball players, it's getting a bad rap right now.
This is what,
They're getting a bad
James,
rap.
is what
this
we're
is what
talking
we're
about.
talking about. There's too much sports specialization among the youth now.
The Utes of America are not playing multiple sports. So your son plays multiple sports, right? He
Yeah.
plays baseball and he plays basketball.
Yes, yes.
The crossover between those two, like you could go put him on a different, like you can have him go play soccer
Mhm.
and be like, oh, I'll be the goalie. That's fine. Like he can field a grounder, he can catch a ball in the air. Like there are so many kids that have none of those skills.
Like basic movement skills.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree with you.
It just
I agree with you. I was listening earlier, like I always do.
my man.
And that point, I agree with 100%. Actually, I don't disagree with any points, but I agree with what James was talking about with that, with multiple sports. And when you guys talk about playing in the AAU and stuff like that, I just wonder, what's the difference between playing a bunch of AAU and playing every day like we did? You know what I'm saying? Like I played every day on concrete. Every day. So does that make things safer for me? Or you know what I mean?
I think it's
because
I
we
think
always
it's
talk about they
the-
just play basketball all the time with AAU. I played basketball every day on the blacktop.
I think there's you're running multiple games, right? And you're probably playing for multiple teams
with
in AAU.
yeah.
Plus you've got specialized training. most of these guys, I'm
that's
sure.
a bit of that's a bit of an issue.
And so that's where I think it's different. It's the same thing with like baseball players now. I think baseball has the same issue. Did you know there's travel ball for 8-year-olds?
Yeah.
That's insane.
Shout out to the Thunder.
Oh, is that you? Is that what you're?
Well, I
So-
just know the teams. Shout
so-
out Thunder. Shout out Best Beast. Shout out Admirals. Shout out Lab Rats. Yeah.
No, so there's travel ball, and that's why I think so many more pitchers are getting hurt now.
Mhm.
Is because you're playing travel ball. You're pitching 3, 4, 5 games in a weekend, or playing 3, 4, 5 games in a weekend, and then you're going to your pitching coach once or twice, and then you got practices, and then you're doing all this stuff. Then by the time you get to the majors, you've thrown so many pitches. It's such a high stress. Like your body eventually just kind of breaks down.
Mhm.
But people will make the same argument where you go, oh, okay, well, kids used to play out in the playground all the time.
That
Like,
one's
that's
a little different though. Like I wasn't throwing a curveball at 8,
Right.
and I wasn't pitching as much as I was playing basketball.
Mhm.
Like when I go to Reichmuth or 10th and P, when I was 14,
Mhm.
15 years old, I'd be there from like 10 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Mhm.
Yeah.
just playing different games.
Sure.
I
So
play
don't-
volleyball
like I said, it's
6
nothing
hours
to
a day.
combat the point. I just wonder, like, is it more so that I played football? Because I'm telling you, lunchtime at our Sabre Lutheran, them football games,
Mhm.
I wasn't playing, bro. I wasn't playing. Okay. I wasn't playing. I was Travis Hunter before Travis Hunter out there in the two-hand touch. Stop playing with me every day at lunch. Stop playing. All right. But maybe I was playing multiple sports like you guys talked about earlier.
Sure.
And it helped me out to be able to combat just playing at 10th and P for 5 hours a day.
Yeah,
Not
it's
a
just
day, but
it's
you know what I mean.
there's a I don't know the very specifics. I will tweet out the link to this story, but there are doctors who say like guys are coming into the league with older ligaments than they did 20 years ago.
That's scientific fact. So don't dispute that. Also, when you talk about the schedule,
Mm-hmm.
in
Are you
theory-
anti-lengthening the season? Not from a number of game standpoint, but take the finals into mid-July.
So I'm not anti that, but I do think the players are. Remember when we had the COVID years, the two seasons, you know, the bubble and the other COVID year. They didn't like that. They wanted their summers. They wanted that break. They wanted that summer break. And I remember they were pretty, you know, loud about vocalizing that. So I don't think they want to go into July.
All right.
And then the other thing with the season, look, I'm not saying everything's perfect or anything. Obviously, in a perfect world, they shrink the season a little bit, but I'm like, you guys are not doing that.
They're not doing that.
But they have given about what 3 to 4 weeks extension on the season over the years. If you remember, James, the league used to always, and I just remember this because it was one of those points that you remember. The league used to always start around Halloween. It always started around Halloween. Now it's mid-October. You mentioned earlier the All-Star break.
It starts around the 22nd, but training camp and everything else is pushed back a week.
Oh, okay, but the league used to always start around Halloween, like October 30th, 31st, something like that. Now it starts the 20th. That's a week and a half.
The Kings this year started on October 24th. And in 2000, what would we say? 2005?
Yeah, 2005.
2005, they started on November 2nd.
So they've
about a week.
Strike the league, the start of the season out a little bit. Give them more time. All-Star break, like you guys mentioned, used to be a weekend. Now it's Thursday to Friday before they play again. And the NBA playoffs the season used to end on a Wednesday, and they would play game ones on a Saturday, or vice versa. It would end on a Sunday, and they would play on a Wednesday. Now, if you're not in the play-in, it ends on a Sunday. You play Saturday, maybe Sunday.
Yeah.
So that's 3 weeks that they've done to extend the season. One thing that I do think they need to change is they need to have more days off in between playoff games.
Yeah.
I think that's where they really
I agree.
got to figure that out.
I totally agree.
But who knows? TV, money, all that other stuff.
That's the thing. That's what I was saying. I'm sure like if I sat down with Adam Silver and was like, here's my ideas, he'd be like, that's why that's bad. That's why we can't do that. We tried that in this way. I'm sure, but it just seems really
LeBron
logical
said
to
they
me.
need a month off before the playoffs.
I would.
So LeBron said.
They said, do your draft and free agency then? Yeah. What the hell? All right. What do you guys got coming up on D'Lo and KC?
Obviously, Game 7, man. Crazy. Shout out to the Oklahoma City Thunder, but obviously the dark cloud that is Tyrese's injury. So we'll talk about that and KD and all that other good stuff.
Can't wait. Should be a fun one. D'Lo and KC coming up next for James Ham and Joe Brazil. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is The Insiders. Back tomorrow on ESPN 1320 at 10 a.m. Right here. ESPN 1320. Sacramento Sports Center. Drink water. Be nice, people. Woo! All right. Good show, everyone. Appreciate you guys.
Always check up the deuce and the radio can't see me.
Thanks, everybody. Have a good Monday. Great Monday.
See you, friends.
Oh, great Monday.
We got a birthday in here, Mrs. Mac 10. What's good? What's good? What's
Mac
good?
10 is the lick. West Side is the
Happy birthday.
can't get enough of that gangster.
Where's Mrs. Mac 10 again?
She
Isn't
was
she in some random?
I thought she was in SAC.
Is she?
She been to, well, that doesn't mean anything, but she been to a few Kings games, I think.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Let's start a new week up in here one more time just for fun. We welcome in here to the Monday, June 23rd edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live alongside our man.
What are you doing with him?
Always. James Hammer, the Insiders, will be back with us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. We'll talk with him as the NBA season is now officially behind us. The Oklahoma City Thunder were crowned NBA champions yesterday. That was probably the third biggest story of the weekend.
Oh, man.
It was a year-long coronation. We talked about this last night on Sports Sunday for the Oklahoma City Thunder. Credit to them. This was their season. In many ways, it was truly historic. It was a spectacular season by this very young basketball team, which has left people wondering how many more spectacular seasons does this group have ahead of them. But fair or not, the story of yesterday's game is going to be the injury to Tyrese Halliburton. This happened back in 2019. We all remember it all too vividly. It's going to be the case tomorrow, or it's going to be the case with yesterday's game as well. And, the image of, Ty slapping the mat, just saying, no, is a tough one. I think it's the second time I know I've gotten emotional watching a basketball game. Gutted seeing Jason Tatum on the ground, thinking, man, this young brother's gone for an entire year. For Tyrese to be in this position in Game 7, and I don't watch that stuff on TV anymore. I can't stomach it, but I'm sure there were a lot of conversations had about whether he should or shouldn't have played, and we've certainly had our opinions on it. But the fact is, he wanted to play. He tried to play. He was able to get through Game 6, and I told you all along, my biggest concern with all of this was you didn't have to do it once. You had to do it twice. And it couldn't have gone better for Ty and the Pacers in Game 6. And the fact that they won the way that they did, and it allowed Ty to kind of play limited minutes. And to see what happened to him in the first quarter of yesterday's game was tough. Doesn't take away from the fact the Oklahoma City Thunder were the best team in basketball. They were the best team in basketball all year. But this was a Game 7. Ty was playing phenomenal to start that game. And I know a lot of people have talked about he would have had to have lived with the what if. Like, if he doesn't play and he nurses that injury, he has to forget what Stephen A. and Kendrick Perkins and them people say. He has to live with the what if I played his entire career, his entire life. And unfortunately, again, it was a Game 7. He has to live with that. What if it hadn't happened? Mm-hmm. What if my Achilles had stayed healthy? What if we had continued? What if we were able to, make a run in the first quarter that made their run in the fourth? It's just it's a constant barrage of what ifs. And I feel for him. I feel for that team, while at the same time being able to salute the Oklahoma City Thunder for what they did.
Yeah, it's just it was gut-wrenching to see that happen. I was definitely upset seeing him on the floor that way, knowing immediately what had happened.
Yeah.
It was just it was heartbreaking to see that for him, man, because he went out there, he tried to play for his team, win a championship for his team, for himself, took a gamble, and didn't work out for him. So you hate to see that for anybody, you know. But I'm a big fan of Tyrese Halliburton and the joy that he plays with and the way that he plays basketball. And yeah, it was just tough to watch. I can't say anything different than anybody else is saying about that exact moment.
Yeah.
That was just awful to see, man, and to see him, knowing what it was and instantly, like, it happened. Oh my gosh, it actually happened. It happened. That was, like I said, it was just heartbreaking to see.
Yeah, man. It was brutal. Just brutal. Wish the best for Ty. I hated he hits the ground again. We all knew. I've talked about watching these games with Katie and how she's kind of new. She's like, oh no, what just happened? And she's watching him react. And I kind of have my head down. And she goes, he said, I did. What's that mean? It's like, he just tore his Achilles, and everyone knows it. Like I'm guessing they asked him, was it did you tear your Achilles?
Trainer comes over there and says,
and he goes, I did. And it's like, oh my God, man. And that was the first quarter. And credit to the Pacers, man, they fought. They probably, I mean, this is the thing that I don't think got covered enough about Indiana. This was the thing that kind of frustrated me a little bit in the coverage of this series, where people were just kind of waiting for Oklahoma City to win. Obviously, the Pacers are a good basketball team, but the thing that we really hung our hat on when discussing with them about them was, if there's a bench that can go roster spot for roster spot with OKC, it might be Indiana. Talking about once you get to the second, the second group, once you get to 6 and beyond, 6 and beyond, like OKC might, they got the best in the league, but Indiana might be able to match that. And they fought and they fought and they fought, and something they'd been able to hold off for 6 3/4 of a game happened in the fourth, and it's that Oklahoma City avalanche that we have seen so many times this year. And that game ended very early in the fourth quarter. And I think everyone knew, even, the Pacers fan knew, that miraculous comeback that we've seen so many times this postseason, that is going to be the story of this version of the Indiana Pacers, isn't happening.
No, they just didn't have enough firepower without Tyrese Halliburton. And then, you see guys like Benedict Mathurin, who played a good game, and Nembhard hits that 3 at the end of the half to put them up by 1. And they're doing what they can to muster up whatever they need to win one game. But then you hear guys like Obi Toppin, who did not have a good game, and you hear him after the game said, I can't speak for anybody else, but I was shook. Like, that was really, really tough to see and to go through. And he didn't blame his game on that, but he's just being real. Like, it was tough for me to get past that, and I struggled getting past that. So, it's one of those things that not only are you losing one of your best players, if not your best player, you have to deal with the emotional toll and the emotional struggle of seeing your guy go down, seeing one of your friends go down, one of your brothers go down in a serious way like that. And they just weren't able to overcome it last night. OKC had a whole lot to do with that. I thought, and it's, who knows if it was true or not. I don't know. I'm not here to, throw shade or anything like that. But Tyrese started the game on fire and was cooking. And after his last 3, Oklahoma City called a timeout. And I saw, I don't want to say a different Oklahoma City come out of that timeout, but I tweeted it out literally a minute and a half before the injury. I said, no shade. Like he's going to make he may have to make an adjustment, and may still be productive. But I said, OKC's looking to turn that water off. The way they came out, they swarmed on the defensive end, on the perimeter. They were looking to turn that water off after that hot start by Tyrese Halliburton. And ironically enough, I thought Tyrese going down might have affected Oklahoma City as much as it affected Indiana. Just being in that moment, like, oh snap, they lost. You would think it's time to pounce, but they all respect Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah.
They all know what it was. And now you're dealing with that guy going down, and then also the aspect of, okay, well, now do we switch up our game plan? Who are they going to go to? Is it TJ? Is it Nembhard? Like, it kind of, I felt it threw them off a little bit before they adjusted and settled in a little bit more in that third quarter with how they wanted to attack Indiana on the defensive end. But it just, you just feel robbed of seeing everybody at their best and at their highest, and everybody at full strength, and didn't get that last night.
No, we didn't. Again, it'll always be a series of what ifs, because this was game 7. It wasn't game 5. It wasn't game 6. It was game 7. But what ifs aside, Oklahoma City was the best team in basketball all year. Whether they were the best team in these playoffs, maybe they were, maybe they weren't. But they had to be one game better than the Indiana Pacers last night, and they absolutely did that. And SGA now, hit truly rarefied air with the accomplishment that has been talked about throughout this NBA Finals, where he added an NBA Finals MVP, an NBA championship to his scoring leader and MVP season.
What a season.
Which has been outlined on numerous occasions. Only Michael Jordan, Shaquille O'Neal have ever done that.
I mean, this
there's rarefied air, and then there's that.
One of the great seasons we've seen.
Like LeBron hasn't done it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can Magic.
Right.
You can run through Nikola Jokic and all of his upset. There isn't another player besides those 3 that have ever accomplished what those other 2, I should say, that have accomplished what SGA just did.
One of the great individual seasons we've seen, one of the great team seasons by a player we've seen, like leading them to the number 1 seed, leading them to a 68-win season, and then leading them to an NBA championship. SGA is one of them ones, man.
Yeah,
he's one of them ones.
Yeah.
I had a lot of dialogue last night on Twitter. I wonder, did you see what happened last night?
I did not.
Did you see what happened? So I caught some flack for, I think in the start of the 4th or the 3rd quarter or something like that, SGA had 22 points, 10 assists, no turnovers.
Okay.
And I tweeted out, I said, SGA on the verge of one of the greatest Game 7 performances of all time. He didn't shoot well in the 4th quarter, so it didn't really reach the level that I thought it potentially could reach.
Okay.
But it was still one of the great Game 7 NBA Finals performances of all time. But people were like, you're crazy. He shot 8 of 20, whatever he shot.
7.
Yeah. No, you're tripping. Like, this is a terrible take. I was like, first of all, you don't have to agree with it. It's fine. Okay. It's whatever. But then I just invite people, go look at some of these Game 7s. Yahoo just had an article the other day of some of the great Game 7 performances of all time. And 29-12, I think he had 29-12, 5 rebounds, 3 blocks, 1 turnover. I know everybody want to look at the shooting percentage. Like I said, go look at the list. That's one of the great stat lines in a Game 7. One of, not the greatest, but one of the great stat lines in the history of the game.
You talking about Game 7s in general, or NBA Finals?
NBA Finals Game 7.
Well, it won't be too hard for you to do. There's not really a lot of them.
No.
What was there? What do we have? That was 19 or 20, I think.
Yeah,
what was the record? 15-4. I can't remember what
yeah.
the record was for home team. So either way, a win for the home team. We'll come back. This has just been an absolutely brutal postseason, and it has opened up the Eastern Conference in a major, major way. We'll talk about that, and what might have been the actual biggest story of the weekend.
Mm.
The Kevin Durant sweepstakes is over. He's headed to the Houston Rockets. That's a game changer, I think, for a variety of different reasons. And I think there's much more ahead. We'll explain why. We are just getting started. We're so happy you're here with us. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Jesse, what's going on with you, brother? No, he's not even on the stream. There you go.
Nothing much. You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah.
I'm not on the stream yet, but yeah.
Um,
Nothing much.
You know, just minding my own business. We were just minding our own business. And then we got accused of something. So now I'm looking at everything.
What happened this time?
I'm looking at everything all the goddamn time.
What'd I miss?
No, nothing. You know what I'm talking about. Friday, they put some new stuff in the snack area.
Oh yeah, I grabbed a Gatorade Zero, by the way. Not that bad.
Okay, well, salute to you. There's not many left.
Yeah, no.
Not many peanut. There ain't no peanut M&Ms left.
Yeah, I kind of gave up on the Snack Shack.
I'm just saying it wasn't us.
That's the thing. Like it's that. Like
Wasn't us.
whatever. Like it's just a ghost, I guess. Like yeah, all the snacks disappeared in one day, but it was Kenny and Jesse.
The orange is still there though.
Yeah, someone please get the oranges before someone dies.
Oh, thanks for coming to hang out, Russ. Glad you had a good time, man. Glad you
Yeah,
had
shout
a
out
good
Russ,
time.
man. Shout out all you guys, man, that pulled up.
Appreciate it, Ash. Thanks, man. Appreciate you.
Marcus, next time, maybe we'll get name tags. Hello, I'm
Mhm.
blah, blah, blah.
Speaking of Sky River Casino, big thanks to everybody who came out for Friday night's first ever evening with D'Lo and KC. We had an amazing time. Event went far better than we could have imagined. We'll have more room next time, I promise. But that patio was packed. That patio at 32 Brew Street was packed. The drinks were flowing. The stories were being told. We had a great time. So big thanks to everybody who came out and spent some time with us. Hope you had an amazing time. We certainly had a good time doing a very, very different kind of show than anything we'd ever done. Thanks to Manny and Katrina for always leading the Chatty House crew there. Thanks to Matt George for, again, impromptu grabbing the mic.
He was
up.
Just trying to chill out.
He was.
Matt, you gotta pull up, man.
Come here, man. Come up here. We got to talk a little bit further. Thanks to Sarah Hodges for dropping by and saying hello. It was a great time, man.
It was
a great
man.
time.
It was.
Will came out with his eye patch on.
Yeah, shout out Will.
Yeah, so we appreciate everybody who even had to go through some circumstances to be with us, man. It was a great time.
Jasmine, Zabo's Jasmine, won the tickets to see The Weeknd.
Yeah.
That was fire.
Yeah, it was great. I asked Joe. Joe brought the entrance over, and there was one that was out. I was like, is this the winner? He goes, oh, that just fell out. I was like, well, just make it the winner. That's just to shake it up and fell out. Like, we got a winner. Great. Who is it? It said Jasmine. I'm like, what was it? Is this Zabo's Jazz? Because there was like murmurs like around the patio. I was like, are there multiple Jazzes or no? Oh, Jasmine and Zabo going to see The Weeknd.
Man, big ups. That's gonna be a crazy show.
Yeah, that show's gonna be
That's
fire.
gonna be a
Clips
crazy
of that
show
are nuts.
Yeah, man.
not like Beyonce in Paris nuts, but goodness gracious,
that looked like a movie.
That looked incredible
like
when that In Paris beat hit and that crowd. Oh my God,
that looked like a movie.
Every once in a while, you see a clip from a show, a particular show, not just a tour, but a particular show where you're like, God, I wish I was there for that.
Yeah, that looked fantastic. Good stuff.
What was not good stuff is this postseason. This postseason, from a viewer's perspective, was terrific. From an NBA fan perspective, it was fantastic. It was a brutal postseason for the NBA, though. When next season gets here, and we're praying things are different for the Sacramento Kings, you look over to that Eastern Conference, man. Dame Lillard ain't going to be there. Jason Tatum ain't going to be there. Tyrese Halliburton ain't going to be there. It is wild that they all wear 0. But
it's wild that Pascal Siakam was around for most of these circumstances.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Only
I didn't even
Tatum
compute that.
Wasn't around.
I didn't even compute that.
He was around for KD's too.
Damn.
Keep that guy away.
What you think Siakam doing when he rolling his eyes in the back of his head in that in the huddle? Man, I don't know who the hell is coaching your team next year, but your New York Knicks.
Doug Christie is coaching my team.
No, I mean the one that you cheer for.
Doug Christie is
not the one you cover. Oh,
Crazy?
Okay. Your other team that you
team,
support.
just a supporter.
Okay, you're the team that you support.
Yeah.
They got to get their coach out, but man, they got as good a shot as anybody as being in the finals next year.
They do.
Right now, they don't have a coach, but they're the only damn team with healthy bodies.
Man. The East is
rough.
The East got ravished by these playoff injuries, man, and it opens everything up, obviously, for the Knicks. But now,
man, you imagine if Detroit makes the right move here in this offseason?
They'll just get Jaden Ivey back healthy. Maybe that's a move.
Yo, maybe that's it.
Orlando, what they look like now. You look at a team like I don't know.
I don't know how you feel about them. I don't know how I feel about them. I think the Raptors think very highly of themselves.
They do. They got a lot of.
They got
a lot of talent.
They have a lot of talent, and they have the ability to move here. Obviously, Kevin Durant isn't going to be a part of their off season. We'll talk about that here in a little bit. But that conference is wide open.
You know who it's opened it up for just a little bit? Sounds crazy.
Okay.
Philly.
Oh, that's that's not who I thought you were gonna say.
Who'd you think?
I thought you were gonna say Miami.
Hell no, Miami's sorry.
Why are you gonna say Philadelphia and then hell no to Miami?
Philly got better players.
But do they?
Tyrese Maxey better than anybody on Miami.
Okay, and then what?
And then you got Jared McCain, who's going to win the Rookie of the Year before he got hurt. He's coming back.
Okay.
If Joel plays half the season.
Right.
Paul George, I still don't think Paul George is like done. Like he was.
Yo, why was he so
awful.
terrible last
I
year?
don't know. He was awful, but is he like?
Is he Draymond Green? Is he a front runner?
I mean, I don't know.
He's never been that before, but at least not in my opinion.
Until he does it again,
It was awful.
I'm gonna assume that was an anomaly. He's not gonna be PG from 7 years ago. I'm not saying that, but I don't think he is what he was last year. But like I said, Maxey missed a lot of games last year. You get Jerry McCain back. You got the what? Third pick, fourth pick,
third
pick, whatever that rookie does. Maybe if you trade it, I don't know. But and it's not even that Philly's like hella good. It's just the top, damn near all the top teams got ravished by these devastating injuries that it opens up Philly to potentially be a 4 seed in the playoffs if everything went right for them. Man, that's how crazy. Darius Garland not even going to start the season in Cleveland.
Oh, that's right. Well, yeah, you're
that
right.
doesn't mean he's out all year,
I
but he's not going to start
Garland.
the season.
Yeah, those other three are missing the season. Garland is not, but he probably won't start the season. Like he might, but he probably won't. They could be. I mean, it's a long season. They'll be cautious with him. I wonder how, if at all, maybe it doesn't, but I wonder if Tatum, Dame, now Ty, if this changes the thinking. You talk about Philadelphia, maybe Philadelphia feeling a certain way. We just talked about Detroit, Orlando. Yo, what if a team like Brooklyn or Atlanta, who was 40 and 42, was like, what reason can we not get back into this? Like every single team is going to be depleted.
Yeah.
Like all of the big dogs are going to be depleted. How can we get right back into this? The top 5 teams, the top 5 teams are missing something. The New York Knicks, it's their coach. Everybody else, it's one of those players. But man, talking through this, like Detroit, Orlando, even Atlanta, I wonder if these injuries have altered any general manager's thinking. Like, hey, let's be more aggressive. Hey, let's try to attack right now.
Right.
We still don't know what Boston's doing. There's nothing but rumors surrounding Boston. What position does this put them in, next year? We think back to what happened when Clay got hurt. The Golden State Warriors didn't fold it up. They were like, what aggressive move could we make to make us a contender the next season? Didn't work, but they were aggressive. I mean, they turned contracts into this, into that. Like they kept moving. I wonder if any of these teams in the East do the same. I wonder if Boston does it. I wonder if Indiana does it, Milwaukee, any of these teams who lost one of their players, how this changes their level of aggression this offseason.
Yeah, man. And Boston, who we thought, would have no chance without Jason Tatum, maybe a move here or there might get them back into contention in the East. If I'm assuming they keep like Jaylen Brown, Derek White, and, player A, B, or C, that could be enough to get into the second round of the playoffs. And then you never know what might happen at that point. So, Boston might end up changing their philosophy and their outlook on the season as well. We didn't.
It's a level playing field. It's a more level playing field for all these teams who lost someone.
Yeah, we didn't believe them, but the report was they were still trying to compete. Remember, early after Tatum's injury,
well, yeah,
they were like,
yeah,
"No, we're still."
What Brad Stevens said, "We're still
here trying to compete." Yeah. So this might even up that ante a little bit, if that's what they were already thinking.
Are the Knicks going to hire a coach, or are they just going to go out there and figure it out? And are they moving Mikal? That's my real question. Like coaching, like whatever. Are they trading Mikal Bridges?
I don't think there's any reason to right now. With KD
expiring contract.
Well, yeah, for who though?
Mikal.
No, but why? Like KD gone. Like, will we trade him for DeRozan?
Well,
like, there's not somebody.
Wow, you hate DeMar DeRozan now. Wow, what a time! Wow, did you hear the way he said DeRozan with disgust?
There's not a player out there that, in my opinion, that would be.
Is there a player that
Giannis becomes available?
Is there a position that fits better, or does Mikal just need to be better?
Um, he might need a better coach.
Okay.
That's what a lot of people said surrounding that situation.
Yeah.
So, or a coach that I shouldn't say better, a coach that works better with getting him featured a little bit more.
Well, you don't need
offense.
to work to get Mikel featured better. You need to work to get that entire offense featured better, because the lost in the Mikel Bridges stuff and the firing of Tom Thibodeau was the usage rate of Jalen Brunson. The heel turn on Jalen Brunson is going to happen quick, because now that numbers, if the Knicks like start slow, or if there's a disconnect with the Knicks next year, they're going to turn on Jalen really quick, because now that usage number, it's like out there and it's a talking point, whether it should be or it shouldn't be, it is. And now that it is, now that it's like those stupid puzzles where it's like, can you see the man in the hat? And you're like, no, like all I see is dots. What is this? And then someone points to the man in the hat and it's all you can see. That's Jalen Brunson's usage rate. Now it's going to be all you can see. So let the Knicks start slow. That turn on Brunson is going to happen.
Yeah.
And if the Knicks start slow and Brunson's on that usage rate thing again, whoever this new coach winds up being, he's going to be under the microscope pretty quick.
Yeah, they're going to have to tweak that a little bit, in my opinion. And Jalen's going to have to look to tweak that a little bit
Yep.
too. He started when he got to New York and, was so successful, and they made their first playoff run and all this other stuff. A lot of his shooting, the way he went about stuff, was out of necessity. Doesn't feel like you need to shoot all the time like you do right now. You got guys around you. So I think this offseason he might need to look at that and say, don't turn into Scott Skiles, but tone it back a little bit on the shots, move that ball a little bit more, be a little bit more selective when you feel like you need to take over, or, have those possessions with no passes and just you putting a shot up. Just to adjust it a little bit here, and get these guys play a little bit more of a point guard role as opposed to a shooting guard playing point guard.
And I don't know what sense moving Mikel makes anyways. Like, he's too talented of a player. I would think you want to give that next head coach as much talent as possible. And whoever you're talking to, whoever these interviews are with, I assume you are having discussions about what a New York Knicks team with Mikel Bridges looks like, and perhaps what a New York Knicks team without Mikel Bridges looks like. Maybe depth is an issue on this team. You ask, what do you do with Mikel Bridges? Maybe it's multiple players in return that could fill voids. Maybe there was no depth issue with this team. Maybe that was simply a Tom Thibodeau quirk. Who knows? But watching the East next year will certainly be fascinating. But it's tough for the league to know that you're going to start. And this didn't even include Kyrie.
Right.
These three guys are out for the year. These three guys are all in the Eastern Conference. But you can draw this out a little bit. You want to stay in the East. We have no idea what Joel Embiid is going to look like to start the season. You head over to the West. We know Kyrie won't start the season after his ACL tear that he suffered against Sacramento. Like, this is just a plethora of stars that have gotten hurt over the last 4 months or so.
What do you think about the state? Obviously, we're a day removed from the Game 7, but obviously Tyrese going down. What do you think? Do you think the league has an issue? Because that's a lot of what people have been talking about last night and this morning, and they need to look to fix this. I don't necessarily feel that way.
Can I ask what it is that you're trying to fix?
Obviously, the first thing people go to is they play too many games. They need to shorten the season and all that other stuff. I'm not saying anybody's wrong. I don't see how that happens.
Is there data that supports that out there? Or is that just something we say? Not you, but just in general, because I see that a lot. Is there actual data that says, like, yeah, when like so-and-so's days are spaced out between games, like that actually benefits?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't seen anything supporting that or dispelling that. So,
Yeah, because like they shorten the season, like it sounds great, but it's like if it's like there's data that says it's going to do something or whatever. Because at that point, it just feels like doing something to do something.
Let's talk about that, but I want to give our resident Thunder fan his moment. 916-909-1320, Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. Cole, congratulations, brother.
Let's go! What up, Casey? What up, D-Lo? What up, Jesse?
Well, boy.
What's up, man? Congratulations, big dog.
Thank you. Hey, your boy was crying last night. I was excited like Michael Jordan when he won the championship. I was over here crying. I didn't record myself. You know what I'm saying? But I was like, oh, dreams come true, y'all. Dreams come true. You know what I'm saying? But check this out. I called my daughter that's in Mexico. She comes home tonight at midnight. Her 13th birthday is tomorrow, Tuesday, June 24th.
Yeah.
I said, baby, the parade is on Tuesday. You know, can Daddy go to the parade? And I miss your birthday, but I'll come back on Wednesday and we can. She said, no, you can't miss my birthday.
Well,
so I can't go to the parade. Remember I told y'all wanted the game 7 to get to the parade?
So,
I mean, no.
So Cole, we've learned a couple of lessons here. One, next time don't ask. Baby, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
2, it's probably better you're with your daughter on your birthday, man. On her birthday.
Yeah, and that's what I said. 13. If it was 14,
To be clear,
12, 11,
the 13-year-old is in Mexico with her mother.
Yeah,
Not just
no,
not,
she's
not
having a good
she's just
time.
not kicking it out there by herself.
Yeah.
She's enjoying
I want to
herself.
be clear. My man Cole didn't just send his 13-year-old to Mexico to hang out.
Yeah. So, but last thing I'm gonna say,
Yep.
prayers up for Tyrese, man.
Yeah, man.
I hope Tyrese. I hope everything. I hope he heals. I think the Kings were stupid for trading him. Y'all know how I felt about that
Yeah.
in the first place. So prayers up for Tyrese. But hey, Thunder!
Okay, hold on,
boy.
Cole.
All right,
Cole,
boy.
I know you want to drop the mic, but I got to ask you a question because I hear him yelling and, you know, he's talking about, let's go. And I had tears and all this other stuff. I'm just asking a question because I saw my man Cole on Saturday out of One Man Park. Shout out to my guy, Cole. But how do we have this much passion for this team and this franchise? And the second Adam Silver says Seattle's got a team, you just going to leave them.
Yeah, I told you, I'm gonna leave them. When we get our Sonics back, I'm gonna leave them because I'm a Sonics fan. I grew up a Sonics fan. But the passion comes because why didn't my team already win a championship? D-Lo ain't gonna agree with this. The GOAT beat us, Michael Jordan. You know what I'm saying? He beat us in, what was it, 97, I think?
96.
97,
96, easy
yeah,
work.
He beat, y'all know how I feel about GP. That's my guy. And he beat us. So dreams come true. 2012, when we played LeBron, right, in Miami, my daughter was born in 2012. So I got married in 2012. I had a baby in 2012. I moved to Sacramento in 2012. So I was like, oh, yeah, I'm about to get a chip. Hey, I'm rubbing my hands like KC right now. I'm like, yeah, I'm about to get a chip. You know what I'm saying? And then we lost. And then I was like, oh, my gosh. And so now we finally got there. And, yeah, I'm okay. I'll still pass on the team. You know, expansion teams are garbage for a long time. So if we get our team back, I'm okay with it. But till then, it's Thunder up, dog. That's what it is.
I think that's perfectly fine.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Wait, hold on.
perfectly
So
fine.
so then does he just claim the title till the Sonics get here? And once the Sonics are back,
He's
it's just
back
like
to
he
having no
doesn't-
championship.
Yeah, he doesn't care. Like
Yeah,
just
he's back
how
to
does that
well, I
work?
think he'll care. Like he'll
It
always
was like, no,
have
you
that
can't,
moment.
you can't claim that Thunder title once the Sonics are
But
back.
the
and you're a Sonics
lineage,
fan.
the lineage ends when Seattle returns. He has the lineage to the Seattle Sonics right now, and that's okay. But when the Sonics return, that lineage ends. So he has this moment. He'll remember it. He'll enjoy it. He'll love, you know, SGA and Russ and Harden and all those guys for you. But then he's back to his team. I think that's perfectly fine.
This is like
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
I don't know what to compare this to, but this is like
He's doing the right thing.
I don't know. It feels kind of weird.
It does feel
Yeah,
weird.
this feels weird.
I'm not. There is no right or wrong
Let me
answer. He
ask
can
you
do
something.
whatever he wants to do.
Okay, so,
But how am I this passionate for a team that I know, a franchise
like
I
he's
know
gonna-
I'm about to leave?
because
and
you
just
don't
kick
know
him to the
it's-
curb.
because was there an announcement that Seattle is back?
Well, no, but I said specifically that let's say Seattle
gets the team. He said, "Oh yeah, I'm done with these guys."
Yeah, so like
What?
you're gonna disown all this feeling, just everything about this title.
Well,
once
he
the
doesn't.
Sonics get
He
here.
could
Just,
be a
disown
Thunder
it.
Oh,
supporter.
He said he's done with
no.
these guys.
Yeah.
He's like, "Oh no, I'm kicking him to the curb."
And
So
that's
and
perfect.
that's fine. But how are you that passionate right now about a
Because-
team that you clearly don't care about?
Because this team has a lineage to his favorite team. Once the Sonics return, the lineage is over.
Okay. I mean, the way I see it, once again, no right or wrong answer, but you clearly don't care about this team and this franchise because you didn't even,
don't
he
think
didn't even
that's true.
hesitate. He said, once,
I don't
yeah, I'm
think
done
that's
with these
true.
guys.
I
It's
don't
like
Am I wrong?
it's like you're waiting on like your first true love to come back, and it's like the second one is a placeholder, right? It's like, yeah, I love you, but it's like, hey, if she comes back
Yeah.
or the significant other comes back, it's like I'm
Yeah,
gonna go back
I'm
to
out.
them. Yeah,
He
like,
didn't even say, it's
no,
gonna
I
be
know we got a
tough.
wedding ring here and stuff, but I'm gonna go back.
Man, it's tough, man. It's gonna be. I'm gonna have to. Oh man, he said, no, I'm done with these guys.
I think Cole's approach is perfectly fine.
It
It's
might be. It just
perfectly
feels
fine.
weird.
I'm just trying to understand it. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm not even saying it's right or wrong. I'm just trying.
So like, what
to
do we do? We just
understand.
delete this call once the Sonics are back?
delete the call.
Like what? Like now it's over. Like does Cole go back to like trying to relive his dream of his team winning a title?
well, yeah. What's he gonna
Well,
be
yeah,
like?
yeah,
He
does he
ain't
go
never
back-
Won nothing.
Yeah,
I
like
ain't
does he
never
go like
seen my
this?
team
Like if the
winning.
Sonics come back, then they have 0 titles. Like does Cole go back? Like yeah, I gotta go back and relive the dream. I have 0 titles again.
Absolutely. He could have the moment where, we had a cool moment with the Thunder in 2025, but my team is back and we got that loss in 96 and whatever loss
technically,
the
Sonics don't have anything
Yeah.
because like this. I understand. Bear with me. This ain't the Sonics lineage. They did not take anything from Seattle to OKC. They were like
Besides Kevin
legally
Durant.
not allowed to.
You took Kevin Durant.
Well, historically,
You did steal one of the best players of all time.
Historically, they weren't able to take any of the records. or
Yeah,
anything
it
else
all
like that.
it all left, but we don't have to pretend like we don't know who the Thunder are. That was not an expansion team.
No, it wasn't.
That
an
was the
expansion.
Seattle Supersonics.
Yeah.
It was. So, I mean, you're right. Like they fought in court to keep all of that stuff.
So essentially, the Sonics are going to become what the Cleveland Browns are now, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's exactly what they are.
Yeah.
The difference is I don't think any Cleveland Browns fan was celebrating that
Well,
Baltimore Ravens Super Bowl.
Well, that's
Yeah, see, that's what we're
you know what?
saying.
Yeah. Hey. I don't know. It's kind of fishy.
But I think at the time Baltimore was moved, there was already the Browns will be back thing. Correct?
There was a
Like it was
even if it wasn't immediate, it was like a year. Or
it
two
was
later or
it was
something.
very close. Cole never knew. Sonics fans never knew if that team was coming back. I'm sure they thought after the Kings things fell through that it was never happening. And I mean, again, nothing has been announced. We have no idea if Seattle is coming back or not. We just think that they are. And it's not a shot in the dark. Like it's a pretty educated guess to say we think the Sonics are coming back, but who knows?
Just can't wrap my head around the emotion.
Let him live.
Oh, he's living. He do whatever he wants. He popping bottles.
Yeah, there was
trying to
tears.
understand.
Like, are
That's
you
all.
gonna cry? Like, is there gonna be tears when the Sonics win?
Oh, I think there'll be even more tears when the Sonics win for Cole.
I don't know. We're gonna get the diamond tester out.
Well, hey, shout out to Cole for not filming himself or asking the NBC camera to film him while he was crying.
Pan to him a fifth time. Go back a fifth time.
Or okay, are those tears? No, those. He's trying though. I can see it. He's trying.
Who got like on the screen more times last night? Halliburton's injury or that moment you're talking about?
Bro, oh Jesus Christ. It's the moment we're talking about. Why did ESPN
I missed 3 minutes of the fourth quarter in that game.
run that injury so many times?
I have no idea.
Well, we'll talk about the broadcast. We'll talk about that injury too.
I want to see what you think about these Achilles and the state.
Okay, yeah. I jotted that down. We'll get to it. I do want to talk about KD though, because again, this is the difficult thing when you have so many massive stories in a short stretch. You have the Thunder being crowned champ. You had Tyrese's injury and everything that comes with that. And leading into it, Kevin Durant was traded to the Houston Rockets. So we'll talk about that and why that deal made the most sense for everybody involved next year on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Hey, man, I want to give a big shout out to my man, Derek, over at Tires and Wheels 916, man. I went over there, got some new tires on there. He's a big fan of the show, man. Shout out to my man, Derek. And that Grand National that I had on my IG over the weekend, that was his joint, man. That was fire. That was fire, man. So that's my dog over there, man, on at Tires and Wheels 916, man. My man, Derek, big fan of the show, man. He said, tell D-Lo what's up, too, man. So big ups to my man, Derek.
True story. You won't believe it. I swear on everything I love, this is a true story. Future Ford, Roseville Auto Mall this weekend, took my girl Abby there. She wanted to look at a few things. Talking with my man Joe. We're talking. We have to do some things, you know, showing him some different stuff. We're trying to do a trade and all these different things. And I had to give him Katie wasn't with me, Katie's license. And a couple minutes later, he comes back and he goes, "Is that Katie from the wake up call?" Yes, that's Katie from the wake up call. Oh my God, we're so excited to meet her. So great. So this whole thing goes on. Sitting in the lobby area, waiting for my man Joe to come back. I forgot my brother's name, man, but he was one of the big dogs over there. He comes over and he goes, "Hey, and I'm so sorry for getting. It's nice to meet you, man. I listen to you guys every day. Swear to you, God, looks me dead in the face. Abby, 16-year-old, right next to me, looks at me and goes, 'Where's KC?'" I swear to you, I swear to God, and I never say that. I swear to God that's true. I was like, well, KC didn't come on this trip.
I'll be there next time. Next time. Abby needs a car.
Yeah, I guess we'll be. I guess I'll get if I. And then there was the realization: if I had just bought Katie and Kenny with me, God knows what we could have done here at Future Ford this weekend.
Oh man, we should have pulled up on. What was that?
Sunday? I am the least relevant person in my circle.
That's not true. Not true at all.
Everyone on Friday was like, "Where's Jesse?"
Yeah, I was looking for Jesse.
Just shoot.
Shout out Odyssey.
I said you got to up my brother's pay before he comes out.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just following rules. That's it.
That's it.
Jesse said, "I got hurt on company time, saw Hill on company time." Oh, by the way, hey, Karosh ain't in here today. I need a new link, man. It didn't work, man. They said it expired.
Oh, well, yeah, that link is old.
Yeah, it's an OG.
Best believe I took that bitch to Sky River on Friday. I'm just waiting for them to say, "Man, you need to stop taking these $100 Uber trips."
All right, up my pay by $100 a week.
Yeah. First of all, don't offer the service to me.
All right, guys, let's see what this is talking about.
Oh, sorry. Hold on, man. Are you eating peanut butter M&Ms? Is that what you're doing?
Did you throw them in the fridge?
No.
I told you throw them in the fridge. They don't count.
Okay. I mean, it's not.
They're not. It's not like the greatest candy of all time, but it's like really good.
They're better than the other M&Ms. They're not better than peanut M&Ms. Nothing's better than peanut M&Ms. What's this look? What is going on in Studio One? What is that?
What is your take?
What is your problem? Is that peanut butter? No, peanut butter's the look.
Yeah, we're saying we like peanut butter.
Kyle Madsen signs off on peanut butter. I don't know what KC complained about.
No, it's cool. No, peanut butter is cool. It's cool. It's cool.
Okay.
It's cool. You know
all right.
If you like peanut butter, it's all good.
Well, I love peanut butter. We'll get back to the final, specifically Tyrese. These Achilles injuries. And all I can hope, because yesterday was literally every NBA fan's worst nightmare, at least objective NBA fan. It was what we talked about extensively. All I hope is the doctors, the coach, his wife, his dad, you understand you have an opportunity to win a championship tonight. That's the best case scenario. Mm-hmm. The worst case scenario is you miss all of next season. and we'll talk about what should have been done yesterday, if anything different, and all of these Achilles injuries in the NBA. Cameron's blaming it on the shoes, so we've got that. Well, all right. Well, okay. But again, there were 3 major stories over the weekend, and I think we're just now getting to what arguably was the biggest. With all due respect to Ty, and certainly with all due respect to the Oklahoma City Thunder, this was the move everybody has been waiting for, because I think, again, from an educated guess perspective, this is going to set off the NBA offseason. This was the move that had to happen before anything else can happen. I don't think the Giannis move is real. I don't think there's anything actually happening there, but we knew all of the different speculation about people like LaMelo Ball, Trae Young, all of these different guys. We knew this move was happening. The Kevin Durant trade is official. Let me rephrase that. The Kevin Durant trade has been agreed upon. It is not official for 2 more weeks. KD is headed to the Houston Rockets. Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the 10th pick this season, in 5 seconds, are headed to Phoenix. There's multiple things to break down in that. I will point out, I did read this morning, the likelihood of multiple teams getting involved, more teams getting involved, is pretty high. When you look at the return that the Phoenix Suns got, it would make a lot more sense if Phoenix made deals with other teams to unload some of these guards that they have, because they have a lot of them. But the premise, the centerpiece of this deal is Kevin Durant to the Houston Rockets. And to me, and I know to you, this is what had to happen for Houston.
Yeah, man. It's look, they were in a situation where they have enough assets, or at the time had enough assets, where I didn't think they absolutely had to make a deal, but it felt like the time was now. It felt like this was the time.
I agree.
You saw what you needed to see from Jalen Green, especially in a playoff situation in the game. So that doesn't mean that's who he is and that's who he's always going to be. But at this particular time, you don't see him being ready for a playoff situation in the next 2 years or something like that to lead you. And you had an opportunity to get Kevin Durant, a guy that's certified, verified in this league, and in those moments in a Game 7 at home, against a team like the Warriors. He's going to bring it to them. You know what I mean? He's going to give you 25 at the very least. So you take all those situations into consideration, and this was the time. And I thought that was a great move by them. Great move by Houston. And to me, it automatically, instantly puts them in the running for an NBA championship next year.
It's the move you needed to make.
That's it. Yep.
Like we saw it all this postseason, I guess. Like they lacked a score. Like this is exactly like the move that they needed.
This was 100%. Something just dawned on me. Didn't Woj tweet about this before? Like, didn't he just tweet something about Houston and then never mention it again?
We've always gone back to that tweet since. Yeah, we've pulled it up many times. Like, he's like, the Rockets.
So even up so 2 years after retirement, or a year after retirement, the man was right.
Yeah, I'll find the tweet again.
It was last year around it wasn't the Cat trade. I think it was the Mikal Bridges trade.
Okay.
I think it was the same.
I don't even remember the tweet. I just remember it was completely out of nowhere.
Never addressed again.
And this is a standalone tweet with
I got it right here.
No context before, no context after.
June 25th, 2024. Woj tweets the implication of the Rockets landing the Suns picks. Houston wants to trade for Kevin Durant, and that becomes far easier if they can return the Suns picks that they gave up in the Durant deal to the Nets. Suns have said that they're keeping Durant for now, but that could change next season. But now Houston has the picks to make the Suns whole again. You didn't even trade those picks, by the way.
1 year ago on Wednesday. You said June 25th.
Yeah.
1 year ago on Wednesday. He tweeted that.
That was the day.
Woj is the greatest insider of all time. That is spectacular.
Once again, that's why it came out. That was the day Mikal Bridges was traded to the Knicks. I remember, so the reason why it was so random is because people were going crazy
over to Mikal Bridges to the Knicks.
Mm-hmm.
And then he just follows it up with that. Like, wait, what? That's not even related. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like, is KD about to get traded? Wait, what? Then here we are.
Houston still got some of those picks, by the way.
Yeah, so
Houston got damn near all of them.
there's a lot of discussion about how Phoenix just got destroyed in this deal. They didn't get their picks back.
Mhm.
All they landed was the 10, which again, we can debate what Kevin Durant should have gotten you. 5 second-round picks is spectacular, but we've learned that second-round picks have a good deal of currency, especially when it comes to trading. And the number one position you probably needed, you didn't fill. Now, maybe you can't fill it from Houston, that being the center position. But the fact that you just got a couple of guards to go with Brad and Devin Booker is kind of wild.
Yeah, I mean, and then this is where the rerouting conversation comes into play.
Right.
Because I do think they made that deal and got those 2 assets with thoughts of moving on from one of, if not both of those guys. The thing with Phoenix, though, with people saying they got fleeced, I mean, I'm not disagreeing, but I don't think they were playing from a place of leverage.
I don't think they were either.
Like,
You're
you
right.
have to kind of make the best of a bad situation, in my opinion, with the return that you were going to get on any Kevin Durant trade. Because I agree with you, Jesse. Like, I'm Houston. This was a move they needed to make. I'll go too far to say have to. This was a move they needed to make, but they weren't desperate to make this move.
I disagree.
I'll put it to you like this. If I'm Houston,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not giving you anything but one of those picks back. If it doesn't work, I'll go get DeMar DeRozan, or I'll go like I don't have to do this deal.
Go ahead, Jesse.
Is the Suns lack of leverage too their own fault? Because I feel like you probably could have got more for Kevin Durant if you traded on this past trade deadline rather than waiting till like, hey, everyone knows the Suns are moving on from Kevin Durant this offseason.
Well, it sounds like Houston wasn't interested this offseason. Excuse me. I'm sorry. It sounds like Houston wasn't interested during the season. I don't think we know what that Warriors deal was.
No,
I'm not
probably centers around Andrew Wiggins.
probably,
like that.
but I'm not sure. I assume it's right, similar if not identical to what the Jimmy Butler deal was. But the lack of leverage came with, so I kind of felt like either Phoenix was bluffing in the aspect of, well, we're going to do what's best for us, or they don't know what's best for us, because they needed one position desperately. That's the center position. I get it. I get it. But very reliable sources close to Kevin Durant told us live on the air, Rudy, Dante, and, I don't know what the other aspects of this are, but that deal's out there from Minnesota. We know that Kevin didn't want any part of that. But Phoenix has said, we're going to do our best. We're going to do what's best for us. So you have a team in San Antonio who is in the driver's seat of everything. We do not need you. I do not feel like Houston was in that position. In fact, I don't agree with you at all. I think Houston, to get to the level that you just spoke of when you talked about this trade, to get to a championship level, they had to do something. I don't feel as constructed with time to grow together, or another season to grow together, I'll say, that this was a championship contender. I think I even said when they got eliminated, that might be it. We might have seen their ceiling. So in order to compete, I thought they had to make specifically this acquisition. I'll ask you, so I'm not putting words in your mouth. We're not doing this deal for KD. We could get DeMar DeRozan. Does DeMar DeRozan put them on a championship level?
Fringe.
I think they're better than last year. I'll say that. I think they are better than last year, but
in
I'm
the
not
postseason, like, because they were the 2 seed. So
right, yeah,
So,
like winning.
postseason.
We're talking about winning series, yeah.
But those 2 different conversations, not the DeMar DeRozan question.
Mhm.
But if they didn't do the trade, I don't think they're still a championship contender.
But when I talk about having to do something, if Phoenix was like, hey, give us all our picks back, I'm not looking at Houston like, man, I have to make this trade. So here's all your picks.
Sure.
No, I don't have to do that.
No, I agree.
Worst case scenario, I'll figure something out later. And I don't want to say waste a year in this timeline, but I'd rather go back to the drawing board. I don't.
And that's
I
where
don't have to give you everything.
And that's
which they didn't.
And that's where I'm Houston, where it's like, look, we're not doing that. We can work together on this, but as we were talking about car dealers a second ago. As great as this car is, it's a depreciated asset. As great as Kevin Durant is, it's a depreciated asset. You're not getting back what you gave up to get him.
I agree.
So let's work together and get this done. It feels like Houston might have said that, and Phoenix just went, okay, forget it. Just never mind. What do you want? And the deal got done.
At some point, Phoenix, shout out TC, had to be real with themselves.
Yeah, and they probably had to, because they knew they weren't getting anything from San Antonio. There was no point in having a conversation with Miami. You had to decide what the risk reward thing was with Minnesota, and there could be a lot of different things at play when it comes to that alleged Minnesota deal, or Houston, which, I mean, I'm sure all of us, if not all of us, a lot of us, which is amazing, saw Kevin Durant's reaction video from Fanatics. Yeah. Now to bring, I'm more than certain Kevin Durant knew he was being traded. I'm more than certain Kevin Durant knew he was being traded to Houston and probably knew that it was happening that day. But to find out it's official in the middle of an interview is pretty spectacular.
That was crazy. That was wild.
And shout out, I don't know who was talking to him.
So Taylor Rooks.
Oh, was it Taylor?
Yeah.
Shout out to Taylor, who kind of brushed off the first guy because she kind of looked over and like she glanced at KD, and KD tried to get back to like the question. Yeah. And then someone else shouted, "You're traded to the Rockets." And Taylor is trying so hard to keep this interview on track before she realizes, I can't.
Yeah.
This happened. And KD has this like half-ass like grin on his face, which I think was the confirmation, the nonverbal confirmation she needed. Oh, this is real. Yeah. Okay, there's a report out there. You've been traded to the Houston Rockets. The pressure on Taylor Rooks in that situation, by the way, credit to her. The pressure on her in that situation is sky high because she's flying blind. She doesn't have her phone in front of her. I don't know if she had an earpiece or not. I'm guessing she didn't. She had nothing. Except the guy in the crowd who's yelling the details of the trade out while Kevin Durant is sitting on stage next to her.
She had a tough job, and she executed it.
She did
flawlessly.
She did.
Yeah.
She did.
Shout out
and Kevin Durant told the truth after it was over. So shout out to KD for being the first athlete in history to not lie to Taylor Rooks.
The very first.
The very first. There's documented evidence to show he is the first one ever.
But yeah, Phoenix. People are gonna say Phoenix got fleeced because they didn't get their picks back. Like, you weren't gonna get your picks back. Like, maybe I look at this differently. Like, you're not getting fleeced because you're not passing up something that's even realistic.
Yeah.
Like, you're not passing up the opportunity to get your picks back. You weren't getting that. You were able to get 10 back. And I thought that was a good deal. And depending on how you're able to reroute one of, if not both of, Dillon Brooks and Jalen Green, then we'll see, how it plays out for you and how well
that rerouting is super important to this trade.
Yeah, absolutely. Or if it's somebody else, like if I don't know why you would keep Jalen Green and Devin Booker, but if you're able to now, because you have them, you can move Brad or I don't know.
Well, there's a lot of
on the roster, but
stuff out there about Brad too that he and this is a pretty silly thing to allow to leak out. He's either going to be traded or bought out. So if I'm Brad and I don't love the trade destination, I don't agree to it. And I know that you want me off of this team so badly, you're going to buy me out. Terrific. Ho, you're paying me every penny my contract states. If I'm Brad, I'm giving up nothing. I don't care what Charlotte, Washington, Sacramento, LA, I don't care what they're willing to sign me for. That's going on top of what you're buying me out for, which, by the way, is going to be the total amount. You talk about having no leverage. You have made it, as the Phoenix Suns, so public that you don't want me here. I'm getting everything I want, whether it's the trade destination or the money my contract demands. I'm getting everything.
Yeah, and I'm trying to.
Matt Ishbia needs to tighten his crew up. They need to stop talking.
He's the one talking half the time, not to public, but
good point. Matt Ishbia, shut up. Stop talking.
He's the one came out, said all this stuff. At his exit interview. Why did he have an exit interview? But that's for another day.
Well, where was Vivek's exit interview?
Never gonna see that again.
Where was Vivek's exit interview at?
I was trying to.
Did Steve Ballmer have one?
No.
Is he the only owner that had an exit interview?
Ishbia one of the only ones. There might have been one other one, but Ishbia one of the only ones to have an exit interview. I guess because they didn't.
If Clay Bennett's going to have an exit interview tomorrow, what is going on?
Owners should just stay out the spotlight and cut checks, man. I feel like once you're just out there, and
unless you're the general manager who goes to Morton's, then you.
Well, yeah, that's different, of course, but like it's just always a mess. I feel like.
Well, I mean, I'm a winner. You know, I've gotten to the playoffs. I've won Super Bowls here.
When was that
Dallas.
last Super Bowl you won, Jerry?
It was a long time ago. I can't deny that.
I think I was 15, Jerry.
I can't deny it was a long time ago. It wasn't a long time ago when I went to Morton's, though. I was there last night and Gyron saw me.
It's great that you went out and had a really expensive bad steak. That's terrific.
Oh, the shade again.
It's terrific.
Tell you the Cajun ribeye. So this with Phoenix, real quick.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I was trying to figure out.
Mm-hmm.
Because everything is pointing to just like this is the time to just not even do anything, right? But
what do you mean?
Like not try, tank all this other
Oh.
stuff. I don't think they have enough picks. I'm trying to read this summary, and I think it's a pick swap with Washington next year.
Okay.
Shout out to my people over at Real GM. They do a great job, but it's tough.
I guess that's the Brad deal.
Yeah, I think it's a pick swap. It feels like it might be top 8 protected.
Okay.
I don't know, or maybe it's just a unprotected pick swap. I don't know, but this flies in the face of just kind of be bad. Like they can't really afford to be bad. They got to try and put a competitive team out there or get more assets.
What year did you say this was?
2026.
Washington has the right to swap its 2026 first round pick, protected for selections 9 through 30. For Phoenix's 2026 pick. So they have the. Oh, this is messy.
So Washington,
no, this is hold on. This is multi-layered. So Washington, this is why it's so confusing. What you're looking, they have the right to swap with Phoenix, but Orlando is involved too.
Oh my gosh.
And they have the right to swap the less favorable of the Phoenix or Washington pick. If the Washington pick is conveyed. Now Memphis is involved. This is a circus.
That is crazy.
How is this even possible? There are pick swap rights with Washington, Phoenix, Orlando, and Memphis all on the same pick.
So securing the bag is pretty good at this stuff. He says Phoenix Suns will, I'll just say most likely go to Memphis. He says because Memphis then has second worst from Washington and Phoenix.
Memphis then has the right to swap its 2026 first round pick for the least favorable of the Phoenix pick, the Washington pick if conveyable, and the Orlando pick. And Charlotte will receive the least favorable of these? How does a trade like this even get executed?
How did they allow this trade? How did they allow this trade?
Then the commitment
This
to
is
Washington.
ridiculous.
If I read this, if I read all of these sentences as constructed in order, I don't know that any of this would make sense. And the write-up on the 2026 pick is half the length of the write-up on the 2028 pick.
Yeah, no, where are you on Real GM?
No.
Look, I'm gonna just show you guys. Sorry, chat. Look at that.
Jesus
top one is
Christ.
2026. Look at 2028.
2028 reads, all right, buckle up. This might take the rest of okay, everybody. Tell me if you understand this. This is the Phoenix Suns 2028 situation.
I would have scrolled past.
If Philadelphia's 2028 first round pick, which would be protected for selections 1 through 8 and otherwise conveyable to Brooklyn, if Philadelphia does not convey. I'm going to stop right there. Mind you, we're talking about Phoenix. We haven't said them once. And otherwise conveyable to Brooklyn, if Philly does not convey a first-round pick to Brooklyn in 2027, and if Philadelphia has conveyed a first-round pick to Oklahoma City by 2026, is conveyed to Brooklyn and is the third most favorable of Philadelphia, Brooklyn's 2028 first-round pick, Phoenix's 2028 first-round pick, and New York's 2028 first-round pick. And New York is the second. Forget it, dude.
No, this is too
I
much.
can't even. This doesn't.
This is too much.
These words together do not make sense. If you asked what pick the Phoenix Suns have in 2028, I have no idea. I can tell you listed in this write-up is Philadelphia, Brooklyn, New York, Oklahoma City.
Did you say Washington?
Washington.
That's crazy.
Oh,
They're
Milwaukee and Portland. There are 7 different teams that will influence where the Phoenix Suns pick in 2028. I guess if they pick at all. I think, no, they do pick, but there are multiples. Oh, man.
That is a
man.
lot. And that's after 2026, where it depends on Phoenix, Washington, Brooklyn, and Phoenix, Washington, Memphis, Orlando, and Charlotte. Well, 2027 is simple.
This goes on to 2030.
Yes, they don't have no picks. They have no picks for
they have control
6,
over
7
nothing.
years.
Oh, this is okay.
2027 is a lot more simpler too. It's going straight to Houston.
Can I just
via Brooklyn?
I know y'all think Vivek Ranadive is bad. I challenge anyone to go look up Phoenix's draft assets.
This is ridiculous.
Now, both can be true, but this is rough.
This is ridiculous.
Whatever these reroutings or trades involving the guys that they got from Houston, man, you better hit.
So,
boy, you better hit.
But here's the, and you're 100% right. Here's the deal: there is no taking for them. This is why. This is why Ishbia is like.
That's what I mean.
Just gonna keep spending.
You have to be good.
Yeah, I'm just.
You
gonna
better
keep,
hit.
I'm gonna keep trying. That's what Ishbia is saying. I'm gonna keep trying this.
This is embarrassing. That 2028 write-up is embarrassing.
and there's so much going on. I'm not even sure where all these deals came from.
I can't imagine.
They can't all be Washington, like the Bradley Beal trade.
Maybe it could be Brooklyn. It could be New York. It could be Philadelphia. It could be Portland, or it could be Milwaukee.
That is.
Who knows?
I've never seen anything like this.
We'll come back. We'll never figure this out. Like, we will never, ever figure this out. We'll talk more about the KD trade. And how does all of this affect DeMar DeRozan? Because we had some opinions on what might happen with DeMar DeRozan after the Kevin Durant sweepstakes was over. Well, it's over. What's that mean for DeMar? It's next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. That's right, Tyler. That F them picks mentality.
Well, maybe it is.
That might be right. What's that?
So maybe it is from this whole deal.
The Bradley Beal one?
Yeah. I'm believing I read this. This is crazy. This is kind of crazy. I think I'm reading this correctly. Should I say it now or save it?
Save it.
Okay. Wow. Let me try these peanut M&Ms again. The coldness may play a factor, or lack thereof. Let's try it. Because I do like Reese's peanut butter cups.
Yeah, shout out. They did a groundbreaking inside.
They what?
The A's. They did a little Vegas groundbreaking or whatever, but they did it inside of some building.
Okay. They at least put up a sign. Future home of the A's, like something.
Well, I think they got something like that up there. But
No, they don't.
no?
If they do, they just put it up. Because they absolutely did not have it there, a month ago or a few weeks ago, whenever I was there. Zebra PT, if you're listening, thanks again for that amazing gift you gave us. We really do appreciate it. It's very, very sweet of you, and Katie was very moved by it. Saw Dr. Flo yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we spoke at Io's church.
Hey Justin, we want to give another shout out to your boy.
Oh,
for another complete inning shutout. This is great. This is great.
he just came back,
This is
bro.
fantastic. Just complete inning shutout. That's great. That's fire, bro. That's fire.
What's that?
What?
The complete inning shutout is fire.
From
bro.
who? From who?
From Shohei Ohtani. He's created a new lane. The
Yeah,
complete
like you
inning
being all
shutout.
sarcastic. Just real quick, how many complete inning shutouts has Aaron Judge had in the last 10 years?
He doesn't fancy himself as being a pitcher.
And Shohei just came back from injury. He just barely came back. He's already shut out for an inning. Just wait till he's pitching full games.
Fantastic.
You need to show a little bit more respect for the greatness that's going on.
Can't wait for him to go 2 innings. That's gonna break the internet.
This is sad. This is sad. We got greatness right in front of us, and he hates it. Also, like, there needs to be more Barry Bonds stuff at Oracle Park.
Oh well, yeah. I mean,
We'll talk about that later, though.
We talk about it later. You know what I'm saying? Shut
Yeah.
up, man. You know what I mean? Future's here, baby. You know what I
Felt
mean?
personal, but whatever.
When all else fails with Shohei, what you could do, just say Kenny's racist.
Oh no!
Just when all else fails and you can't
Don't
come, just
say
know
that.
Kenny's just racist. Just why are you like this, Kenny? Why are you like this? Why do you hate Shohei so much?
No, I
Oh, we know why, Kenny.
No,
We
I
know
like,
why.
I like Shohei. I do like Shohei.
Oh, you
I
hate
just-
Shohei, you hate Kevin. I'm starting to put this all together, Kenny.
I don't hate Kevin.
I know you don't hate either one of them.
And it's just weird to me. It just really is weird. Like this.
But
Miami-
I got you.
That's all.
It's but
Can't
but
go
is it
3
fair to
innings?
say he's an unconventional pitcher?
Yeah, and to be fair to him, he doesn't get the opportunity to do a rehab start. Like most
Because he
people
has
get back.
to
Mhm.
he has to be the bat.
Yeah. Just even in a rehab start, I don't think they're throwing 1 inning though. Like this is supposed like if it's like, oh, we're not gonna bring him to the majors yet, we're gonna let him do the rehab start. They do like 3 or 4 innings. I don't know.
Okay.
We'll see what happens. Probably in 2 weeks he'll pitch another inning.
You are a hater, dude.
That's the timeline.
You
Am
are
I
a
wrong?
hater.
What we
No.
think he's gonna pitch 2 innings
No,
the next
no,
time?
no, Russ got a great point. Kenny hates Domas too. So man.
Shameful.
Wow.
I don't hate Domas
Wow.
at all.
I learned today he's a big fan of Morgan Wallen too. It's crazy. Like, I don't know what's
Hey,
It's a shoot.
No,
I
wouldn't.
No.
That's cap.
I wouldn't bring up Morgan Wallen on my stage.
That's cap.
We're not bringing Morgan Wallen on D'Lo and KC.
I just look. Hey, I'm not bringing him up. All I said was people cannot stop talking about Drake. As much as they hate Drake, it's all they do is talk about Drake.
Well, yeah, he's famous.
All
Like,
right.
yeah, like if you're one of the top stars of all time, like, yeah, people are gonna talk about you.
No, he's a bitch according to most people. He ain't no star. He ain't no star.
Well, bitches can be stars
He
too.
ain't no star.
Can you?
Yes, actually.
Thank you.
He ain't no star.
Bitches can be stars too. Oh man.
That's all they do is talk about Drake. That's all. That's all.
I ain't heard nobody talk about Drake.
Bruh, stop! Don't do that.
Everybody talking about Love
Don't do
Island.
that. Don't do
That's all anybody talking about is Love Island.
Bro, Love Island's hit my timeline as well on Twitter.
Well, Love
Oh,
Island is
definitely, it
bananas.
definitely hit my timeline last Friday.
Shout out Meg. Shout out Meg. Watch that episode twice. Oh man.
Treated that like a Kings game. I need to see what I missed.
I was told as we sat down to watch that, okay, listen, there's ass all over this episode, like everywhere. What? There's ass all over this TV show. Then that episode started, and I was like, well, I get it. Yep. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Your boy, I'm not gonna say because I work with a bunch of children, but
Well,
your boy did. I got it.
Got what?
Oh,
I mean, I'm saying.
Oh,
Bro, hey, bro.
really?
I'll say you got a super box.
Well, no, I don't. What you talking? Hey,
Really?
what the hell? What the hell?
How is it?
It's official, bro. It's official. First of all, strike that from the record, Jay, because we don't know who's listening.
That's why I asked. Like, do you?
Well,
don't.
I thought
Fine,
it
he
was-
doesn't.
I thought I was okay.
I don't.
Well, where's
Because
mine?
remember, I thought it's there. It's there.
At your house?
No. You gotta. I'll put you in contact.
Mm.
I'll put you in contact. Yeah. But man,
I thought we were just being quiet because we want flags to be thrown. My fault.
Well, no, I found out.
I was like, throw the flag.
No, remember, I found out like, oh, maybe it's exactly.
No, it's there's enough.
I don't know. I'm just playing safe.
Dana White, we're just kidding, bro. Relax.
Hey, that thing.
So it's legit, like
Okay.
this mythical thing that we're talking
How
about
did they
here, like
do
the
this?
pictures, like it's all good.
Oh my gosh. I don't know how this happened. I don't know how it happened.
Hmm. Oh man. Okay. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
I can't wait for football season and a new basketball season.
As soon as you plug this into, it's just ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't like a PS5 where I gotta wait 6 hours for all these apps to be ready.
No. You real quick. Oh, this what you need to do? Okay, boom, click that. Just click that. Boom, you're set. You're good to go.
Polo says we talking TV streaming, right? We are not
I
talking
don't
about
know- I don't know
anything,
what
Polo.
you're talking about,
Yeah,
Polo.
we are not talking about anything.
All I know is I can see I can follow the MLS if I want to. Just follow, yeah, boom. All of them right there. Oh, okay. Tapped into the league now.
Okay. Well,
But yeah, no, I got numbers and everything, bro. Got numbers and everything.
okay.
Yeah, you need to make
Very
this
good.
move. You need to make this move.
Well,
YouTube TV kind of fell off. Not fell off, but like this
YouTube TV is
contraption.
still struggling with the most basic effing
Well, it's like we did the whole
functions.
the multi-view. They fixed it. It's like no,
No, they
actually,
didn't.
They didn't. It's
They
just it's
actually
even
didn't.
it's just multi-view labeled now.
How have they not figured that out yet? I'm
I
actually
don't
getting
know.
pissed
I don't
off.
know. What was it called? Fubo?
Fubo.
No, not Fubo. Not
Fubo,
Fubo.
FUBO.
Yeah, they got it. How they got it figured out?
Nah, I'm getting pissed off, bro.
They've been had it figured out.
Now I like YouTube TV. They do a good job, but This is
You
the
should
bare
know
min-
that.
the
Yeah,
bare
like
minimum.
get this figured out. I don't want to watch CNN and ESPN. That's not the multi-view that I want. I'm sorry, like that's stupid.
I don't even think you can watch that. I think you can watch CNN and MSNBC.
I don't want to watch MSNBC, ESPN, and diners, dine-ins, and drives. I don't need that multi-view. Oh, and SVU is there too. Why would I need that? Why would I need the SVU joint when I can't even hear it?
Well, when you have CNN on and you're anticipating World War III, you can just go to SVU for lighter topics like assault. It's just easier to digest stuff over there, like the horrible crimes that take place on that show.
And then maybe you had Game 7 playing. And
game 7.
Man. Yeah, come on, man. They, like I said, they kind of pissing me off, bro. Because this is simple. It's an easy fix.
we're in a weird spot with TV now. There's no honor in the game. This is you got Fubo, you got YouTube, you got redacted box.
But here's the thing, like we've hit the level of like, bitch, I'm a consumer. I need to save money because everything is expensive. Literally everything is expensive.
So I'm gonna do what I have to do.
Well, I was at someone's house this week. It's like, oh yeah, we just got apps on the TV. It's like, well, I don't want to mess up your algorithms. What am I supposed to watch here?
Yeah.
Like, I can't. I just want to watch some ESPN or something, bro.
I don't know.
Like I said, now you just got to do what you got to do.
Algorithm, YouTube algorithm is hilarious because if you like knock on, I've been able to allow my mom to use the YouTube account. My mom lives relatively close, maybe I don't know, but I always know, like you think I come home and you see like Kings games, whatever, just sports in the office. Nah, because my mom's at the house, so she's watching like National Geographic. She's watching like Shark Week. She's watching all of these very bizarre like nature shows. So when I open up YouTube TV, it's just a series of bizarre nature shows that my mom is watching.
That I chuckle because number one, that's funny. Number two, it reminded me last night I was with the family and I watched Nat Geo, right, on octopus. I was already kind of familiar with their game. Some people say they're aliens, and I wouldn't. It's not the craziest take in the world. So when you have an opportunity, do a deep dive on octopus. The things that they can do, the things they do in the ocean.
Google carefully.
Yeah, well,
don't misspell anything.
Don't
Don't misspell anything.
Is insane. It's literally not real.
Well, now I'm kind of intrigued. What can they do?
They changed. Well, obviously they I don't know the right terminology for it, but they don't shapeshift, but they basically camouflage themselves.
Yeah.
Change their color to match whatever they're trying to do. They have this one fish that attacks them, right? The fish attacks the octopus. The octopus, to defend itself, is able to turn. They don't turn exactly into this. That would be really freaky. But they turn into the color of the snake that the fish is afraid of.
Mm-hmm.
And the snake
I learned that at the aquarium.
I know you take like, yep, that's it.
I
Yep,
learned that at the Monterey Aquarium.
The snake that the fish is afraid of is like it's striped. It's not even a solid color, but it just turns into this. They're able to like change their skin. Like it's a bunch of crazy stuff.
Shout out to the octopus. I like mine with hot sauce on it.
Foul.
What?
That's foul.
Never had one.
You never had octopus? It's fire.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of fire.
Hey, yeah, see?
Nah, calamari goes hard.
Oh, I have had calamari. It was cool.
Well, you go
It was
to
cool.
I've had like an actual like octopus, whatever.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
But I have had calamari.
Calamari is an octopus, right?
Yeah, but
Well, it
I
is,
was,
but like,
well, I
not-
was thinking
not
him just
Friday,
like,
yeah.
eating octopus.
Chef Q has those. Katie they have like an octopus salad. It's
Hey, you throw the right hot sauce on there.
it's
ooh,
delicious.
Yeah.
But it's also it's an octopus. Like oh, okay. All right. There it is.
Yeah. I mean, maybe one day. I don't know.
Maybe one day what?
I'll have like the octopus in the form of
Oh yeah, do that.
how Jesse has it.
Have
They're
Chef Q
saying
prepare. You'll be
it's-
just fine.
They're saying it's squid in the chat. Like whatever, man. Octopus.
What's squid?
Just what we're talking about. What we're eating, I guess. Like like
Oh.
whatever. Like you know what we mean.
Okay. Well, why is it called an octopus salad then?
I don't know. That's the chatty house. Be the chatty house.
Yeah. They're so damn smart. They know every damn thing.
Well, they are.
They are.
Calamari is squid. Oh, I didn't know calamari was squid.
Oh, I didn't know that either. I thought it
I
was.
always thought it was
octopus.
octopus.
I learned something new today. It's all about learning.
Right.
It-
Plans for 15 years, man.
it's-
What do you want from
It's
me?
not about shaming. It's about learning. I learned something.
Oh, we need to hit a good seafood spot then this summer. We'll get Casey the octopus and all that stuff.
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, I don't. That's the other thing. I don't think I'll pay for that. Somebody wants to make it. For
Yeah, we'll
me.
get it sponsored. No worries. We'll talk to sales.
Oh no, that's easy.
We'll get it
Easy.
sponsored.
Yeah, no
You're
worries.
adorable.
What?
Got a little Jesse being
What? Yeah,
funny.
no
We'll
worries.
get it sponsored.
Easy.
Hey,
That's
shout out
so
to our
cute.
guy Bill, man. I spent much of the day with Bill yesterday. He wanted to go on basically a tour of South Sacramento. 'cause, like,
Nice.
there's no real reason for anybody that works here to go to
Mhm.
South Sacramento or know
Mhm.
much about it. I was like, I know about it, man. Come on,
Mhm.
let's go. We just drove through about 3 hours.
That's
Just
good
drove
stuff.
through. Yeah.
I spent some time with Bill on Wednesday night. Man, he's a good dude.
He is, man.
Yeah, we got some good people here.
You got a new person here too. I haven't met him.
Who do?
The
Promotions. Yeah, they got a new leader.
Yeah.
Oh, he's here.
Yeah.
Okay.
First day, I believe.
All right. How long do you think it's going to be before he starts disrespecting us? Do you think it's in the new employee manual to hey?
It's part of the.
We've
PowerPoint
usually had a
training.
good alliance with promotions, though. I feel.
That's true. I mean, we got Joe, we got Leezy. We brought
Jackie.
Leezy into
Shout
the
out to
game.
Yeah, Jackie's always down.
Oh,
for the
Jackie.
cause.
Jackie's our people. Yeah. Okay.
That's
we'll
the
see.
thing. Everybody here gets along. It's not beef. It's just.
Oh no, yeah.
We just got to be a little better.
Just some people just hey, move, little fella, and step over D'Lo Casey. Hey, move, or they'll often repeat it. Hey, beat it, kid. Beat it, kid. Zabo says, shout out Vanessa. Yep, right out the door. Shout out Vanessa.
Yeah.
Superstar
Vanessa.
Yeah, low-key rookie of the year.
Songs and all this
Hey,
other stuff.
yeah.
Featured in films.
Vanessa, go. Vanessa, I think friends with Timberland.
I
got to get a. Yeah, it is. I got to get a video. We got a few weeks ago. I posted Morgan hitting the OK Lake Show button, the 4-year-old in the house, and I didn't realize until recently because I went up there to record some stuff last week when she was home, and she comes upstairs and she wants to press those buttons that we used to use when we were at home.
Yeah.
And I thought she just liked pressing the buttons. That's not it.
Uh-huh.
She's looking for this. This is the button that she's looking for because apparently when they're home together, they put it on and she goes, D'Lo, KC, D'Lo, KC.
That's
So-
adorable.
Oh, she was doing it yesterday, just on our way home from church. I was like, okay, I have to get this on video, but I also don't want to be the guy. Okay, do it again and then record it. I have to get it when she's into the song.
That's what kids are for. That's what kids are for. It's all good.
Well, it's good to know that because I thought she was just here to. She goes from angel to demon, quick. We went and I spoke at my man Io. I spoke at his church yesterday, and I was sitting next to her, and I had my arm up on the chair, and she snuggles next to me. It's like, oh baby, and then 10 seconds later, she moves to the other side of the chair and goes, I don't want to sit with you.
Oh, what?
I want to sit with mommy.
Hey, come on.
And I'm like,
Come on.
what happened? It's okay. So I kind of,
Come on.
I'm like, hey, we need to trade seats because I'm afraid we might lose this one. And we got at least 10 minutes of this service left. So let's change seats. So we changed seats and now she's over there. And 5 minutes later, she gets up and comes and sits with me. And it's I don't know how to navigate this. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I got your 2-year-old who wants to murder me every time she
Well,
sees me.
not necessarily. It's not you. It's not personal.
It feels personal.
You just don't mess around with anything.
No, it feels personal. Your daughter has beef with me.
Well, no, you just don't mess around with anything or anybody. She's business. She is like about her business, just like her mom. She is about her business all the time. I'm like, why are you so serious? You're 2 years old. What do you have to do that you're so focused on right now?
She wants to fight me. I know when someone wants to fight, and Ryan has the look of, go ahead. When daddy turns his back, I'm going to beat your ass. Go ahead. Let daddy put me down. Go ahead. Will's right. At least Will and Hannah's little Kennedy likes me. I got one little one.
Kennedy got love. I remembered another unbelievable fact about an octopus, and then I want to get the particulars of this Suns Wizards trade.
Bro, I'd rather talk about octopus facts than try to figure out this stupid Phoenix Suns situation.
When I say that, like, they camouflage themselves and like become the same color as a rock or a plant or something like that to hide, they're colorblind. It's crazy. So if they were in it, this is in the ocean, obviously, but if they wanted to be like, oh no, here comes somebody, let me be the same color as D'Lo's shirt. They don't even know what color it is.
So it's just all mind, I guess.
I mean, they're obviously like their senses are crazy, but I don't even know how that works. How are your senses so crazy that you know a color that you can't even see?
Octopuses are low-key like a superhero.
No, they're aliens. No, they call them aliens.
Yeah.
They really do call them aliens. And after watching that show last night, I ain't gonna say they're aliens, but if somebody said they were, I wouldn't be surprised. That's crazy. How you gonna turn a color that you can't even see?
I don't know. This still makes more sense than any of the Phoenix Suns provisions.
Oh man. So before the break, we were talking about all the draft compensation and I was like, man, did all this like stuff, did it come from the Bradley Beal trade, or was it something else? Was it the KD trade or something? I don't know, because I really don't know what the hell's going on with their draft for the next couple of years, but I do know the deal. It was a 3-team deal. The Suns traded Bradley Beal, the Wizards got Bradley Beal. The Wizards traded Bradley Beal to the Suns. They received from the Suns, the Wizards did, 2024 first-round pick swap, 2024 second-round pick, 2025 second-round pick, 26 first-round pick swap, 26 second-round pick, 27 second-round pick, 28 pick swap first round, 28 second-round pick, 30 first-round pick swap, 30 second-round pick. They received 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pick, not swaps, but like they've got control over it. 9.
Just listening to that made my head hurt.
9 of them things. And for good measure, the Suns gave the Pacers a future second-round pick.
Oh, how nice. Very good.
That's crazy. I like Bradley Beal. I still like him a lot better.
And that's also
a lot.
That's why. Well, one, that trade did not make sense. It didn't. It wasn't needed.
Mm-hmm.
But this is owners getting greedy. This is new owners getting greedy. More stars, more stars, more stars. That was a deal you did not need to make. But I'm sorry. You thought Phoenix was going to get half of that back for trading Kevin Durant?
What?
Again, depreciated assets. Shout out to KD. But if he goes for 5 first-round picks 4 years ago or 3 years ago or whatever it was, you think he's going to go for that again? No, he's not. It's been one miss after another with Phoenix. This is their best opportunity to clean it up because of what we just laid out. But the deal with Houston itself is not enough.
They're
going to have to use those guys for a lot more.
Them actually getting the number 10 pick might even be like a success. Like, all right, at least
might be.
got a number 10 pick. I won't defend the trade necessarily, but the Wizards Bradley Beal trade, but here's a way to rationalize it. Number one, we're not trading them outright picks. We're pick swapping a lot of those first rounders. So we're not out of the draft. You know what I mean? Like we got picks in the first round still. And then if I wanted to be mean or a cynic, I could say, all right, Washington, swap with us. We'll have the fifth pick instead of the third. It's Washington. It's not the Warriors or the Knicks that we're swapping with. Like, we'll be okay. We'll still be picking relatively high. That could be the rationale. But then what I don't understand is you got all these 9 other teams involved. Did they not read the fine print of these pick swaps? The Phoenix?
Well, that's what I can't figure out is how did Memphis, Portland, Milwaukee, and Philadelphia all get involved in this?
No idea. That is crazy. And that's just 1 year.
That is one single 2028 first round situation.
Yeah.
It is headache inducing trying to figure out what happens with them.
Bad job, James Jones.
And now that I don't think James Jones is in charge anymore.
Well, he made those drafts.
Oh, the Brad Beal one. Yeah. Well,
And
he
the
probably knew my time is numbered. My days are numbered.
How did Houston get those Phoenix picks? What was that?
How did Houston get the Phoenix picks?
Because Houston has control of a few Phoenix Suns.
Well, they got him through James Harden, maybe. Because Phoenix.
But James went to Brooklyn.
Yeah. Well,
let's see what AI says. Not Allen Iverson, but artificial intelligence.
Well, because Michael went from Suns to the Nets, right?
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if maybe the picks somehow got flipped there and the Nets ended up with some or something like that. And then that's kind of how they ended up with Houston after Houston traded Harden to the Nets.
Yeah, that's probably something. Damn, that's crazy. And now they just own you. We didn't even deal with you. We didn't even do nothing with you. Give us our picks back. Damn. Well,
I'm trying to figure out exactly what deal it was and what the provisions for it were.
The Brooklyn situation sounds, like.
Did I keep that tab open? I did. Here it is. Go ahead.
Michael, Phoenix, when they traded Michael to Brooklyn, got, I don't know, lost again.
Well, KD was on. Well, all right.
Yeah, you got KD, and then they sent Michael on picks now.
But Michael
Kaman.
Oh, yeah, Michael went from Phoenix to Brooklyn.
Yeah.
And Brooklyn got those picks. But no, how did Houston get them?
Because
how did Houston get the Phoenix? Kevin Durant for Michael Bridges was after James Harden in Houston.
I don't. They just have them, Kenny. Okay, they have them. I don't know how they have them. They're there. That's all I know.
And they're not giving them back, except for that number.
The
10
Houston
pick.
Rockets acquired the Phoenix Suns 2025 first round pick as a result of a trade with the Brooklyn Nets. The Nets had previously acquired the pick from the Suns as part of the package for Kevin Durant. Rockets then traded with the Nets to get the Suns picks. The initial trade. This is AI, by the way. The Phoenix Suns traded multiple future first-round picks, including their 2025 pick to the Brooklyn Nets in exchange for Kevin Durant. The Houston Rockets then traded with the Brooklyn Nets, acquiring the Suns' 25, 27, and 29 first-round picks, along with control of the Dallas Mavericks' 29 first-round pick.
Hey, that's what Scott Perry need to do. Scott Perry, because to
well, what did Houston and Brooklyn trade for? Was that the James Harden deal?
But that was before. That's why I don't understand. But
maybe they
just seems like Houston
no, it had to have been. Oh, it was before.
It seems like Houston just jumped in after the Brooklyn and Phoenix deal. It's like, hey, like Brooklyn, give us some of that. That's what Scott Perry needs
exactly
to do.
What it sounds like.
Scott Perry needs to do that. Just find some team like, hey, I know you got a couple extra picks, man. We did a deal. Like maybe Houston and Brooklyn still had some
some deals, from Harden and everything, and they're like, look,
This
we'll
is
forego
hilarious.
this 2026 pick if you give us 2 of those picks you just got from Phoenix. Maybe it's something like that.
Okay. We'll come back. Okay, we'll come back. This mystery might be unsolvable, but I think we're getting close. Also, DeMar DeRozan, what does this mean for him? Steelo and KC on ESPN 1320. The Houston Rockets said those Phoenix.
Brooklyn owed picks to Houston from the Harden trade. Right. The next traded some of the Suns picks for the KD trade and got their own picks back. I'm kind of following it, but it's set. So what I think happened was the Nets still owed picks to Houston for the Harden trade. When the Nets made the deal to trade Kevin Durant to Phoenix, Houston might have been like, hey, you owe us X amount of picks. Why don't you just give us these and we'll forego that? Give us these Phoenix picks and we'll forego that. Is that possibly what happened? I don't know.
I don't know that it's that complicated. I have an article in front of me that I will read to the class. This league is fascinating.
They need to just reset everything and let's start from scratch.
No wonder everyone took advantage of Vlade. This shit is confusing. No, Vlade, it's fine. It's fine.
Imagine. I'll save it for the air. TJ, I don't know anything you're talking about, sir.
Damn, who's that?
What are you guys doing?
Yeah, who's not showing up after softball?
But then play victim.
That was tough.
What is going on in the chat?
Someone's flaking. Someone's flaking, I guess.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man, they talking about Michigan. Michigan was supposed to show up on Friday, but he had a softball
What
game.
I heard.
Down the street.
What is he, Psycho Sid?
down the street. And they said he didn't show up. They're not saying that. He didn't show up. And now they're saying he's playing victim.
Damn,
Oh,
man.
man, that's tough, Michigan. Everybody else was there.
Oh, man.
Sky River was popping on Friday.
It was popping, man. How late you stay at the
We left about an hour after you. We were still trying to get people in.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
But man, did we fail. I couldn't figure out. Shout out to our girl Carrie. She had gotten us she was like, you gonna go next door? I was like, yeah. And she was like, okay, I'm gonna go tell them, like, how many do you think are going? I was like, well, I need a reservation for 8. I don't know how many people will migrate over there. I feel like it's going to be a lot, but could we get a table for 8? She goes, yeah, that's yeah, absolutely. And I'm thinking, all right, it's me, Katie, it's KC, it's Io, is it girl. Okay. Then I start, okay, we got Katrina, Then I'm running like there's a group of people I want to get in, and I'm like, all right, guys, let's go. And we start making our way over there. I get sidetracked. I get over there, and like now everyone is gone to the humidor. There's at least a group of 20, and I'm like, all right, I'm not gonna be able to get everybody in right away, but I'll let it. Hey, this is what we're doing. This is where everyone's from. I'm gonna try to get in as many people as I can. I go in. And I was like, hey, we're like this was the other part. We're like an hour late. Carrie made the reservation for 9. We stayed at 32 Brew Street till like 10. And she's like, no, it's okay. You can come in. Your party's here. Is everyone here? And I glanced in. I saw Katie, and I saw Io, and I saw you. So I was like, okay, yeah. How many spots do I have left? And she was like, well, none. I was like, wait, what do you mean? She was like, no, everyone's checked in.
Yeah.
And I look back in, and I'm like, okay. So I walk in and find out a couple of people who weren't with me were with me.
Oh.
And just
what they say your name or them at the door?
They just all walked in together.
Oh.
I'm not gonna blame anybody for this. But there's a good chance it was my dearest brother, Io, who just said, no, come on, man. Because I counted how many people were with him, and then I counted how many people I couldn't get in. And boy, did that number match perfectly. I thought, okay, it's good. Once people start to filter out, we'll be able to get everybody in.
Yeah.
It did not happen. Yeah. So
Friday night kind of tough too.
Friday night is tough. But shout out to everyone who, I tried. I swear I tried. It got to the point where it was just like, I'm just going to leave and let them go in.
Yeah.
That didn't work because there were people making reservations through the app. So even though they were already there, it was like, no,
reservation.
They had standing reservations already. So, hey, me, lesson learned. We will make sure Sky River knows the next time we do this. And I'm very confident after the success of Friday night's event, there will be a next time for an evening with D'Lo and KC. We will let them know, hey, there's a good chance 20 people are going to migrate over to the humidor. And given the cost of the humidor, it would be beneficial for everybody to get in because we was turning up. Io picked a great cigar for us too, man. We had a great one.
I didn't even smoke a cigar. I didn't even smoke a cigar.
I had one, and I knew he had kind of a light palate, so I trusted him to pick it. And it was a good one. Yeah, we had a good one. We had a good one. Man. Great night at Sky River Casino.
Always.
Where is this article? I've got too many tabs open. Here we go. As the Houston Rockets, so this was this past June, the Rockets made a trade with the Brooklyn Nets that sent back to the Nets control of their 2025 and 2026 unprotected first-round picks. In exchange, the Rockets received a large chunk of Phoenix's future, 2025, 27, and 2029, and control of the Dallas Mavericks 2029 first. In essence, the Rockets traded 1 pick and 1 swap for 2 picks and 2 swaps, all unprotected.
That was actually very, very smart by them to recognize that potential opening to do that. Because like we kind of mentioned and joked about, that Nets Phoenix trade had nothing to do with them.
Right.
But they're like, man, we got some things going on here with Brooklyn.
Let's get in on this, man.
Yeah, that was Raphael Stone, right?
Yes.
That's pretty smart by him, man.
Yep.
Pretty smart.
Yeah, he's been the GM for a little. I mean, obviously since Goofy's been in Philadelphia.
Damn.
I'm not a Daryl Morey fan, man.
But that was. I
don't know what Daryl Morey's ever done to warrant still being employed. Like, how has he not been fired?
I have no idea. I have no clue.
That franchise is in shambles right now. Come on, man. The Philadelphia 76ers are a mess.
Well, they're a mess because of the one move by his. That's the re-sign Joel Embiid. There's no need to re-sign him. You had him there under contract.
What about Paul George?
That didn't destroy the franchise. People make bad moves all the time.
He paid massive money for Paul George when LA wouldn't give it to him. I like Paul George. I'm just asking.
I would have absolutely taken a chance on Paul George. I would not have signed Joel Embiid to the extension when there was no need to. There was no need to. It's almost like Minnesota with Rudy Gobert. Like, why'd you sign him to an extension? You had him for like 2 years. Now, maybe in that situation, I'll stall them out. I don't know exactly, but maybe it would have brought their cap down.
It did by $14 million.
So maybe there's that, but I would have just traded. I would have got rid. I'd bring the cap all the way down by getting rid of him.
It also made him more tradable, though. Of course, you would have had to have dealt with that $49 million and whatever the actual number might have been with dollar for dollar, wherever they were in terms of cap money. You would have had to have dealt with whatever that dollar figure is.
Did extending Joel Embiid allow Philadelphia to pursue Paul George?
I don't see how it would, because there was no discount. So I don't see how it would, because he didn't sign for less. He signed for a lot freaking more.
He absolutely did. But did Rudy though? Like, does it?
No, Rudy signed. Rudy went from, I think it was a projected salary of that opt-in year of $49 million. I can go back and look, but I know the number went down to 35. So I think he was like 35, and maybe 36 or 37 or something in the final year.
Yeah, Daryl Morey, I don't understand you, bro. Simple as that. I don't understand you.
What happens now, and this is where DeMar DeRozan may or may not come into play. What happens now with the teams who didn't land Kevin Durant? Like Houston, I felt like needed a guy who could get them a basket. Like I felt like they needed a bucket getter. We asked this question earlier. If Kevin Durant hadn't been the guy, would DeMar have taken them to the level? I don't know if he would have taken them to a championship level. I think we both think Kevin Durant has Houston. But in my opinion, it would have made them better. And in my estimation, I think it might have made them a lot better, which would have, I think it would have had you advancing in the playoffs. You probably would have been flirting. And I think this is basically what you said, flirting with championship contention. That's the type of player that they needed. Kevin Durant is that player at the highest possible level. Right. But DeMar doesn't exactly fit in San Antonio.
Not necessarily.
He doesn't. I don't like. I mean, Minnesota was a name. I don't know that DeMar really works in Minnesota. He does in Miami. Of course, that's because Miami's just I don't know. That's essentially what Miami is. It's just, I don't know. Try it, I guess. I don't know.
This sounds crazy because I know we got our own issues here. But if I'm DeMar, send me to Miami. I might as well just stay. Like Miami isn't that much closer to an NBA championship, which seems to be what he's trying to do right now. Isn't that much closer to an NBA championship than the Kings are. Now, you do have the tax implications, the no state tax situation. So
you also have Miami.
Yeah,
I don't know that matters for DeMar, though, who just did a podcast talking about he doesn't go out and doesn't drink. I don't know what the lure of Miami would be for him.
Yeah, you got Miami, but he's in California. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying in that respect. But
well, I mean, he's closer to LA, yeah.
So be back home, so to speak, home state at least.
So their name. So we were talking about the mess that the Eastern Conference has essentially become with the loss of Ty, Tatum, Dame. You said, "Hey, maybe this opens the door for Philadelphia to get themselves together." I wonder if this opens the door for Miami.
You got to add one more piece. In
addition to DeMar?
Well, no, I guess if you're adding DeMar, like you can be a top 6 team, but I don't think you really do anything with DeMar, Bam, and Tyler.
But to me, right now, there's odds for it somewhere. Who's the favorite in the East next year?
The Knicks conference to lose. Like they absolutely 1000% should come out the East the way it looks right now. Like
this is a team without a basketball coach.
Yes, but they
doesn't matter.
I'm not going to co-sign that,
Las
but like
Vegas is proven. It's told you. No, it doesn't matter.
looking at the Knicks roster, like yeah, they win 1,000, but like there's no reason why they shouldn't come out the East.
Are they
this
the
season.
betting favorite?
Yeah.
Oh, they are.
They're
Shoot, the Knicks are.
They're the. I saw one sporting book. They're the second. They got the second best odds to win it all.
Next to
behind
OKC.
Yeah.
I wonder how different that would have been if Ty didn't get hurt yesterday.
Probably.
I mean, they still
different.
could have been second. Indiana
I think
might
it would
have
have been
third.
different. I think Indiana probably would have got.
I think they should have
of being second. But and I know I mentioned Philly. You can say this about Philly as well. I'm not saying that they're just so far ahead of Miami, but Miami not beating New York or Cleveland in a series.
Pat Riley's looking a little funny in this last stage of his career. He keeps striking out or just doesn't get anything done. Like this.
Well, I don't know
team
how much of
hasn't-
that is a fault of like his. Like, is it his fault Dame Lillard isn't in Miami?
He tried to.
Well, Dame, KD, like it's not just like just one player now at this point. It's just the team has needed something for a while and he just hasn't been able to deliver.
Monty McRiley over there.
I'm not gonna go that far.
Monty Riley is crazy.
It's very disrespectful.
I apologize, Pat. Sorry, man.
Monty McRiley. I mean, yeah. I mean, he got Jimmy. He got Jimmy. Before got him over there, and
But
was
the
able to
thing, like
get
you probably
Bam, was
needed
able to get Tyler
something.
Hero.
You needed one more, though. I think, like the Heat, like those teams were there. It was like they needed one more. There was always rumored for someone, but never landed anyone.
I wonder. I'm trying to think about this on the fly. Maybe it's not even that big of a deal. But who didn't he get that he could have gotten?
Pat?
Yeah, like after Jimmy, after he got Jimmy.
Well, Dame is the most. Dame wanted to go to Miami again. I don't know that that's Pat Riley's fault
Right.
though.
It felt like Miami was, or
It felt like
Milwaukee, or Portland.
was just like, no,
was over my.
we're
dead
not
eye.
doing it. Yeah, which is wild, but okay. I mean, there is Durant. They didn't have the money to sign DeMar last year. It's foolish to think DeMar was just hell bent on coming to Sacramento because he loves the farm to fork capital. Like Sacramento had the most money to offer. They couldn't. I'm sure they couldn't execute a trade the way that Sacramento did in order to acquire DeMar DeRozan,
And
or they probably couldn't with their cap situation at the time.
I think some of the rumors were yesterday that Pat Willing was unwilling to give up Jaime Jaquez, the 20, and maybe it was Ware as well in a KD trade.
Yeah, I just don't think they were including Ware at all, too.
So,
But my thought with that is like, yeah, like why would I give up those guys for? Now things have changed after yesterday, but Miami, if we get KD and have to give him money, we're still not a championship team.
But why would Pat Riley be unwilling to give up Jaime Jaquez when every Sacramento Kings fan says
that's the other? I see where you're going, and that's the question. Not to that, but to how the hell is DeMar gonna get there?
that's what I'm. Yeah.
If he wasn't willing to give that up for Kevin Durant, no disrespect, but why is he giving that up for DeMar DeRozan?
Yeah, I don't think that he is.
I wonder how much of it
I
was
think
like,
people have been raiding the tabloids too much when it comes to.
I wonder how much of it was Ware in the 20th that Pat really didn't want to get rid of, because like Jaime Jaquez wasn't really getting too many minutes towards the end of last season.
Yeah,
He kind of fell out of the not rotation completely, but fell out of favor a bit. I feel.
I agree with you. I think that has more to do with it, the Ware in the 20
Mm-hmm.
than Jaime Jaquez. But I think the Kings in any potential deal with Miami is going to be targeting that 20. Like I don't think you'd be happy walking away from a DeMar DeRozan trade with Jaime Jaquez and Duncan Robinson. No, I like those guys as players, but it feels like you could get just something more, whether a player or that 20 pick.
Yeah.
Not Ware. Like I don't think Ware would be involved in that. But man. But if I'm Miami, I don't need I guess this is what I've been saying about them. I don't need to give up all my assets
to gain a player that might get me to the second round. This was the 10th seed last year. Now you are in the East. And you were in the East before the injuries. That was already looking suspect. But now with the injuries, it's looking even more suspect.
Mm-hmm.
But if I got DeMar DeRozan, if I'm Pat Riley, are we better than Detroit? Are we better than New York? Are we better than Cleveland? Can we even realistically beat those teams in this series? I don't know about that.
But is that the
Orlando? I forgot about them.
Is that the only way though to look at? Is that the only way to look at constructing your team? Like Miami right now, you talk about let's say you move off of Jaime Jaquez, you fill it out however you want to. Is there a 1-year plan, 2-year plan, like 3-year plan? Is it like, okay, maybe we're not better than such and such, such and such, such and such. We're going to fight. That's what we do. Eric Spoelstra is going to have them fight. We're going to have DeMar DeRozan here, who's one of the most accomplished players in this league. We know what DeMar is going to be good for. We're going to remain relevant in this conference. We're going to remain relevant in this league. And then next year, when DeMar's contract essentially gets cut in half, DeMar retires, DeMar goes to play somewhere else. Now we've got a little extra cap money. We're still Miami. I'm still Pat Riley. I could still attempt to make a few moves out here. I could still attempt. Like, I think there's a way to maintain a level of relevancy if you're Miami, while not necessarily competing for a championship, but still essentially competing for a championship. Like, they advanced as a play-in team to the finals, which a lot like, we talk about how that the Warriors winning the title is the worst thing that ever happened to them. It's great. You have the moment, but it's also, it destroyed the entire idea of this 2 timeline thing. Remind me, I want to get back to that. The 2 timeline thing. Okay. But it destroyed that idea because it's like, yo, we can win. We can continue to win. When in reality, they couldn't, which is why they went out there and got Jimmy Butler. But the fact is, they did it. They did win. They had that moment. Miami, they got to the finals as a play-in squad. The team didn't have no business being in the NBA finals. No one believes that was the second best basketball team in the league. But if you're Miami, you're like, that's what we do. That's what we do. You don't have to believe in this. We're going to put together a squad and we're going to compete every single year. And we're going to get into the playoffs and we're going to win series that you think we're going to lose. And Heat fans could say that's the worst thing that ever happened to us because they're just going to keep trying to do that every year while we're never actually going to have a championship team. So I wonder if that's what they just fight for. Jesse said, I'll get you to the top 6. That might be all Miami feels like they need. Get me to the top 6. We'll take care of everything else from there.
Well, this past playoff should have beat the starch out of that argument.
Well,
you remember what Cleveland?
Yeah.
What Cleveland did to them?
Well, yeah, weren't y'all talking crazy about the way Cleveland was playing that series?
Look what happened. Look how it ended up.
Not winning by enough.
Yeah, and they got bounced in the second round. Me and Casey were right.
Oh, now we're fast forwarding.
Me and Casey were right.
You guys are frauds.
No, we're not frauds. We were right. We were right.
Frauds.
No, you guys all yelled at us. We couldn't even be free on our show and get our takes out. All right. We said, yeah, Cleveland's looking a little weird. You guys are like, oh, no, you guys don't know what you're talking about. And look who got bounced in the second round.
Everybody was looking weird. Cleveland and Miami. Miami, weren't they down like 50?
I think they were down 70 in one game. That was an embarrassing series. Didn't Cleveland win that series by the most points like in NBA history?
Yes.
That is insane.
Oh, man. But I'm making jokes, but I get your point. That could be how Pat is.
I'm just asking. Yeah, that's not a team that's just going to roll over. Like, that's a team that's got.
And they've earned that. They've earned that. I do think like some of it is fluky, like I shouldn't say fluky, but the NBA Finals appearance. But that is a tough team. They are super well coached, and they are somebody that when they get into a playoff series elevates to playoff basketball level. Like they do that. I make jokes about it, but what happened in this first round against Cleveland is a little bit of an anomaly with that program. Like the first 2 games they were competing. Somehow Miami, they just
got backhanded when they got back home. But in the first 2 games of the series, like we were legit like, hey, they kind of let Miami hang around, or Miami's a little closer on this other stuff. So that's traditionally what they do.
I completely forget about Cleveland when we have these conversations about the East next year.
I gotta
You gotta remember them, man. I think they'll be perfectly fine.
Wow, Jesse forgets about Cleveland. Who knew?
Are not the only one.
I got a wild card reference here for DeMar. Given all we've been talking about,
There's an advisor in LA.
I'm working through this in my head.
Oh,
This might not work.
X them out. DeRozan's like, no.
Who? Oh yeah, LA. No, I was thinking Indiana.
Things may have changed a little bit.
Can you stay again? We're talking a year, probably. Can you stay afloat, averaging a 22-point per game scorer to go along with Siakam? I mean, I think the team as is can stay afloat, not to minimize Tyrese, because Tyrese makes them a championship contender. But and maybe I shouldn't have used that phrase. Can you continue to compete in that conference with a Bucks team that's going to be lacking, with the Celtics team that's obviously still very, very, very good, but is lacking their best player? Could you add DeMar to Indiana and put yourself back into the conversation where this team might be able to get back to the Eastern Conference Finals and again compete for a championship?
What are you willing to give up?
Yes, and I haven't worked. This was live, pal.
Well, I'm looking at it right
I
now.
haven't worked through that.
I got their contract numbers. You'd probably TJ McConnell.
I don't think you could do it.
Was the thing like then
TJ's like a new Indiana legend.
Well, then there's Aaron Neesmith. You're not trading him, right? They really like Obi. He's 14 mil. Andrew Nemhard is really good.
Obi, what's Obi and Mathurin?
Obi is 14 mil per. Matherin's got 9 years, but he's on a team option next year, so he's due for a new deal.
He's got 9 mil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can make it work with that money because DeMar's 24, so that'd be 23 right there. You can make that work. But
Obi and Mathurin?
I think Obi would be the one. I don't know if you can do Mathurin. I don't think you could do them both. Is there another filler piece you could throw in there? Because Obi could be one that you could do it with.
You could
because there's after this postseason, you can't trade TJ McConnell. That'd be crazy.
You probably what's Shepard looking like? Like maybe you do Obi and Shepard.
Shepard's not going to be enough money. He's only $3 million per year.
Yeah. I'm just asking. I'm
it's a nice thought.
Throwing it out there. I'm trying to keep my Pacers going. Yes, sirs.
Well, look at this. Look at who's Sacramento and who's not Sacramento.
Do we like
Sacramento?
Jarris Walker?
We do like Jarris Walker.
That works. Obi Toppin and Jarris Walker for DeMar.
Yeah, no, I'm Sacramento.
Okay, Lakeshore.
Yeah, I'm
what?
Sacramento.
That was
okay.
uncalled for.
That was uncalled for.
Well, control the buttons, and then maybe you
don't do that. Walker, we definitely do Walker, but I don't think Indiana would though.
Yeah,
Indiana be like, nah, I'll talk to you guys later.
All right. Well, we tried.
Well, I wasn't even trying. I was just asking.
Why did you say no to Mathurin? The Kings or the Pacers?
The Pacers.
I think you can get more from Mathurin.
Yeah, I think particularly this year with Ty, I absolutely think you could use Mathurin. I think Obi is a little more.
Well, even if you're trying to trade Mathurin, I think you get more than just a 1-year player.
Sure. Well, you said they're at decision time with Mathurin.
Well, I'm saying the team you trade him to, I'm assuming is going to give him a contract extension.
Mathurin's Keegan's class, or is it?
I think so. Yeah, I think he is Keegan's class.
Okay.
He's definitely not Davis. He might have been a year after Keegan, but I think he's Keegan's class.
I think he is Keegan. He moved out of Arizona, right?
Well, wait, who was drafted a year after Keegan then?
We didn't have.
Oh, we didn't have. Oh, okay. All right. By the way, the draft is in 2 days.
Yeah.
Not that
on
it
ESPN
matters
1320, by the way.
Great.
Big ups to
You can
us.
listen
Both
to the
days.
Kings.
Both days.
You can listen to the Kings not make a selection on Wednesday and then tune in on Thursday.
I mean, they would know these things better than I would. They put Thursday at 4:30, huh?
Yeah, it's 5:00 this year.
Yeah, because last year it was like 1:00. That's
Oh, the second round. Yeah,
So I was like, hold on, what you mean?
No, I double checked that this morning.
Yeah. We'll come back. Man, I feel like there's a lot that we just have not gotten to yet. We still have to get back to Tyrese. We still got more King stuff to talk about. James Ham, top of the 3:00 hour. Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Oh yeah. KC made a note in here. Oh, I see that. No, let's talk. Let's talk about the coverage of the NBA Finals as well. Steelo and KC on ESPN 1320.
Let's see, where are we at? There we go. There we go. There we go. 13th round. What's your main man, Kenny Caraway? Big ups to the dope one. Shout out to my guy. Shout out to Jordan Brand. Shout out to Cola Seamoss. You know, we all locked in, baby. You know the vibes. And we had a nice little media tour that's going on right now for the September 13th fight in Las Vegas in Allegiant Stadium. Canelo Alvarez versus Terrence Bud Crawford. And while it started off all nice and they're breaking bread together, champagning and campaigning and being nice, I don't know if this is an act or anything, but after a couple of days, they start chirping a little bit. They start talking about each other a little bit. Canelo talking about Terrence Crawford's resume, you know, and mentioning that people are different after fighting Canelo. And I just listen to Canelo talk. I listen to what he's saying, and I look at Terrence Crawford, and I just think Terrence is going to be too much for him. I think Terrence is going to get Canelo. I don't think Canelo is the same Canelo that he used to be. And that's no knock on him. He's been in the game for so long. Everybody has to deal with Father Time at some point. And I think even though Terrence Crawford is no spring chicken himself, I think this might be the matchup that shows the age of Canelo most. I love what they're doing with this fight. I love that it's back here in America. I love that it's in Las Vegas. Allegiant Stadium should be an absolute movie. I might need to try to go to that fight, to be honest with you. It's an Allegiant Stadium. Come on now. Might have to fool with that one. I'm looking forward to it. Netflix, Dana White being involved, Turkey being involved, and Max Kellerman's going to be back. So I like the build-up. I like the press conferences. I like the talking that's starting to happen. Now, I want to see the fight actually go down and live up to the hype. But we got time for that. It's the 13th round. They gonna end up on our news clip. I had a lazy, yeah.
Jalen Williams already on TV. Just not hungover, definitely.
What's he talking about?
No, he's just on ESPN right now. I was just listening to like Thunder. They had a pretty tame celebration yesterday, huh?
Hold on, I got distracted by a text. What'd you say?
I said the film, like they didn't really party yesterday, huh? After they won, it seems like.
Nah, they wasn't really getting after it. They blamed it on them being young, but I don't know. I don't think that's the case. D-Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320 on this beautiful, beautiful Monday afternoon. Me and Jesse were just talking about during the break, Oklahoma City and their celebration or lack thereof. And people were like, oh, they're so young. They didn't even know how to pop champagne. That's cool. But like, it should have popped off. Should have popped off. Should have been a celebration.
It was pretty weak.
I won't read the Jason Jones group text, but
why? What'd he say?
Somebody finally seeing it my way. And ironically, this was more lit than I'd seen them in the past.
Let's see. Most boring celebration in finals history. Fans look bored. KC was the exact opposite of a movie. Jason Jones. They stood and applauded. I predict 0 reports of looting in OKC. And someone tweeted a video of like right when the fans got outside, cops go, please disperse.
Oh my!
Please disperse. Return to your homes. Please disperse. It's like, man, at least let them hang out and have fun.
What a
You don't have to burn stuff and tear down light poles, but hey, congregate with
please
your people.
disperse. Come
What's
on.
the problem?
Come on. We don't want nothing crazy happening, but come on, man. I think I forgot. I think it's Jasmine Watkins on Twitter. She had the tweet saying Applebee's is gonna stay open an hour later in OKC.
2 for 20s for everybody.
Oh man, they stayed up till 10.
Oh man, hey, what would be a worse place to win a championship?
Utah.
No, I was
Utah.
about to say. I was going to ask Utah or OKC, but it's absolutely.
It's always Utah.
Man, you know, some people will say.
No,
Dumb.
No.
That's crazy.
you could say, but that's because you've
People-
never been.
That's right. That's what I'm talking
And I've
about.
never been to Utah, but I know
Yeah.
it stinks.
That would be dumb. Utah's number one. Now,
Utah
sure,
worse than OKC?
yeah,
Yeah,
you
'cause
can't even drink after
Yeah,
10.
you got to go through a mission to get a drink in Utah, it seems.
Well, I think that isn't that only on Sunday?
I think that's every
I think
day.
it's every
Oh,
day.
is it really?
Well, Jason Jones was making it seem like it was on Wednesday
thought
or
it was
something
every
when he tells
day.
his stories.
That's terrible. That's terrible. Okay, let's ask AI. When is the cut? Did you notice, by the way? I don't know if anyone else, if this happens at when is the cutoff for alcohol in Utah? I don't know if anyone else has noticed this at work. Did you notice a particular individual responds to emails through some sort of like automated AI service?
No.
I did not. But have you seen that?
Complex absolutely does it. If you go back and you look at those emails about the Juneteenth festival, read them again. I asked him one day, I was like, yo, you're using a service for this, right? Like you're using some sort of AI thing. Like you're not responding that way, are you? He goes, oh God, no. Oh God, no.
They
So let's see.
Well,
in
Google
Utah-
does that. Have you seen that on your replies? They give you like 3 sentences.
Oh, I've never tried
Like
it.
they give you like a paragraph.
I see the
response.
option to do it. Yeah, I think
I've
that's
never
what
done it
I think
either.
that's what Complex uses.
It's like, this is crazy.
In Utah, the cutoff for alcohol service in bars and restaurants is generally 1 a.m. This applies to the sale of liquor, wine, flavored malt beverages. Establishments can begin serving alcohol at 10 a.m. I don't know what the.
You can only get alcohol with food at restaurants.
That's facts. Yep,
Mm.
facts.
So you can't.
At
Can you go
restaurants.
to a
State
bar?
liquor stores are
Yeah, I'm looking
closed
right-
on Sundays and holidays.
Taverns, breweries, and bars. Let's see. They're allowed to sell alcohol from 11:30 a.m. to 1 a.m. Don't require you to order food.
Oh,
Yeah, it
okay.
seems
Well,
like those are okay.
They've entered the 2025. Fairly recently, so that's good to know.
I think alcohol percentage is limited at 5%.
I don't
Wait,
even know-
what?
I don't even know I don't even know nothing about no.
Like they only serve alcohol that's like 5% or whatever, I guess.
What's a normal situation? Like what's
Or what's a beer? Because isn't like a spirit like all alcohol?
I'm not even sure, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm
This
just
is-
looking at
this is-
Utah
this
state
is
liquor
dumb.
laws right now. This is
Yeah.
utah.com. What do you want from me?
Find you a show that will Google Utah liquor laws.
hold on, I'm about to.
Anyways,
find it right
OKC did not look entertained last night.
now.
That might have actually been. Now the Tyrese
Oh,
injury
yeah,
could
that
have played a small part in it. What's that?
No, I was like, that's just not gonna get it done, Utah. I looked up what's the percentage of alcohol in an old fashioned.
Mhm.
It's 30 to 38%.
Can't have one of those there.
They giving you 5%. Give me a Sprite. Just give me a Sprite.
Sprite's probably 3.5% alcohol, anyways. That's funny.
So you think maybe the situation with
Well,
Tyrese-
obviously, and rightfully so, the atmosphere died. Like it, I mean, and again, rightfully so. Like after the Tyrese injury, it did pick back up in the second half. I think it hit its peak at the end of the third quarter into the fourth. And then it could be one of those situations where OKC was up for so long. Like the game was not in doubt when the fourth quarter, or you got 2 minutes into the fourth quarter. The game wasn't in doubt.
You didn't have any thoughts when they got it to 12?
Not without Ty. I didn't, because I didn't think TJ McConnell kept them in the game.
TJ Iverson.
Man,
what the hell was that all about?
And so
he's a good ball player, but still.
He's terrific. He's had a terrific postseason, but it felt like, it kind of felt like that fourth quarter was inevitable after the Tyrese injury. It was like, okay, when the game was what it was at halftime, it was like, okay, this was great. But as they like fight, it was like the outcome just feels inevitable. And then, the end of the third, start of the fourth go the way that it goes. And then maybe just the celebration was so long that by the time the buzzer actually expired, you had wrapped your head around being the NBA champions for 30 real life minutes at that point. And there was just no. Also, it was a boring ass basketball team when it comes to celebrating, but it was just like, oh, all right. Jason Jones was right. They just stood and applauded.
That's it.
All right.
Good for OKC though. They got their championship. They've had a few heartbreaks. So good for them, I guess. It's all good.
Yeah, good for them.
I guess.
I like the Thunder. Even though I found myself rooting for Indiana in this series.
KD, Harden, and Russ. Who wins the series in a 7-game series between these two teams?
All three have been Houston Rockets now, by the way.
Yeah, I saw that graphic yesterday.
They'll get one right eventually.
What was the question? Sorry.
I guess who would win in a 7-game series between this Thunder team and the Russ, Harden, KD team?
I feel like this Thunder team has a deeper roster.
Really? I think the other team would win.
Really?
The other team ran into tougher competition, I feel like, in their little playoff run.
Yeah, tougher competition. And this, I'm not trying to shade this one at all because this team is great.
Serge versus Chet.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Serge.
Yeah.
Obviously those three. You had I don't know if he's I'll say he's not as good as a defender as Caruso. Caruso's fantastic.
Who?
I was about to say Roberson. He was still around.
Oh yeah, Roberson.
He
man,
was good,
Roberson was one of
Caruso,
them.
though.
Yeah, but Roberson was one of those ones, man. Like if he was healthy, because his thing was always he'd be like when he was on the he was super impactful to what they did.
He was
super impactful.
He couldn't shoot though. You know that.
No, but he was a good defender.
He was.
He was a good player to have on your roster.
He absolutely was. Who else did they have? Was Eric Maynor on that bench? So that might be. Eric Maynor was about the same as Casey Wallace, though.
This is 12, right?
Yeah. Eric Maynor. Nick Collison was still there, and he was pretty productive. I think I'm gonna go with the
Kendrick Perkins, if you're into that sort of thing.
Well, that's when he was.
I'm absolutely
Derek Fisher.
Not interested in Kendrick Perkins.
That's when Perk actually
whatsoever
was wearing Timberlands on the court.
Reggie Jackson was a rookie on the squad.
Was he? Oh
yeah,
wow,
he was a rookie on this team.
What's his 12?
Yeah, I might
11, 12.
I might change my opinion on that.
Yeah, KD averaging 28 that year. Russ was 23.6, and then Harden was about 17. 6 man of the year as well.
And you had Ibaka doing his thing.
Serge.
Yeah,
And,
Ibaka
we're
was
talking 12.
Ibaka finished second in defensive player of the year.
Mr.
voting that
Campbell,
year.
the son.
And did we mention Harden? I know
Yeah, he just said it.
We briefly. Well, I mean,
he just
before
said
that,
it.
we briefly mentioned him.
That's crazy. That's a crazy squad.
And they didn't win.
And they went up against the Heatles.
Ran into the
They
best
did.
version of LeBron James.
Yeah, one of the greatest versions ever. Like that LeBron was crazy.
That was the best Heat team, huh? Like the Heatles era. That second year was the best team, huh?
Yeah,
Was that the year they
third
had
year was pretty good too.
It was really good.
Yeah.
Was the second year the year they had the 28-game winning streak though?
Yes. Yeah.
They hit a group.
I don't remember much, truthfully, about the third year except for LeBron.
Was there a lockout that season or something?
There was a lockout that
Okay, yeah, because I'm seeing all these teams.
The third year?
The first-
66?
The 66 games. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now.
Wait, that was the second year?
Yeah.
11-12 was the lockout year because it was 66 games that
Because
season.
they lost the
Okay.
first year. And I remember because
Mhm.
I was like, man, I hope people don't like try to use this against them. Like he gets his first chip in a strike shortened season.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, he finished 46-20 that year.
46.
That's a
and
tough-
20.
that's a
Their
tough
best
team to
season
beat.
was 12-13 when they won the title. They finished 66-16.
The third year you said?
Yeah, that's when they beat the Spurs in 7.
66-13. Wow.
Mm.
Wow. That was the year.
Mm.
Was that the year they played the Pacers in a 7-game series?
Yeah, beat Pacers in 7 in the conference finals, and they beat the Spurs in 7. Beat the Bucks in 4, and then the Bulls in 5 in the first 2
It was a
rounds.
little rocky, that playoff run. They were down 2-1 to Indiana that series. 2-1 in a game 4 in Indiana. That's when LeBron, I think, threw the full court alley-oop pass. I believe.
Okay. James Ham at the top of the hour. Let's.
I know you wanted to talk about the coverage.
Yeah, let's talk about the coverage, and then we'll get to a couple of more thoughts on Tyrese before James joins us, and then we can get James's thoughts on Tyrese. Because you asked earlier, I jotted this down, thankfully. What should be done about these injuries? What can be done about these injuries? But you noted that people were really upset about the coverage that ESPN and ABC had of these NBA finals. There was a lot of criticism of the pregame show, countdown, NBA countdown. There was a lot of, I have some issues with the halftime show.
Mhm.
And then, the post game is what it is. I feel like I know what you're going to say regarding this, but what was your opinion?
What do you think I'm going to say?
Well, you don't care.
Yeah, it just
None of this stuff bothers you.
Nah, it's kind of whatever. I also feel like some of the things that people get upset about with Stephen A, with Kendrick Perkins, some of the things, not all the things, some of the things that they do, they kind of be tripping. But you need some personality, some entertainment out there.
But
I think
I don't think they're entertaining. And I think this
who
is where
entertaining to you.
L. Duncan. Mike and
Okay.
Tony. I guess my frustration is, well, one, there's two things. Don't be entertaining at the expense of the athletes that you're covering. And I think my frustration lies with, I've learned, Stephen A. Smith disgusts me. I know you like him. Stephen A. has turned a really unfortunate corner. It is just blatantly obvious to me he doesn't watch this game anymore. And this is the downside to ESPN's current business model. Is you're right. You're a personality. This is WWE. It's entertainment, pal. There isn't a world we live in anymore where ESPN has basketball analysts and they have a group of individuals that cover the NBA. What they have now is ESPN has a roster full of talent, and they pull from that talent to do First Take, to do Get Up, Sports Center, podcast, all of these different shows that they have, an NBA Countdown, and NFL Sunday. They put so it's not specialized talent anymore. It's a pool of talent that they have doing all of these different things. Stephen A makes incredible money because he gets eyes, and that has caused ESPN to kind of put him everywhere between daily podcasts, or I don't know how regularly his podcast drops, but he has the podcast and he does all of these different shows to where he can't focus on basketball anymore. And you could be entertaining. And this is where I find like the conversation funny. If you're upset about graphics and the game not feeling special or introductions not being shown, but you're willing to just be okay with that dull ass countdown show, it's confusing to me, because there is no hype to that. When every show that Stephen A is on, it's going to center on Stephen A. Whether you call it NBA Countdown or you call it First Take, if Stephen A Smith is on it, it's the Stephen A Smith show. And before Game 7 of the NBA Finals, Stephen A had nothing to offer this series. And the truth is, Kendrick Perkins didn't either. How many times over the last week did these two individuals say to you, Kendrick Perkins, not even Kendrick Perkins especially, both of them did it. Man, one team comes out, they don't play up to the expectations of one of those analysts, and they go, oh, they look scared. Oh, KC out here playing scared, KC. They out here playing scared. Bro, what does that mean? Are they playing? What was Stephen A did it at halftime yesterday? Stephen A has been so adamant in his take for Tyrese Halliburton. He damn near celebrated Ty's injury yesterday at halftime before someone clearly got in his ear and said, fam, I think you sounded a little too jovial when talking about Tyrese. And then he comes back with the somber voice and my brother, I hope he's healthy and all of this dumb stuff. But he said at halftime yesterday, man, OKC out here playing scared. It's the 50th time that he said OKC is playing scared when there's down. Okay, Stephen A, what's that mean? Why is OKC scared? No one asks him because they don't have time to do that the way that show is constructed. No one asks them because he's just going to rant and rave about Kendrick Perkins being annoying. Bob Myers is just going to tell him he's yelling. At no point did Stephen A know Indiana's playing their best interior defense of the entire series. That's why so many of the things that were working for Oklahoma City in the 6 games prior weren't working in the first half of Game 7. What changed? They started running the ball around the perimeter more before going inside in the second half. Then what happened? They started scoring. So does that mean they're not scared anymore? So they start scoring inside. All of a sudden, SGA is penetrating a little bit more. Are they not scared anymore? We just that group of individuals just uses these generic ass terms. They rely on being entertaining versus being informative. Game 7, no matter what, this is it. The last game of the NBA Finals, and that crew, the number one crew on that network that will air the NBA Finals for the next 11 years, had nothing to offer. Absolutely nothing except Stephen A. Smith. Because when Stephen A. is on your screen, it's the Stephen A. Smith show. And it is a absolutely trash product because Stephen A. is spread too thin. He's doing too many different things, and he has no time to focus on the Oklahoma City Thunder and no time to focus on the Indiana Pacers. And the only people that suffer for it are the people who attempt to turn into that broadcast because they're excited for the final game of the season.
I'm not here to defend Stephen A. or Kendrick Perkins or anybody. They're grown men. They know what they're getting into as far as being in this profession. Not everybody gonna like them. Not everybody gonna like the way they go about things. So there's no defending them as individuals. Doesn't really bother me if people have a problem with them. But I will say this. In the example that you used, sometimes it is like, yeah, you playing timid, you playing scared. And I think we get a little, sometimes people want real talk. Like, do you want what would really be said to those people or do you want what you're supposed to say on TV?
Tell me
if
the
Stephen
difference.
A's in that locker room and he's talking to OKC, or if I'm in that locker room, do you want me to say, this is what I would tell SGA? Get it together. You're playing scared right now. Get in a stance, lock up on the defensive end, stop going soft to the cup. Or do you want me to say, well, you know what? When they move that ball around, this and that, sometimes, I'm not saying all the time, sometimes it is as simple as going up to those players, whether you're a coach, whether you're a teammate, and saying, stop playing scared, bro.
But
put a level of aggression into what you're doing. You're playing timid right now.
But most
Sometimes
of that,
it's like that.
he didn't even say anything as blanket as that. All he said was, "You're playing." It's the same thing Kendrick Perkins said.
But I didn't see the halftime, so I don't know exactly what he said.
Good for you.
And I'm not really.
You're smarter for it.
I'm not really tripping off that. But I'll ask the question again. Do you want like what's really being said and what's really maybe going on in those locker rooms? Or do you want somebody to
I don't
manufacture a reason as to why what's going on?
No, don't manufacture the reason. Tell me what the reason is.
But it's like, we go through.
I'm not a player. You don't have to. I don't. Stephen A's not talking to SGA. He's talking to me.
But we go through this sometimes, right? Like not me and you, but like when we talk about the Kings, when we're watching the game, or like people are watching the game, and in the fourth quarter, the Kings hold a team to 25% from the field. And I'll come in and I'll be like, their defense wasn't no different than the other day. The other team just missed the shots. Sure. Like they didn't turn up on defense. They weren't close. No, Cleveland got wide open shots the whole damn quarter.
Sure.
You know what I mean? And that's what it is. But somebody will come on and tell you, oh, man, they turned up the intensity on defense in the fourth quarter. And look, they held them to 23% from the field. No, they didn't.
But I think each of those terms, so in what I look for in basically in an analysis of a game or a player is, and this is like the value of television. They didn't do it. The Kings didn't do anything different defensively. Cleveland missed shots. Look, and you show a clip. Like, look, he's 5 feet away from him. Donovan Mitchell missed. Other scenario you presented. The Sacramento Kings really turned it up defensively. Look, Keegan Murray closing out on Donovan Mitchell, giving him no space. Like he took a contested shot time and time again versus last game. The Kings gave up 15 open shots. I want to understand these teams better. I want to understand the game better. And I think sometimes and maybe it's the product of the way ESPN is constructed now, which is the biggest complaint that we've had with, ESPN versus TNT is you can't sink your teeth into anything ESPN is doing. Right. TNT is a lot like our show. If we're going to go for 45 minutes, we're going to go for 45 straight minutes. I could do it. Like I could go on. I could do everything those guys did last night because they didn't say anything. I didn't play in the league like Kendrick did. I didn't win a championship. I didn't play on multiple finals teams. I haven't covered the NBA for 30 years or 40 years, whatever it's been for Stephen A. I could have done everything they did last night because they didn't offer anything. That's what my guy in you ask who entertains me. I don't know who entertains me, but I know the guy that I like the most covering the NFL is Louis Riddick. I learn something from Louis Riddick anytime he talks. Tim Legler is not the most charismatic individual in the world. I'm going to learn listening to him. I used to learn listening to Doug Collins. You love Hubie. You're going to learn listening to Hubie.
Here's the other thing about that, though. All those guys you mentioned, they got more than a minute and a half. And I'm not defending Stephen A. or Kendrick being, behaving like clowns, but they've got to get whatever their point is, they've got to get it across in about 25 seconds.
My last argument is be consistent in your point. Don't tell me that Tyrese had no business being out there in game 5, that he's hurting his team. He needs to sit his ass down. He's hurting everything in game 5. He goes on to win game 6. You don't have anything to say and then feel bad for him. Oh, man, I commend him for being out there playing in game 7.
Who said?
Kendrick Perkins did.
Kendrick also said he shouldn't have played. He said
on one of these NBA Today shows, I think before Game 6. It's like I would tell Tyrese, do not play.
So which is it then? Don't commend him for playing if you have been adamant that he shouldn't play.
But he's saying I would tell him he shouldn't play. We'll come back. We got
Stilo and Casey on ESPN 1320.
Oh.
PJ's really good, Russ. I enjoy him a lot. I wish he was on TV. He's really, really good.
ACC was cooking on Friday. Everyone said
I did. I went back and watched it when
Was
I
it
saw.
good?
Yeah, it was pretty good. They it was a strong. It was a really, really strong callback to the pipe bomb promo.
Is he still doing the "I'm John Cena and I'm a bad guy" corny voice?
He didn't do it in that.
No.
Nah, he didn't do it in that. He was which is probably why it was one of his best promos. Well, it was his best promo because he just mimicked what John Cena did, but it was good. I'm not what John Cena, what CM Punk did.
Carl, saw your earlier message. No, John Pauls, I didn't catch the home run that Ralphie Devers hit. No, I didn't catch it. He hit one in the ninth that was foul. I was distraught. I thought it was a home run. Steven didn't really grab anything at the game. Went to go eat in San Jose after that, met up with family and stuff. Russ, I was at Giants Red Sox on Saturday. Carl, Saturday I was in Morgan Hill actually, but Sunday I was at Lake Cunningham for a graduation party. Chris, we need these wins right here. We need 2 out of 3 at least.
Oh, Scout. Peck's one of the good ones. I like Carolyn a lot. Michael, we were in one of the, well, I was bouncing back and forth between a booth where some friends were, and then some friends were at the bar too. So I was kind of bouncing back and forth, wasn't really stationary. Our man James Ham going to join us here at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. We'll talk more about the conclusion of the NBA season and the Kevin Durant trade and what might be ahead for the Sacramento Kings. But Casey and I were having a discussion about the coverage of the NBA Finals, particularly what ESPN, ABC had to offer. And I just think I guess it just depends on what you look for when you watch television. And Stephen A. Smith doesn't really appeal to me. And you also kind of knew when Tyrese got hurt, given the very divisive nature in which people were, the divisive stances people were taking with this injury. Like, people were really adamant he should play. people were really adamant. He should be in full control. He should make the decision. He should decide if he play. People were adamant, bro, you can't play. The risk is too high. And I pointed this out earlier, man. In these types of situations, it's tough to tell someone. Again, if this had been game one, if the injury had occurred in game one, I wouldn't feel this way. I would feel like the doctors have to step in and say, bro, you can't. Like, you just can't. I'm so sorry. You cannot play the next 3 to 6 games with this injury. It will almost certainly end in the worst way possible. I didn't love it in game 6 with 2 games left. I didn't love game 6 and game 7, Ty having to play through this. But once you got through 6 and 7 was in front of you, I don't know how you could tell them you can't play. I just hope that the doctors in Indiana, because all that rang through my head last night, and I know everyone, once you felt how you felt about, Ty's injury, I know everyone immediately thought about Kevin Durant. And one of the first things I thought about Kevin Durant was Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr made the horrible misstep of saying, well, we've been told he can't injure it any worse. Yeah, maybe you can't injure your calf any worse, but that's not what anyone's worried about. And all I hope is that the people in Indiana, Rick Carlisle, doctors, whoever was involved in this, you got 1 game left. I understand this is an opportunity for you to win a championship, but the odds of you losing the next year of your career are much higher than they normally are. Make the case the odds of you losing the next year of your career are extremely high. If you're willing to take that risk because you're willing to deal with those consequences, I'm not going to stop you. Just understand that risk is incredibly high. I hate that. I would much rather the doctors step in and say, I can't let you play. But again, I would feel very, very differently if this was game 1 of the NBA Finals where this injury started versus game 7.
Yeah, like the doctor's right, no doubt. But like game 7 in the NBA Finals, this is what Tyrese and pretty much every other athlete that's in that position has worked their entire lives every day and night out. And that's tough to take that decision out of their hands.
As long as the consequence isn't death.
Yeah.
Right? Like if this is the Super Bowl and you've got a concussion, well, sorry, dog, you're not playing.
Right.
Like, we're not doing that.
Right.
But that's not what this is. It's a brutal rehab. It is long. It is lengthy. Rick Carlisle's got to understand this too. Your team is going to be very different if the worst case scenario happens. And as long as everybody understood, then I have to be okay with the decision that they all made. And I hope that that's a decision that they all made together.
Right. And I think 2 different conversations can be had with this situation. I said, last week, said again over Twitter, if I was somebody close to Tyrese, there's dad, brother, cousin, Rick Carlisle, anybody, I would say, Tyrese, I would suggest you do not play. Like, yeah. I would advise you not to play. But that's where it stops. That is a grown man who will make his decisions. And if he wants to take that risk, it's hard for me to tell him, no, you can't take that risk.
The way I see it's kind of tough. I see it the other way, where it's like if Tyrese played in game 6, and it's like I couldn't imagine getting to game 7 of the NBA Finals, wanting to be a pro your whole career. It's like you're finally here in this moment. It's like, can you imagine just sitting on the bench? Like, yeah, you got a strained calf and all that, but like teams getting waxed by the Thunder, and it's like you could be sitting there just kind of, what if I did give it a go? Like, just you never found out, I guess.
Yeah,
like you just sit with that your whole life.
Yeah. I just don't know that he doesn't sit with a different what if now.
Mm-hmm. But like we talk like I think going in, we don't know. We have to hear them talk about it. But going into game 7, I'm sure there's an aspect where Tyrese, I don't know, made peace with the right term or whatever, kind of made peace with the fact, yeah, if I'm out here, like I could blow my stuff out, but like this is game 7 of the NBA Finals. Like there's at least knowing, you know.
Yeah, and I feel that's his decision, his decision to make. Once again, I know it sounds harsh, but you laid it out perfectly, and you're right. It is one of the worst injuries you can have as a professional basketball player or athlete, but it's not life-threatening. It's not the same as a concussion or a heart ailment or something like that.
Yeah.
Where people may have to step in at that point. This is basically you're not taking your life into your own hands. You're taking your career, which is to me is a little different. And if he wanted to take that chance with his career, that's his call.
Is there any point where Rick Carlisle says, no?
Yes.
Like, I can't let you play.
Absolutely.
Like yeah.
I used the analogy last week of Deontay Wilder and his trainer. And Deontay said before the fight, he said before a number of different fights to his trainer, I forgot his name, but he said, do not stop this fight ever. If you stop this fight, I'm done with you. I'm firing you. We're not cool no more. Do not stop this fight. And in Wilder Fury 2, Fury was beating the brakes off of Wilder. And the trainer said, he threw the towel in, and he basically said, you can fire me, you can hate me, whatever. I care about you more than I care about this job or anything else like that. I'm not going to see you have damage that you can't come back from. Once again, boxing and a torn Achilles still a little different because you're dealing with the brain and all this other stuff. But Rick Carlisle, I'm not telling him what Rick Carlisle should have done, but there is an aspect of, yeah, he might be the ultimate one to say, Tyrese, I can't. You may call for my job. You may say, go up to whoever the owner is and say, man, fire this guy. But I care about your career too much. I can't take that chance with your career. I'm not gonna play you, man. I'm not gonna play you. That's an option. So,
and that's a equally as difficult stance for Rick Carlisle to take as it would be for Tyrese to take, because Rick can rationalize. We have a great young team. We're going to do everything we can to make sure that we're back here. Meanwhile, you have, someone who's on an expiring contract who's like, I'm never going to get back here. And you're taking our best player out. You got guys who have been around the league a long time who could say, yeah, I don't know that I've been in the league 10 years in my first trip here. How you going to tell us we're going to get back here? We've got a chance to win the NBA championship. Our best player says he can play. Let him play. This was from the moment Ty hurt his calves. This was a no-win situation for everyone involved. And the worst case scenario happened yesterday where the Ty gets hurt, the Pacers still lost. You've got nothing out of all of this.
I thought about that.
I don't think there's like a right or a wrong answer with this, just given like you see him not playing and like, yeah, he doesn't tear his Achilles and you see him playing or whatever. But it's like essentially like if you hold him out of game 7, aren't you just saving him for that moment again? Like hoping you get back to that very moment you're kind of holding him out of?
You are, but you're hoping he's healthy at that time.
But yeah, I guess like that's the thing. Like you just never know if you're gonna get back. Like,
yeah, you don't.
Like how do you plan for that? Like you're already there, you know?
Yeah, you can't. Like that's the thing. You don't know if you're getting back. And to take advantage of, every opportunity, it's why James Harden's performance with Brooklyn will always be the finest of his career for me. No matter how many points he scored with Houston or whatever he did with OKC, the fact that he knew what this opportunity was, the fact that he had lived through injuries in Houston to try to be out there for that Brooklyn Nets team against Milwaukee, to me, like I don't think he'll do anything in his career that will be more telling than that. He recognized the moment. He knew this was it. I don't know what the next round would have brought for him, but he knew there is no next round if we can't get past Milwaukee.
Yeah.
And that's why I've always appreciated that performance.
You know what's interesting about, because much like you and everybody else, I thought about the Kevin Durant situation, and I was thinking about it, and this situation with Tyrese, I think, is a little bit more egregious than Kevin Durant. They're different because I thought about it a little bit, and I think looking back on it, we look at it like Kevin Durant hurt his calf in Game 5, and in Game 3, and they put him out there in Game 5. Kevin Durant was out for a month. He was out for a month, which is about like what you would say before you would let somebody play again. Like it's a 4-week injury. And I'm thinking back, and I could be wrong, but a lot of people were saying be careful at the time too. But I also think the argument at that time as well was people didn't believe the Warriors that it was just a calf strain. Wasn't that more of what was going on?
Yes, that was a big part of it. There were, I don't know if they were leaks or speculation that this is much more serious than anyone on that team is indicating. And there was a belief, if I remember correctly, heading into the playoffs, I don't think it was a particular round, I think it was starting the playoffs, that KD's not going to be ready. He's not going to be healthy. He is not tracking to playing in the playoffs at all.
Well, at that time, he got hurt in the second round. He got hurt in Game 5 of their second round series against the Rockets.
Then
they swept Portland.
But then it wasn't coming back. Then he's not coming back in the playoffs, and like at all. And it got really loud when the finals started, and then it all. Oh no, we're testing it. We're doing this, and that's when Steve Kerr started saying the stuff about he can't aggravate it more, and doctors are confident, and all of these things that I just don't believe could have possibly have been said. And then Game 5, 6, what game was it?
Game 5. But it does make the terminology that Steve used. I don't get it. I promise I'm not trying to be a contrarian. But that does check out with what we think of a calf strain, right? He was out for 4 weeks. They'll say it's a 4 to 6 week thing. Around week 3 or 4, you start like testing it out, seeing what you could do. Now, you probably shouldn't go straight into an NBA Finals game off a calf strain. No practices, no G League games or nothing like that. That's dangerous. But yeah, the calf strain, we think at least 2 to 4 weeks. How long was Trey Lyles out? Remember Trey Lyles was out about 3-4 weeks.
He was out about a month.
Mm-hmm. And KD got hurt. I was looking last night. He got hurt on May 8th. He tore the Achilles on June 10th. So I was just trying to remember back to it. I think it was more so they didn't believe the Warriors.
Yeah.
Not what
James,
not that he was actually playing with a calf strain.
James, you covered that series pretty closely. Do you remember the circumstances regarding Kevin Durant coming back in that series against Toronto?
Yeah, it was really awkward. To be honest with you, like the Warriors made some mistakes there, and they had come out and said, "Hey, look, you can go out and play, but like you can't do any more damage to it." Like they gave clearance for him to play, and again, they were, if I'm not mistaken, that series where we're also dealing with the DeMarcus Cousins like torn quad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're
playoffs, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, against Houston. He went to go run down a ball in the backcourt, and the quad muscle tore off the top of his patella, right off his kneecap.
You could have just said he tore his quad.
It was the worst. Like the visual of that is one of the worst things I've ever seen. There was an upside down V going up his leg where the muscle was missing.
That's even more descriptive. All right.
Yep. There you go.
No. James loves nothing more
I
than
do.
getting descriptive with injuries. Nothing more. It's his absolute favorite. James Ham lives for this moment.
I do. Yeah. I mean, to me, like, look, they're similar except for the fact that Ty had just damaged his leg. Kevin Durant, and that's a danger. Like it's not just about, the injury healing and and all of a sudden, like you're not going to hurt your calf anymore or anything like that. It's once the injury is healed, you have to rebuild the calf muscle. You have to strengthen it and rebuild the whole thing. And, like a month of not doing anything on a calf muscle is a lot. And so for Durant, they didn't give him enough time. And, again, I had somebody when the Warriors came out and said that he couldn't do any more damage, I had someone reach out to me in the industry and say, that is crazy. He clearly could do more damage to that. And sure enough, he did. I was there in the building. It was not fun to be part of when Durant got hurt. And, I said earlier with Kyle on the Insiders, like Ty on the ground, it just reminded me 100% of Rudy Gay. That's exactly what Rudy Gay looked like, laying there, pounding his fist on the ground, very upset and knowing right away what happened.
So let me ask you guys a question. And we're not doctors. We're not solving anything right now. But you look at obviously Ty being like entirely too quick of a turnaround to start playing. And then you look at Kevin Durant. Are we going to change the scope of is this a 2-month injury? Because once again, Kevin Durant was out for a month and didn't play. We usually think of that depending on the grade of strain, aka tear. We look at it as a 4 to 6 week. Like, should we now be looking at this as like, you got a calf strain, grade 2, whatever, you're out for 2 months?
Maybe. I mean, because it's once the injury is healed, which you can see the injury, like on an MRI, you can see it. It's once it's healed, then it's about rebuilding and getting the strength back to where it normally is. And again, we talked about this earlier too on the Insiders. Like they have these like giant rubber mats, and in the giant rubber mat are cutouts for these metal plates that the players jump on and off of, right? And the players will sit there and leap like 2 or 3 times in pregame, and then 2 or 3 times when they get done warming up to see where their body's at. They can see acceleration, they can see deceleration. They can realistically start to see if you're tired or not, if your body's wearing out and you need a break. Well, they should be able to use that same exact technology to have a baseline for what a calf injury, what his normal calf should look like, what his normal leaping ability should look like off of these platforms, because the Kings aren't the only one that have these. Every team in the league that I've seen have them. But then take that data and look at what he looks like before you put him out on the court, because it's not just jumping off the ground that hurt Ty. It was the extension. It was him taking that long step that overextended the calf muscle and the Achilles, and that's when he had the injury. And there was even in the moment, one of I think it was Richard Jefferson, whoever was calling the game, they started talking about how, he's got to take shorter strides, how that was part of it, that he should have been working on taking shorter strides to avoid fully extending the calf and the Achilles, and he didn't. So, I mean, it's such an unfortunate situation, but at the end of the day, like, he knew the risk, the Pacers knew the risk, and they were willing to risk it. They're willing to put his body on the line to try to get through a Game 7, and it's hard to fault anybody in this situation.
Also, I think it's important to point out not all injuries heal the same.
Yeah.
Even if it's the same injury, everyone's body is different. This is the Kawhi Leonard thing. Kawhi Leonard with San Antonio. Well, Kawhi should be healed. Kawhi should be healed. Kawhi telling you, that's great. I'm not. There were reports. It wasn't a report. Oh, it was Trista. Trista dug up the old some stuff about Nico Harrison, about how Nico wanted Luka to come back from that calf strain. And Luka just kept saying, I don't think I'm ready. I don't think I'm ready. Nico fired all of the people, the trainers who were like, I don't think that he's ready. Nico fired all of those people. And then obviously we know how things ended with Luka in Dallas. Right. It's you can put a 4 to 6 week healing prognosis on something. You could put an 8 to 12 week healing prognosis on something. My body will heal differently than yours, which will heal different than Jesse's, which will heal differently than James.
Right.
Like it.
But and I agree with you 100%, which is why on the flip side, RIP, and I don't know this. I'm just thinking about this. But on the flip side, saying the Warriors did the wrong thing with Kevin Durant may be unfair because Kevin Durant could have said, I feel great.
Well,
I feel fine. Like I feel back to myself.
Well, I don't think he did, but Kevin Durant's situation was probably the same exact thing as Ty's. I have to imagine Kevin Durant knew the risk when he stepped on the floor in the finals. There was a reason all of those murmurs about what was going on there were they didn't come out of thin air. Like we talk about all the time. The stuff just isn't made up and float out. It came from somebody. And I have to assume Kevin Durant took the same exact risk that Tyrese Halliburton took, even though he was out a significantly longer period of time. Tyrese, who wasn't out at all, I mean, Katie was out a significantly longer period of time than Ty was. The risk was the same.
Yeah, and at the same
And
time,
I'm sure
like,
his approach was the same.
well, that and Kevin Durant was what 31, 32, and not only 31, 32, but a player who had played in the NBA since he was 18, 19 years old. He'd been to the playoffs a ton of times. He'd played extra games, not only in the NBA, in the playoffs, but also in the Olympics. Ty, like it's about mileage on the body. I mean, Ty was a 2-year college player, got to the league at 21. He's been in the league 5 years. When Durant popped his Achilles, he'd been in the league like, I want to say 13 years. And Ty's been in the league like 5. And the mileage on his body. So you're going to handle each of these injuries differently based on, some of these factors. Like it wasn't a surprise when Kobe popped his Achilles. He had been playing so many games for so many years. I mean, like the mileage, the wear and tear on his body versus, players that maybe even were the same age as him, but that just didn't play the sheer volume of games during the offseason for a lot of people, going deep into the playoffs, going to the Olympics, playing all these extra things that Kobe did when he got hurt. So yeah, it's just really hard to judge. And, I think it's easier to, like, for all of us to just look at the Boston situation and say, hey, look, Jason Tatum just took a bad step and it happened. But when you know that somebody's like in a vulnerable position, that's what sort of amps up the possibilities of an injury here. And, again, I think same with Dame. We just kind of expect, like when it happened, it was like, oh, that's a bummer. But man, you're 35, 36 years old. You've got a ton of mileage on those legs.
Well, he was also dealing with something like, he was dealing with something at the time. And maybe it's not as directly related as a calf strain, but I gotta believe this is directly related.
In his leg.
Absolutely in his leg.
I got a half-baked idea.
Okay, Dave.
Half-baked hypothesis.
Okay.
Mind you, working through it. But all of this, people talking about why are these Achilles tears and these injuries happening right now?
Mm-hmm.
And there's so many, and the league needs to do something. They need to shorten the season, or they need to do this and that, and this and that. I say it's all your fault. And it's all your fault. And it's all my fault.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all the Chatty House's fault. Because, and the coaches.
Okay.
Players, this is not on you. Coaches, this is on you. We ask so much of these players night in and night out, day in and day out. We look back to the 90s and all this other stuff. We've watched it in real time. What was that defense looking like from play to play?
It was awful.
They're just standing there. But what happens today if somebody just stands? What happens on this show if Luka just stands there for most of the game? We spend a whole segment of just destroying this man for not giving any effort. Same thing happened all year long with DeMar DeRozan and how bad he is on defense because he just stands there and doesn't know anything. They are asked to be at 100% every single time they step on the floor. Whether it's from the media members or fans who will put compilations together if they catch one 5-minute stretch
of them not playing defense and then use that to say that their bums are not worth the money or not worth the trade or anything else like that. Where we are helping push the limits of these guys' bodies. I think that's a bit of an issue, and everybody's at fault. Like I think the coaches, film breakdown, second row coaches. Oh man, you were supposed to make this rotation. Like there's a lot on these guys mentally and physically that we didn't see in the 90s.
Yeah, I'd add to that, Kenny. Like every team has their own proprietary technology, their own proprietary thing that they're doing, the secret sauce for their player development, for their player like health and everything else, health and fitness departments. The league as a whole needs to do a better job of sharing information, because there is an algorithm that's probably out there that tells you when a player is breaking down. But because you're only dealing with 15 players and you're only dealing within such small sample sizes, if the league were to collect everything as a whole and say, hey, let's look at the progression, like everybody does the plate thing that I talk about. Every game they do the plate thing. Let's see what the league-wide situation looks like with 1 year data, 2 years, 5 years of data, and then try to start making some predictors off of what's happening with these players, because the information is there, but the sharing isn't. And so it becomes like, a 1970s crime drama where, a mass murderer gets away with a bunch of murders because he was going from one county to the next and the counties don't talk to each other and had no idea something else was going on 2 counties over, 3 counties over. Well, this is the NBA. This is modern technology. They should all be sharing information so they all have a better idea of how to avoid situations like this and how to improve the product as a whole, because that's all we're asking for. Like nobody who watches basketball wanted to see what happened in that game. And if you did, you're just a bad person. You are. I mean, nobody should want to see that.
I agree 100%. But I'll say that, like, if you drive a car 90 miles per hour with the air on all the time, like you push the limits of that engine all the time. Yeah, it's 2025. They make cars better now. It's still going to have a limit. Like I think these players get pushed to the limit from 12 years old. Like I'm not even acting holier now. I asked the 12-year-olds to rotate a certain way, rotate with a certain intensity, getting help, be there before the ball even gets to that guy. Like they are being pushed to the limit every time they step on the floor since they're like 9 years old. And
so what's the answer then?
That's why it's half baked. But like, okay, no,
I ain't got one.
One of them is like, all right, like these guys, if there is a rotation missed on defense because the guy just was sleepwalking, like, please, let's not destroy this guy and publicly shame him for not having the quickest rotation to a defense, or if he's not like always the best defender, or if he kind of hangs out in the corner and on offense and hides out for a little bit. Like, let's not publicly shame these guys for this all the time.
You think that's going to work?
I don't know.
It's not, because you're never going to be able to do that.
No.
I mean, I don't think it's realistic, but I think that's part of the problem.
Oh, it might be, but that problem doesn't have a solution.
Mhm.
You won't go on Twitter and say, hey guys, stop being jerks? Because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about social media. That's the discussion. It's not going to happen.
Well, we're talking about us too. We're talking about coaches. Coaches got to pull back.
Well, if they don't make a 5-minute clip on social media, we won't play it during the show. Don't put that on me.
I'm just here with what's given to me.
I'm a content creator.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, like, look, I think we start, like, the NBA needs a medical council that deals with everybody's stuff, that takes in all the data and starts to really examine this. Because I think that's the only way you start to make changes in a positive way. And like, look, bad things happen sometimes. I mean, we've seen it nonstop. Who was it? They got hurt against the Kings where they just took a bad step, and it was Kyrie. Yeah, just took a bad
Come
step
down
and
the shoes. Yeah.
trashed his knee, right? And like these things happen, but the wear and tear injuries, all that stuff, like I think I don't think it's avoidable, but I do think that there's a better plan. There can be a better plan in place to predict sort of what's happening here. And this one here, like in all honesty, is probably the most predictable injury that we've ever seen. Like
Hammer, you're Rick Carlisle. What would you have done last night?
I probably would have done the same thing.
Yeah.
And I would probably be feeling just as crappy today as he is.
Yeah.
You know, like to be honest with you, a player says he thinks he can go. You know, the medical staff, like that's the one person I want to like exempt from all of this. Like those guys were just doing the best to tape that guy together and keep him upright and then let everybody else make the decision. They're telling people, hey, this is a bad idea. I guarantee you they were. But at the same time, you know, like those guys are they're paid to like try to keep these guys in as good a health as possible. And like the advancements and what these guys, like the supplements they take all day long, the recovery baths, all the things that are regimented by the team, that are pushed by the team, like they're doing everything in their power to be on the cutting edge of technology when it comes to player recovery and healing. And, you know, sometimes you just get it wrong and something catastrophic happens like what we saw yesterday.
I think you said it earlier on the Insider's Hammer, and I agree. I mean, it's maybe sounds like a cop out to some people, but nobody's at fault. Everybody had information and made a decision, and I don't think anybody was sitting there saying, well, even with what we think and what history may have told us and some of the highly educated guesses we can make, nobody knew for sure that was going to happen. There was a possibility that he could get through that game just like he got through game 6. So, you know, they took those type of things into account, and they ran a risk, and it didn't work out for him, man. But and I know the nature of the question. I know what you're saying, James. It's tough for me personally. I don't know what I would have done if I was Rick Carlisle. Like I can lay out a scenario of, oh, I'm gonna protect my guy and all this other stuff. But, you know, what if protecting him is giving him an opportunity? You know, maybe what if he comes to you and tells you, Coach, I'd be distraught if I didn't get this opportunity. You know what I mean? Like we don't know. So he did the best he could with the information that was given to him. Same with Tyrese, same with those trainers. And it's just unfortunate what happened, man. Sometimes life isn't fair and things don't go the way we feel like they should, man. And I think that's mostly what happened yesterday.
Yeah, and then this one, just to add to that very specifically, I think they knew all the information. I think they just took a calculated risk and came up 7th. Like, it's just a bad bet, and you shouldn't have done it. And, you know, hindsight is 20/20 and all that, but realistically, everybody knew that this was the fear. And, you know, like you can go back and watch the clip of me saying, hey, they could lose game 7. They could get to game 7. He could pop his Achilles and still lose. Like, it's not good. It sucks. So
I do think as that game was, you know, because OKC or Indiana hung around for longer than they had any business to. There was a point where I said out loud, this could wind up being one of the most incredible stories in the history of sports if they win this. They were underdogs to start this series. And I don't think it's a stretch to say they were huge underdogs. I think they were underdogs against New York, too. Like, the way they would have won games in those two series, respectively, had the situation played out exactly the same with Tyrese going down in the first, and somehow the TJ McConnell, Pascal Siakam-led Indiana Pacers had won the NBA championship, that would have been a story that was told forever. It wasn't. It was the coronation of the Oklahoma City Thunder, James. And that's really, you know, you know, we could play the what if games and all of this, but OKC for an entire season from beginning to end with very little waiver had been the best team in the entire league. And last night felt like through the frustration or sadness or whatever, the disappointment in the Tyrese injury, last night felt like the coronation of a really, really good basketball team.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, it's probably a great basketball team, and it's
Sure.
probably going to be a dynasty. This is a team that isn't just built to win today; it's built for the next 5 to 7 years of just incredibly high level competition. They still have a ton of draft picks. They still have a bunch of young players that they can turn to. I mean, they have Nikola Topic, who was going to be like a top 5 or 6 pick in this last year's draft, that had a torn ACL they found at the combine, and he didn't play at all this year, and they were able to scoop him up and draft him. Like, this team is just built, and like listening to Sam Presti talk and the emotion of yesterday, that's the one downfall to, I mean, it's one of the huge downfalls to the Tyrese Halliburton injury, is it took away from a team that realistically was better. They were better the entire season. They were better throughout the playoffs. Indiana was, the cardiac kids and like super fun and, held their own in the NBA finals. But, whether Ty was there or not, it's very possible OKC would have won. And the final game is tainted by an injury. But that is a outstanding basketball team, and they're going to be outstanding for a long time.
Yeah, I'm anxious to see what they're able to keep going. Like they've got as many assets, more assets than anybody in the league, with what they already have on the team and draft compensation and all this other stuff. I wonder what going up against OKC is going to look like moving forward. Obviously, they'll just gain confidence from what they were able to do and winning a championship. But they got pushed a little bit.
Yeah.
They got pushed a lot, actually. 2 game sevens. And even in the sweep of Memphis, they were down like a combined 50 points in the 2 games in Memphis. So not invincible. I wonder if a team like Houston looks at that and says, with the right firepower, they could be had, man. And while OKC is going to be really good for a long time, I wonder if teams around the league look at them as gettable and not unbeatable in a playoff situation.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible, but like as of right now, they're the leader in the clubhouse, and it's tough to argue with like a 68 win team. What they did in this year's playoffs was that they grew up every single step of the way, and they learned how to play the game. They learned how to play in the playoffs. They learned how to keep continuing even when things get tough. And now you're going to have a battle tested, like 25-year-old team. That's their average age of like 25.7 or whatever it is. It's such a young team. And now not only are they battle tested, but they've won one, and they know what that feels like. And so I would expect them to be even nastier next season. And it doesn't even mean that they're going to go for 73 wins and try to take down the Warriors all-time record or anything like that. But I think they have the depth and the talent to do something like that. It's just a really well-built, well-coached team, and Sam Presti is absolutely the best in the business, not even question.
Okay, let's step out. Let's come back. We got a lot more we want to talk to James about, including Ty's injury, Oklahoma City Thunder win the title. Arguably, the biggest story of the NBA weekend was neither one of those. Kevin Durant is headed to the Houston Rockets. And, of course, we've got to talk to James about what the hell that means for the Sacramento Kings. We'll find out when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Bless you.
Bless you.
It's better, a little chilled, but you know what I think it is? I think it's a little too sweet for me.
Uh-oh.
You said it's better. That's a win for me.
It's better. It's still third, though. Still third.
James, your take on peanut butter M&Ms?
I don't like peanut butter M&Ms. I like peanut M&Ms.
Well, they're one for sure. But we were talking about 2 and 3. I think plain might have peanut butter.
Oh, that's cap.
Yeah.
Major
got 'em.
cap. Plain over peanut butter?
I don't like how you
Nah.
disrespect plain, to be honest.
Yo, plain, because plain aren't even worth it. It's like
it's
plain is
chocolate candy.
I can barely get through this bag.
Nah.
What are
Stop.
Yeah, stop. You're being,
It's too sweet.
Doing? Oh,
No,
stop.
Too sweet.
Why
Sit
don't you go get
down.
maybe an M&M Zero or something like that? Maybe you'll like that.
Okay, that felt like a shot.
No, that wasn't a
No,
shot
that
at you.
felt like a
No,
shot.
it wasn't a shot at you. I would have told him to get a club soda if it was a shot.
Okay, that was a shot.
That's what I just said. Yeah.
An M&M Zero.
Mm.
Miller, this show is a joke.
These M&Ms aren't better than the crispy joints.
Which one's the crispy
I
one?
don't think I've ever had those.
Yeah, those are third ahead of peanut butter.
Aren't peanut butter M&Ms just Reese's Pieces? I mean,
Yes, which
Yeah,
is
it's
a
too
top
sweet.
tier candy.
Yeah, I love.
I
Reese's.
love Reese's Pieces. Yeah.
I kind of wish Giannis would just say something. Why is he doing this?
What happened now?
Just say like I'm gonna stay or I want to leave.
What'd Giannis do? I missed it.
Nothing.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, the writing's on the wall though. Like,
By the way, I love what Jacksonville did. Did you see the tweets?
Mm-mm.
Jacksonville tweeted out, we signed with the picture, the signing picture, we signed wide receiver Travis Hunter.
Mhm.
And then they sent out another tweet that said, with a different picture, we've signed defensive back Travis Hunter. I thought that was great.
Well,
I thought that was terrific.
That man must see TV. I can't wait to see him.
Yep.
But yeah, you Giannis, you said the writing's on the wall.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
it
mean,
is.
there's not a single reporter out there that has anything that's telling them that Giannis is getting traded right now. Everything is leading people to believe that he's staying right where he's at. Now, I don't know. Maybe that happens. Maybe it doesn't.
Then why don't they just?
My ice
don't they
maker
just-
turned on. Do you guys hear my ice maker in the background?
Mm-mm.
No, man.
Oh, sweet. All right.
You guys ever had caramel M&Ms? Was
No,
that even
I didn't even know that was a
no,
thing.
Is that a thing?
no, I haven't had it before.
They're too chewy.
I think I had the crispy M&Ms once and they were trash. I don't think I liked them.
No, not trash at all. Not trash.
I've been hitting McDonald's lately, by the way, too. I complained that one time. I'm back like 4 times since.
Yeah, well, I never said I'm leaving.
Back here with our insider from the insiders, our man James Ham. As we are now officially into the first day of the NBA offseason with the NBA Finals concluding last night. And of course, over the weekend, James, Houston Rockets made a deal, the one everybody had been anticipating. The Kevin Durant sweepstakes is over. He's joining the Houston Rockets. The Phoenix Suns still have a lot of work ahead of them. Before we dive into what this means, if anything, for the Sacramento Kings, what did you think of the deal from the Houston perspective and from the Phoenix perspective?
Man, it's an interesting deal. I thought that they would get more than 1 first-round pick and 5 second-round picks. But it seems like the teams in this deal, they were pretty tight with their assets. And it takes a lot to get up to the value of Kevin Durant as far as contracts. And that's why, again, I think Jalen Green's a very good young player. I think Dylan Brooks is a, strong rotational player. But you thought that they might get a little bit more draft capital. But at the same time, I'll say this, we learned last season that you got 5 second-round picks. That's enough to go out and get some reasonable rotational players at the deadline or during the offseason. It's something that the Kings, they couldn't make any deals because they didn't have any second-round picks. When they got the 3 second-round picks in the Fox trade, they ended up going out and getting Jake LaRavia, getting Jonas Valanciunas. And so those second-round picks, they have a ton of value as far as team building. as far as the value of the trade, again, the best player in the deal is clearly Kevin Durant, but I like a 23-year-old, Jalen Green. I think he's got the potential to be a really, really good player. I just feel like that Houston Rockets team had too many young players, and it's fine to bring everybody along together, but the finer nuances of the game when you have that many young players can sometimes get lost. Bad habits can form when there's so many young players, and I think him going to a situation where he's going to be one of a very few young players on a squad will actually help him and help him mature and develop him faster. And so, I think it's a pretty solid deal for both teams. And if I were the Kings and if they don't want Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks, I certainly would offer Zach LaVine and some stuff in order to collect those players.
Yeah, I mean, I think the deal is about what Phoenix could expect to get in this situation with Kevin Durant and his contract situation, where he's at in his career. I think they did good just to get the 1 pick back, the number 10 pick, especially after what is going on with their future draft. Have you ever, I'm sure you have, James, like we spent 30 minutes trying to figure out what the hell is going on.
This is on 1 pick, by the way. This is simply on the 2028 pick. We were trying to read through all of the provisions of the 2028 pick, and it is insane.
They had access to 0 picks. They had none of their own picks. The picks that they do have are all tied up in pick swaps. And then on top of that, if I'm not mistaken, they didn't have any second-round picks at all. And Denver is in the same situation. Denver has nothing. They've got no second-round picks, no first-round picks that, like all of their picks are either pick swaps or they can't trade because of the step-in rule. And that's kind of the way the Suns were too. And like, it's super convoluted and crazy how some of these teams have mortgaged their entire future. And then other teams, like a team like the Kings, as of July 1st, they will have 9 first-round picks. And I think it's 4 second-round picks. And that's not, the best in the league, but it certainly is a lot when you consider 2 of those are unprotected picks from other teams, and then all of your own unprotected picks. So yeah, I think they have I think this was probably the best they could do. And, they shopped Durant for a while, and of course teams tried to get into the race, and Durant, people are like, yeah, he's not going to sign there. So it did limit them slightly. But I think I like what Houston's doing, and I think I like Phoenix getting a little bit younger.
Okay. I don't like the trade for Phoenix at all until they do more. Like Jalen and Dylan Brooks, that doesn't make sense to me on that particular team. If Phoenix is, we were using the term rerouting, and there's speculation already that 1 or 2 more teams could get involved in this trade over the course of the next 2 weeks. We all know that the new league year is still a little bit away with legal tampering, getting underway in 7 days, and then the new league year officially starting after that, when all of these trades and signings that we'll hear about over the course of the next 7 days is, of course, includes the Desmond Bane stuff. That's when it all becomes final. There's a lot of speculation that other teams will get involved. And if you start getting other teams involved, James, because the biggest need that Phoenix has is someone at that center spot. They still don't have it.
No.
And so maybe if you use Jalen, I know they want to use Bradley Beal to do something. I don't know how feasible that is. I don't know how much Brad Beal is going to play ball with them after this offseason that they've had. But they still have such a horribly missed or unbalanced roster that they've got to use, whether it's these draft picks, they got to use something to spread their roster out a little bit.
No, I totally agree. And, we talked about it earlier, Kyle and I, like there's talk that they might buy Bradley Beal out and stretch provision, and he's owed $110 million. That means because it's a 2-year deal, you get twice as many years plus 1 year. So they can spread his contract out over 5 years, and they could tie up $22 million a year in salary cap for 5 years. And that might be their best avenue because it would save them $30 million in salary this season. And that $30 million in salary would drop them down below the luxury tax and save them all the luxury tax dollar. So, I mean, how crazy does that sound, though, that you would just dump Bradley Beal? There's talk that they're trying to negotiate and maybe get a lower buyout if they can't find a taker for Bradley Beal. But they don't have the assets to give somebody to take Bradley Beal. And it's not like they've got some young player that's just so good that you could attach to Bradley Beal and say, well, maybe some team would take on Bradley's contract just to get rid of this. Just to take on this other player. They don't even have that. So they're in a tough spot. I would not be surprised to see them stretch provision to waive and stretch provision Bradley Beal. But they have a really, really awkward roster now that's basically all shooting guards and small forwards and undersized small forwards at that. So whether it's Dylan Brooks or it's, Grayson Allen, again, Brad and now Jalen Green and all of that to go with Booker, they still don't have a point guard. And they have all of these players that play the same position. It is a little bit like what the Sacramento Kings have.
I may be in the minority, but I kind of hate what has happened with this Bradley Beal situation. Bradley Beal is not this just bum or albatross as a player. Like maybe he's not worth or doesn't have the same value that the contract requires. But if Phoenix knew what they were doing, he could still be a player that could help that team. But the way they've gone about that situation and done it with Coach Bud and in the public eye and everything, it's ridiculous, man. And now they're in a situation where feels like they're just gonna lose out completely on the Bradley Beal experience because they didn't handle it the right way from the jump, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's possible that they're partially at fault here for everything that's happened, but also I just don't think he's a fit behind the scenes either. And there's a lot of murmurs about the dysfunction behind the scenes with that team specifically. And, we even saw this week, somebody said that there was multiple fist fights during the season in the locker room. That team didn't get along and you saw it. And that's why they finished 13th or whatever it was. Like they weren't very good and they had plenty of players to be good, including Bradley Beal and Kevin Durant, Devin Booker. I'm just really surprised how poorly that team played this season. And a lot of it, I think, was just, general dysfunction, not just with their coach, but with players not getting along all that well too.
James, I think you and Kyle talked about this last week. And now that the Kevin Durant sweepstakes, so to speak, is over, there are some teams who are kind of left empty-handed. Does DeMar DeRozan factor into any of those squads out there?
It's interesting. I think we're going to have to see if we hear, the Kings and Heat, sort of start working on something. It's something that we had heard like 7 to 10 days ago that there was plenty of smoke with DeMar DeRozan potentially going to the Miami Heat if they missed out on the Kevin Durant deal. I do know, like talking to people around the team today, there is a major push to add a very good point guard. And I don't know what that means. I don't know what level of point guard they're going to be able to acquire, but their top priority is still to address the point guard position that, that is now left bare with De'Aaron Fox not being here anymore. So expect that to be like the hyper focus, but all of these other things that could play out in the next week, because that's where we're at this point. I think Monday is June 30th, which is the day that teams can start to legally negotiate with players. Mm-hmm. And I think it's going to go pretty quick. I think we'll know a lot of stuff by not just Monday afternoon, but draft night, building up to the draft. I think it's going to be a very, very interesting week to 10 days in Sacramento.
We may ask this every time for the next 3-4 weeks. It's a little bit of a heat check, but there's no need to ask it.
Good podcast.
Yeah, it is. Unless there's no need to ask it anymore. But I mean,
just crazy. Like DeMar DeRozan's just gone, right? Like, or is there a possibility that he stays here in Sacramento?
I mean, all things are possible. You know, like I used to,
Anything
like
is
we were,
possible.
yeah, we were so convinced that Marvin Bagley was going to get traded during the offseason, and then he opened the season with the Kings, and and then ended up getting traded like mid-season. That's one of those things where it's like you can believe someone's getting traded, but you got to have a dance partner in order to move a player. And I think that there are plenty of teams out there that look at DeMar DeRozan as like an instant, third option for their team. And that's not a bad thing to have, especially on a contract that goes from, 25 million. And if you don't want to pick up the second year option, you can buy him out for 10, walk away.
To be clear, DeMar DeRozan, Marvin Bagley, not the same thing.
Not at all.
No.
Not the same thing whatsoever.
The only time they're in the same sentence is when you say Marvin Bagley is not DeMar DeRozan.
That's right. That's right.
Former Kings, potentially. Yeah.
James, James, I had a thought. Like I just looked up at the TV at the wrong time. James talking about, the Kings are looking for a really, really, really good point guard. And I might have added too many reallys. I wasn't trying to be dramatic, but they're looking for a really good point guard. Do they have competition now with a team like Indiana? In the sense that maybe Indiana feels, hey, we can keep this thing going. We can't replace Ty. But if we get someone in here, the first name that came to my mind, and I don't think it makes sense, was Drew Holiday. But like the years, like the amount, like if Drew had 2 years left, maybe that would make a little bit more sense because you have him all of next year with Ty out, and then you have him in his expiring year when Ty is back. You have a little grace period for Ty. He doesn't have to be electric right out of the gate. You have Drew Holiday along to help him. But Drew, I think, has 3 years left on his contract, which kind of puts him in a slightly more awkward position. But I just wondered now. I wonder if they have competition. I wonder how Milwaukee feels with the Dame Lillard situation. The Sacramento Kings might not be the only team looking for a high-level point guard to take them in a different direction.
Well, yeah, and you missed the other big team, which is Phoenix Suns, who now need a point guard, who needed a point guard before, because I think Tyus Jones was a 1-year deal, league minimum deal. Yeah, I think there is going to be competition out there for a point guard, but everyone has their idea of what an ideal point guard is for their roster. I don't think Indiana is a team that's going to search for a point guard. And, as much as, people in the chat are mentioning that they have guys like Nembhard and they have TJ McConnell. I think also the emergence of Benedict Mathurin and sort of the way he played, and specifically in the finals and in a lot of playoff games, that makes you feel a lot more secure that you might be able to slide him into that shooting guard position, move Nembhard over to the starting one, ask him to be a little bit different, a little bit more like he was in college, and then use TJ McConnell off the bench. And of course, they have another young player in Shepherd that looks like he can play as well. And so I think that they've got enough players. It's the other teams that I would be more concerned with. It's, again, Phoenix, there's a couple of teams that probably could use a point guard. But Phoenix specifically, who just went out and got Jalen Green, and maybe there's a team out there that says, hey, look, we have a point guard that we don't really want to spend the money on. Maybe we can move off of this guy and give Jalen Green an opportunity to grow and to be like a 25-point per game scorer and sort of an open system.
I know it's a little bit of an unfair question, but work with me here, James. Would you rather see the Kings be cautious and patient or be ultra aggressive now that we're in this trade season / beginning of the new NBA calendar?
Yeah, make it rain. Like the time to be cautious and all that stuff, that left when you dump Monty and Wes. Like those guys squandered 2 years and let your team go from a 48-win team to a 40-win team because they wouldn't do anything. It's time. It's time to, even if it's breaking this thing up, it's time to make moves. You're a 40-win team. You're sub 500 team. And I don't care about injuries or anything else. I don't know that this is a even remotely close to a 500 team that they just run it back. Because I think a lot of smoke and mirrors got them through the regular season after Mike was fired. And that's not to, I think Doug did a great job of keeping it together and keeping guys motivated, but the roster was so janky and off the whole second half of the season. You can't expect that roster through 82 games to be a highly successful roster. It's just like, to me, it's not a high quality roster. It's broken. There's a lot of high quality pieces, but the fit at almost, like 3 of the 5 starting positions is off. And, the team doesn't have a point guard. And that's not me saying, that's Doug Christie, Domantas Sabonis, and Scott Perry saying it. Got to get a point guard.
That's F them picks. Is that how you feel?
No. You need to be smart. You need to make savvy moves. I definitely, that's Kyle's mantra. I think he's having shirts made. Yeah, but look, if it costs you 3 or 4 first round picks to go get a star level point guard, okay, you still got 5. You still got 5 first round picks in your arsenal. If you have to make 2 separate deals and both of those deals cost you 2 first round picks, but you get really, really good players, okay. As long as you're improving, as long as you're moving towards something, you're getting younger, you're making moves that make the roster fit together better. Like, I'm okay with whatever happens here. I would definitely would like to see a winner back in Sacramento. 1 playoff appearance is not at all what any of us thought we were getting out of that first Beam team.
Agreed.
And the question will be, how do you put this all together? Like, what is it that what are all of the pieces that the Kings need? Because it feels like there's a variety of them. And one thing that we've heard, James, that I just don't believe is going to happen is that the Sacramento Kings won into the first round of this upcoming NBA draft. Well, that's Wednesday. I don't know what they use to acquire that draft pick, but yeah, we're 2 days from that, and I'm not sure that that's a realistic option for Scott Perry in this group right here.
I think there are deals out there that could yield a first round pick. Again, I don't think this is like one of those drafts that everyone is clamoring to keep their pick. Plus, you got teams like the Nets who have 4 first round picks. Like there's a lot of stuff floating out there. So I think that you can make some aggressive moves here and get better right away. I also think there's a possibility they get into this draft and, as part of a larger deal where they're giving up a couple of players, bringing back 1 or 2 contracts and they're trying to reload as it might be. But this isn't a draft that I'm scrambling to get into. It's just a draft that, hey, look, if you can get a first round pick in your first year running the team, you would at least try. And, we'll have to see how Scott approaches it.
Yeah, I want to do that. I'm with James. I want to make it rain, bro. I want to make it rain, man. Stop playing. Let's go.
Did you guys see the craziness that after the 12th pick, there's only 1 team that has their original pick? There's only one team that has their pick. Yep.
Wow.
It ain't Phoenix.
No.
Actually, I think they got their pick back. I think that's what 10 is.
10 was their original pick?
Yeah,
I'm not reading through that again, so I'm just going to take your word for it. Like, my head still hurts from trying to read through their pick situation for the next couple of years.
The Celtics at number 28, they're the only team with their original pick after number 12. Yeah, that's wild.
The Celtics have pick swapped with so-and-so, and now no one will have it.
I heard Brian Windhorst yesterday on the radio, and he was just talking about like the draft, and he said first 20 minutes probably be chalk. Like it'll probably go what you want. So the next hour and a half might get crazy. So
Yeah. I think there's a very clear line. Most people are considering this like an 8-man draft, and then every player after 8 is rated around the same area.
I'm ready. I am ready.
I'm ready for the next few weeks.
That's facts too.
That's what I'm ready for.
Yeah.
Really, the next few weeks, whatever. Really, the next 7 to 8 days. That's what I'm ready for.
Yeah, should be fun.
And we don't have to worry about the California Classic
No,
because we got punked out of it.
Yeah, we don't need no team or nothing. Just whatever. Just keep moving. Come on.
Come on.
And Devin Carter's at the Summer League.
They're gonna send him somewhere else.
I didn't say Summer League in Vegas. It was Summer League in Utah.
He might be in Summer League. Just might not be with Sacramento Kings. You never know.
Man. Oh, Devin, we hardly knew you, pal. All right. First day of the NBA offseason is here. Worth pointing out, we got coverage of the NBA draft beginning on Wednesday at 4:30. You can lock in for that. Of course, second round will begin Thursday at 4:30. That, at least as of right now, is when the Sacramento Kings will make their selection. Thank God Danny in San Francisco isn't with us anymore, and we don't have to do.
He'd have us do it for the first round. They don't even have a pick.
8-hour draft spectacular with D'Lo and KC. And they really been working us like crazy.
That's all right, though. We built for it.
We're here. That's what we do. That's what we do, man. The offseason is here. Any final thoughts on the regular season? Any final thoughts on this NBA season, I should say?
It was a great season.
It was a great postseason, too.
It was. Yeah.
Despite the Dame, but the injuries with Dame and Tatum and Ty last night. This was a great postseason.
The whole damn season didn't disappoint, man. We got funnies, we got drama, we got great basketball. NBA, I may be biased, but it's always good.
That East next year, Hammer, is crazy.
Oh,
With
yeah.
So many star players out. The Knicks, who as of this exact moment are the healthiest team in the conference, they don't have a head coach. KC has worked Philadelphia back into the equation somehow. I brought up Atlanta today. What world are we living in where I'm bringing up Atlanta?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's a crazy time, man. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Make sure you're locked in tomorrow as we get ready for the NBA draft with the Insiders. And in at 10 a.m. here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Octopus.
What?
I don't even know what you're saying at this
They're
point.
amazing, man. They're amazing. They're amazing and terrifying, actually.
John Bold was asking what I was doing. This is what Brian Windhorst does every time he's got some epiphany.
Come on, big dog.
Come on. Come on, be better, John Bull.
All right. Shout out Scooter, who saved the family once again today. Scooter, we appreciate you, my man.
What happened to Scooter on Friday?
Oh, on Friday?
Yeah. He almost fight somebody?
Yeah, this dude walked by and he was saying something about, it was me, Coach Molly, Katrina. He was saying something about 5 people like blocking the entranceway or something like that, or but blocking the walkway. And I thought he was one of our people and he was kidding. And then I realized he kept talking and I said, yo, is he talking shit? So actually kind of my fault because he turned around.
He almost got Scooter in the fight.
He turned around and he went at Scooter. And
Scooter's like, have you met John Poles? Hang on, let me grab John Poles.
Have you met Scooter? Scott was like,
no.
Scott was like, hey man, essentially shut the fuck up. And it's like, oh no. Okay, I got a decision to make. Do I just ride with Scooter or do I try to separate this? And I saw bro, and bro had clearly just had a bad night.
Yeah.
So I kind of gave him the, hey man, it's good. Like, go on, man. And he's talking. He's not. This is the full recognition of the guy doesn't want to fight.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey man, just keep it moving. You're good. He's not looking at me. He's still talking, but he's following the direction of my arm. So it's clear. All right, he doesn't want to fight. also, I was prepared that if shit popped off, there were 10 motherfuckers inside the humidor. So it was pretty easy to like, hey man, just keep it. You good, man. Just go on, man. Just keep it moving. And so he also he gets 10 slot machines that, yeah, bitch. All right. I looked at Scooter. Scooter and I are cracking up. Like, all right, man. Bro got his ass beat on the slot machine and was mad at everybody. We sent his ass out of there.
Tough world.
Yeah, man. But nah, Scooter good. Scooter good.
Glad to hear that. Ain't
all
this
right,
that club tournament thing? Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm keeping this here. PSG versus the Sounders, huh? Beat that ass.
Ooh.
Club World Cup.
Yeah, beat that ass, PSG.
Lifelong PSG fan. All right, y'all, man. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Yeah, exactly right. Well, man, he sure didn't, because that would have been one of the greatest visuals of all time. Hey, round up. All them motherfuckers come walking out of the humidor. That'd have been tough. All right, man. We'll see y'all tomorrow.